The doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to two petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As our colleagues in the House are bilingual or on the verge of becoming so, I must say that I'm very proud to acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of translators, interpreters, and terminology experts who enable us to ensure that both official languages are respected. And in that light, I have the pleasure of presenting in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, follow-up to the study of the Translation Bureau, Reverse the Trend, Strive for Excellence.
Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to its study of force protection. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. It's entitled A Coherent and Effective Approach to Canada's Sanctions Regime, Sergei Magnitsky and Beyond. This unanimous report is the culmination of the committee's statutory review of the Freezing Assets of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act and the Specific Economic Measures Act as referred to the committee pursuant to the order of reference of Thursday, 14th April 2016, and as required by Section 20 of the Freezing Assets of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. Mr. Speaker, as well, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this very important report, and I want to congratulate the committee for their fine work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Senga, seconded by Mr. Tan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely honoured to stand in this House with the support of the member from Don Valley North to introduce my first private member bill on the Community Benefit Agreements, CBAs, regarding the federal investment on infrastructure. CBA is the modern way of giving power to the communities, which will benefit not only my riding of Brampton Centre, but also ridings around Canada. My bill will define what are the community benefits and how government can collaborate with the communities to obtain maximum benefits. CBA will provide community participation to achieve their fair share out of the federal development spendings. CBA will ensure reliable growth and meaningful employment while fostering the healthier environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sangha, seconded by Mr. Tan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Next sitting of the House. Premièrement, à l'ordre adopté le vendredi.
Pursuant to order adopted March 24th, Ms. Quash, on behalf of Ms. Moore, seconded by Ms. Trudel, moves for leave to enact a legislation to adopt or to modify the Labour Code to authorize pregnant and nursing employees. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the motion adopted unanimously in this House, it is my pleasure to table on behalf of the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue a bill on the order paper and to move motions for first reading for this bill to amend the Canada Labour Code regarding pregnant and nursing employees and to amend certain other provisions at the provincial level in terms of occupational health and safety. The bill also requires a minister to establish and table before both houses of parliament a report on the agreements. As a result, employees in a province will have rights and compensation whether they're pregnant or nursing, regardless of whether their job is under federal or provincial jurisdiction. As a result, women won't be forced to choose between an income and jeopardizing the health of their child or find themselves in an unstable financial situation. Thank you.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le vendredi.
Pursuant to order made March 24, 2017, Ms. Quash for Ms. Moore, seconded by Ms. Trudel, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Premier lecture de ce projet de loi in this bill.
Quand ce projet
When shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine séance de la Chambre.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Zimmer, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act Licenses. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I especially want to thank the member from Foothills for being my first seconder on the bill. The bill is an enactment that amends the Firearms Act to eliminate the expiry of certain firearms licenses and to provide for the relinquishment of licenses. It also requires individuals to update their license application information every 10 years and provides for the suspension of licenses in certain circumstances. The essence of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a premise that an expired license shouldn't make a law-abiding firearms owner a criminal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Zimmer, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's again a very real honor for me to stand on behalf of the residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, who recognize the effect that climate change is having on the Cowichan River in my home in the Cowichan Valley. And therefore, they call upon the federal government to take the action that's necessary to provide federal funding to raise the weir at Lake Cowichan so that we have adequate flow levels in the river to sustain important fish and fish habitat, which I should note is under federal jurisdiction. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley West. Oh, it's Carol.
Animal protection. The petitioners call on the Minister of International Development and La Francophonie to develop more funding towards the protection of animals and during disasters. I'd like to thank World Animal Protection for their hard work and dedication to this issue, which is crucial for so many of the world's vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, I pledge to rise on a petition with regarding to Algoma rail services that were cut by this current government. Mr. Speaker, it's very important that the petitioners receive rail transportation services necessary for not only their First Nations but also the population along that corridor. The corridor has been closed by the previous governments, reinstated, and now closed again. And the petitioners are calling for the end of this political football and actually do the interest which is necessary to make sure there's safe, reliable travel for men, women, and children in this area.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to present the first electronic petition I have presented. There's 1,000 signatories to calling on the government to automatically designate persons convicted of multiple sexual crimes against a child or children as dangerous offenders, increase mandatory minimum sentences for sexual crimes against children, increase the period of parole ineligibility for persons convicted of sexual crimes against children, and ensure that criminals convicted of multiple sexual offences against a child or children serve their sentences consecutively.
Honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin.
The honourable member for Algoma.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise again on a petition to the Minister of Transport. The petitioners are from Sault Ste. Marie, Prince Township, Massey, Echo Bay, Blind River, and even Saskatoon. And it's with respect to the Algoma passenger rail, Mr. Speaker. They've been indicating that it hasn't been operating for quite some time now and has resulted in substantial hardship for residents, businesses, and other passengers. Just to let you know the impact, Mr. Speaker, the $2.2 million investment from the remote subsidy funding that they used to get actually netted about $48 million in return. So as you can see, it is quite problematic. So again, 75% of the properties in proximity of the rail line are inaccessible except by rail service, and those who have access to roads, we're talking about bush roads. So the citizens of Canada, they're calling on the citizens of Canada to call upon the Minister of Transport to put the Algoma passenger train back in service in order to ensure that the mission of Transport Canada to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada be fulfilled, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I too have a petition from the good folks of Sault Ste. Marie about this incredibly important transport service that I know the previous government had put some temporary measures in place to keep going. I believe some of the folks who campaigned in the last election said that they would do better if the Liberals formed government, and if not. And this is about the Algoma passenger train, which services what is truly rural and remote communities that desperately need that service for both safety and the economy. And it seems to me that it would be incumbent upon the current government to follow through on what the petitioners have asked for and simply follow through on their promises, as difficult as that might be from time to time. Thank you very much.
Présentation de pétitions, petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 877, question 879, and question 883. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I may, if the government's response to questions numbers question 878, question 8802, question 882, and question 884 to question 886 could be made for orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. No, not yet. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je suis maintenant prêt à rendre.
I'm now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 22nd, raised by the Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent concerning the advanced distribution in the House of Commons of budget documents.
In the House, as well as the members for Victoria, Flamborough-Glanbrook, Carleton, and Banff-Airdrie for their comments. Lors de son intervention, le député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
In raising the matter, the member for Louis-Saint-Laurent contended that an unacceptable breach of privilege had occurred when copies of the budget presentation were distributed to government members only, while a vote was taking place in the House in advance of the Minister of Finance's budget presentation. This, he claimed, provided government members with privileged access to confidential budget information.
What transpired in the House on March 22, 2017, the day of the budget presentation, was rather exceptional in procedural terms, in that an unexpected recorded division was underway at the time the Minister of Finance was scheduled to commence his speech. It was in this context that the Pages, who earlier in the day had been given instructions to begin distribution at 4 p.m., began distributing some copies of the budget document during the vote, rather than just before the Minister of Finance rose, as is the usual practice. Thus, while the documents should not have been distributed during the vote, and the distribution was stopped as soon as I was aware that it was happening, this was a purely administrative error, which unfortunately gave some government members premature, albeit momentary, access to the budget documents. Selon la pratique,
It is our practice that information contained in the budget is kept secret until the Minister of Finance stands in the House to deliver the budget speech. Yet it is also the practice that closed-door informal sessions are held by the Department of Finance prior to the budget presentation in the House of Commons. Lockups, as they are commonly known. These lockups have long played a role in the way parliamentary business is conducted, allowing members as well as the media advance access to sensitive information contained in the budget so that they can be prepared to respond to questions once it's been made public. However, Parliamentary Convention also states that members should refrain from divulging that protected information prior to it being made public by the Minister of Finance later that day. There is no evidence that those members to whom the budget documents were inadvertently distributed on March 22nd divulged their contents in any way.
Is whether in this case the premature, even if short-lived, access of some members to budgetary information constituted a breach of members' privileges, thereby impeding them in the performance of their parliamentary functions. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, states at page 894, quote, "Speakers of the Canadian House have maintained that secrecy is a matter of parliamentary convention rather than one of privilege," unquote. Il est arrivé par le passé.
In the past, speakers have had cause to address this very relationship between parliamentary convention and privilege. On November 18th, 1981, at page 12,898 of the debates, Speaker Sauvé stated, and I quote, "A breach of budget secrecy cannot be dealt with as a matter of privilege. It might constitute a very important grievance for members. Such action might have a very negative impact on business or on the stock market. It might cause some people to receive revenues which they would not otherwise have been able to obtain. All of these are possible consequences of breaches of budget secrecy, but they have no impact on the privileges of the member. They might do harm, irrevocable in some cases, to persons or institutions, but this has nothing to do with privilege," unquote.
Ruled on June 18, 1987, at page 7,315 of the debates, that, quote, "Budgetary secrecy is a matter of parliamentary convention. Its purpose is to prevent anybody from gaining a private advantage by reason of obtaining advance budgetary information. The limits of parliamentary privilege are very narrow, and it is not a responsibility of the chair to rule as to whether or not a parliamentary convention is justified or whether or not the matter complained of is a breach of that convention. That is a matter of political debate and not one in which the chair would wish to become involved," unquote. Bien qu'il n'incan.
Although, as Speaker Fraser surmised, it's not for the chair to pass judgment on the appropriateness of a parliamentary convention, as Speaker, I continue to shoulder the responsibility of ensuring that members are in no way prevented from carrying out their parliamentary functions. In response to a question of privilege raised about the premature disclosure of information contained in the main estimates, Speaker Milliken reminded members in his ruling of March 22nd, 2011, which can be found at page 9,113 of the debates, that, quote, "In such instances where there is a transgression of a well-established practice, the chair must ascertain whether, as a result, the member was impeded in the performance of parliamentary duties," unquote.
Case before us, there may be a grievance, There has been no evidence suggesting that any member was unable to perform his or her parliamentary duties. Accordingly, I cannot find that there is a prima facie case of privilege. Before I conclude, please let me take a moment to state how thankful I am, and I'm sure we all are, for the continued professionalism of the House of Commons pages. They do extraordinary work in serving all members of this House, and for this they deserve our support and gratitude, and obviously have it. Je remercie les honorables députés.
I'd like to thank honourable members for their attention.
Et je le demande encore. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 22, 2017 by the member for Milton regarding delayed access to the parliamentary precinct. Je remercie l'honorable député d'avoir soulevé cette question.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising this question, as well as the members for Beauce, Perth Wellington, and Hamilton Centre for their comments.
The member for Milton indicated that she was prevented from attending a vote in the House of Commons and thus impeded in the performance of her parliamentary duties when her access to the parliamentary precinct through her normal transport was temporarily blocked. The member for Beauce confirmed that he was subjected to the same delay. Il m'incombe, à titre de président.
As Speaker, it's my role to ensure that the privileges of the House and the individual privileges of members are protected, including that of freedom from obstruction, for it's that privilege of unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct which ensures that members are able to discharge their responsibilities as elected representatives. I take my role in this regard very seriously. That's why, upon hearing the question of privilege raised by the honourable member for Milton, I stated that I would obtain a report into what occurred.
Of the incident. The first, from the House of Commons Corporate Security Officer and Deputy Sergeant at Arms, provides an excellent minute-by-minute summary of events and is supplemented by witness statements. The second was received from the Acting Director of the Parliamentary Protective Service. Based on these reports, here is what appears to have happened on March 22nd. At approximately 3:47 p.m., the bollards at the or by the vehicle screening facility were lowered to allow for the arrival of a bus transporting journalists to Centre Block for the presentation of the budget. The media bus, under Parliamentary Protective Service escort, immediately proceeded to Centre Block. Seconds later, after the media bus had proceeded, a House of Commons shuttle bus arrived at the vehicle screening facility but was not allowed to proceed to Centre Block. In the ensuing minutes, 2 more shuttle buses arrived at the vehicle screening facility and were similarly delayed. I am informed that members were on at least some of these buses. During these delays, which lasted a total of 9 minutes, 2 members, the member for Milton and the member for Beauce, were waiting at the bus shelter near the vehicle screening facility. At approximately 3:54 p.m., the member for Beauce entered the vehicle screening facility and made inquiries of parliamentary protective staff about the delays, and then decided at approximately 3:55 p.m. to leave the bus shelter and walk up the hill. As members will know, it is around this time that a vote was commencing in the House. Dans l'ouvrage
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, on page 110, states, quote, incidents involving physical obstruction, such as traffic barriers, security cordons, and union picket lines, either impeding members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within the precinct, have been found to be prima facie cases of privilege, unquote.
The importance of the matter of members' access to the precinct, particularly when there are votes for members to attend, cannot be overstated. it bears repeating that even a temporary denial of access, whether there is a vote or not, cannot be tolerated. The Parliamentary Protective Service needs to better familiarize itself with the operations of the House so that its posture reflects and gives priority to the needs of the House, its committees, and its members at all times. And it needs to ensure Parliamentary Protective Service staff are always alert to changing circumstances in this regard. Ce n'est pas d'hier qu'on
This was stressed as long ago as 2004, when in its 21st report, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs stated, quote, "The denial of access to members of the House, even if temporary, is unacceptable and constitutes a contempt of the House. Members must not be impeded or interfered with while on their way to the chamber or when going about their parliamentary business. To permit this would interfere with the operation of the House of Commons and undermine the preeminent right of the House to the service of its members." Unquote.
De la citation. Comme mon prédécesseur l'a affirmé le 15 mars.
As my predecessor stated on March 15, 2012 at page 6333 of Debates, quote, "The implementation of security measures cannot override the right of members to unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct free from obstruction or interference." Unquote.
La citation. Obviously, these kinds of incidents, which have given rise to the issue now before us, have been all too frequent. It is for this reason that my predecessor stated on May 12, 2015, at page 13760 of Debates, that protective personnel, quote, "need to know the community they serve. They need to be responsive and sensitive to the community they serve. And they need to be familiar with the expectations of the community they serve. This includes having the primary function of this place top of mind as they go about performing their duties." Unquote. Clearly, there was a failure in that regard on this occasion. It is precisely to prevent the recurrence of events like that of March 22nd that some months ago I asked the Director of Parliamentary Protective Service, as one of his annual objectives, to provide mandatory training on an ongoing basis for all members of the service on the privileges, rights, and immunities and powers of the House of Commons, including unfettered access of members of the House of Commons to the parliamentary precinct. La Présidence.
The Chair has every confidence that the leadership of the Parliamentary Protective Service will be able to achieve this important understanding of the parliamentary community they serve by availing themselves of all opportunities available for relevant training, including those previously offered by the procedural staff of the House.
Given the evidence that members were impeded in the fulfillment of their parliamentary duties, and in view of the guidance provided by precedents, the Chair can only conclude that there are sufficient grounds for finding a prima facie question of privilege, and I now invite the member for Milton to move the appropriate motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, Mr. Speaker, seconded by the member for Battle River Crowfoot, the following: that the question of privilege regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the parliamentary precinct raised on Wednesday, March 22, 2017, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Raitt, seconded by Mr. Sorensen. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that the question of privilege regarding the free movement of members of Parliament within the parliamentary precinct raised on Wednesday, March 22, 2017, be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share my time with the Member of Parliament for Beauce on this topic. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your thoughtful ruling. I do appreciate the time that the Parliamentary Protective Service does put into making sure that our privileges and our rights and our duties are supported in this place. I also want to thank those who provide the transport around the precinct, of whom I know was not at fault for what ended up happening. As I said, I truly appreciate the work that they do every day to allow us to do the work that we do every day here in this House on behalf of Canadians. I thought, Mr. Speaker, I'd give you the House a little bit of an idea as to, from my perspective, what ended up happening and why I felt so strong in making sure that I rose on a point of personal privilege that day. As was noted in your reports, I did arrive on time to be able to come to the Hill, and as expected, I waited for the transport to arrive. The frustrating part about it was the transport was right there, and you could see it waiting to come through security in order to bring us to the Hill. I made small talk with the people at the bus shelter, including my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Beauce. We waited patiently as the media bus proceeded to the Hill. After a long period of wait, when we realized that time was passing and the bollard security wasn't opening, my colleague from Beauce did go over to inquire as to why the buses were not being released. And the reason given was because they were waiting for the empty motorcade of the Prime Minister to vacate the precinct before we were allowed to go to the House to vote. You know, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we could see the bus from where we were. We could see 4 or 5 officers who were in the area. If they had people on the bus that were members of Parliament, I was unaware, but now I understand they did. But indeed, they would have seen us waiting at the bus shelter. They would have known that we were members of Parliament, yet they didn't know whether or not there were other members who were scattered among the different stops along the way to be brought to the House. Every expectation I had was that the bus would approach, we would get on it, and we would be able to proceed to the House in order to vote. Mr. Speaker, one thing that I do know about the scheduling of the buses during a vote is that all efforts are taken to ensure that the system of timing is such so that for the last minute ones, sometimes 1 or 2 minutes with left to go, aren't left stranded at their offices in any of the buildings around the precinct. And as a result, they take careful thought in making sure that those last-minute buses in the 6, 5, 4 minutes left in the bells make it to the House in time so that we can discharge our parliamentary obligations and duties on behalf of Canadians. But that didn't happen in that case, and in fact, I'm very distressed to understand that it wasn't a single bus or even 2 buses. It was 3 buses that were held up for 9 minutes, preventing us from going. And the reason why we were prevented is because the supremacy of one was paramount over the supremacy of the members of Parliament going to vote. And the supremacy was in one person, and that was the Prime Minister. Now, Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau once famously said that 50 yards off the Hill, MPs are nobodies. Unfortunately, that type of arrogance seems to have bled into his son, the current Prime Minister, in terms of how he approaches issues. It's an incredibly arrogant statement, and it's one that, of course, we reflect on a lot when we discharge our duties, because as members of Parliament, we don't feel that way at all. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the singular importance of that day during the budget had to do with whether or not the empty motorcade of the Prime Minister came off the Hill as opposed to members of Parliament coming into the House of Commons to vote. And indeed, it trumped what was our, as you said, our parliamentary abilities to discharge our responsibilities to Canadians. Now, what we need to understand, Mr. Speaker, is one of 2 things. One, was this done by actual order? And if it was so, who made the order? And how was that order made? Because it is a serious matter, one that you've expressed. And the second is whether or not this is something of an interpretation of the people who service on the Hill, that one group or one individual is far more important than the other. And I do think, Mr. Speaker, that this is very indicative and very problematic. And currently we have a discussion happening in the Proc Committee with respect to one's desire the Prime Minister's desire, this government's desire, to ensure that the members of Parliament's duties, privileges, responsibilities are curtailed. You know, Mr. Speaker, lots is said and lots is written about the importance of tradition and rules and what we do here in this House and the precedents that are set. And I think it's incredibly important that we stop once in a while to be assured and to ensure that what we're doing here is respected. The fact is that a number of MPs were prohibited from voting on a day when the budget was being presented in the House of Commons. The fact is the Prime Minister has, through his ministers, put forth a document that seriously curtails the ability of MPs to fulfill their duties. I don't think that this is an isolated incident, and I do worry that the tone of this government being set is such that MPs are no longer important, either in this place or in what we have to say in opposition. So I do hope, Mr. Speaker, and I do support that this be referred to the appropriate committee so that committee can undertake a study to determine, through your two reports that I hope will be tabled, exactly what happened, who proceeded in making the decision to stop the MPs from getting on the Hill, and whether or not there was an implicit order or whether or not there was just tone being followed with respect to this matter. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that my colleague, the member of Beauce, will also speak to the issue and the importance of it was to his parliamentary privilege. I do greatly appreciate the time that's been put into ensuring that this was duly studied and appropriately thought through, and that the time and effort of those who did the investigation did it in a timely fashion so that we could get to the facts of the matter. But the facts are now known, and what we need to understand more importantly now is the intention and the tone under which this Parliament seems to be operating that leads to the conclusion that the Prime Minister is paramount and supreme over the rest of us sitting here taking our seats in this House of Commons. Obviously, I reject that notion. I think that every member of Parliament in this place is incredibly important in how they represent their communities and they represent their views, be it in government backbench or in opposition. And I do believe we should be reminded and we should take pause to not just bat away complaints of the opposition on matters that are extremely important, such as long-standing rules, long-standing conventions, agreement that we want to change things in this place. We do so in concurrence with one another, as opposed to having one side determine which path we're going to be following well into the future in terms of rules in this House. So I understand that this committee right now that I'm seeking this matter to be referred to is undergoing a bit of a filibuster, and I applaud my colleagues who are doing that because they're making the point there that I'm making here. It is unacceptable for a government to contemplate and think that they are supreme above each and every member of Parliament that sits here, and that if that arrogance is the one that is infiltrating the decision-making in this place by those who are serving us, then we need to throw some light on it and ensure that it doesn't continue, because it's completely unacceptable. Unfortunately, myself and my colleague from Beauce were both caught up in the moment where we were not allowed to be able to vote in this House. And some would say that that's just a small infraction. And I would submit it is not. It is absolutely grave. We had our intention. We wanted to come to the Hill. We wanted to exercise our franchise on behalf of our constituents. And we were unable to do so because of some individual person, we don't know yet, decided that that was not going to happen because the Prime Minister's motorcade, which was empty, and the convenience of it having in one place or another took precedent over the duties and the responsibilities of a duly elected member of Parliament. That is absolutely shameful. The committee deserves to study it. We deserve to have a report back. And I thank you very much for allowing me to have this intervention.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I must say I'm disappointed in the person that is actually a leadership candidate for the Conservative Party to try to take such an important issue of a matter of privilege and try to make it political in the sense that she has chosen to try to blame the Prime Minister's motorcade. Mr. Speaker, if the member was listening to your ruling, you were very clear in terms of why it has been ruled as prima facie, why it is that the motion was moved. It had nothing to do with the Prime Minister, not to mention other comments that the member has put on the record. My question to the would-be leader of the Conservative Party is, does she not recognize that a privilege is a very serious issue inside this chamber, that you don't have to be a member of the opposition in order to recognize it? Even we within government recognize it and treat it very seriously. I've sat on a PROC committee where we've had to deal with this very serious issue in the past, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House recognize it for what it is, and that is a very serious issue. And we don't believe that attempting to politicize it, as the member has done across the way, is in the best interest of moving forward. My question is, why did she choose to blame the Prime Minister's motorcade within the Speaker's ruling? There's no reference. It's about the media bus.
From Milton.
Mr. Speaker, well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I haven't had the privilege of reading the two documents to which you referred, so I don't know whether or not it's in there. But what I can tell the member opposite is this, is that my colleague from Beauce did approach and asked why we're being impeded. And the fact of the matter, not the interpretation, the fact of the matter is that the member was told by the security services that we were being impeded because of the Prime Minister's motorcade. Is the member calling the Member of Parliament for Beauce a liar? Because this is what he's trying to say on the floor of the House of Commons. And if he is, I invite you to go outside and say exactly that same thing, and we're going to see...
Order. I just want to remind the member to address the comments to the chair. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend and colleague from Milton and from Beauce for raising this issue. I suppose part of this requires some translation, if I can use that word, for Canadians watching as to why this could be so important. Why members of Parliament trying to access the Hill and cast their vote on behalf of their constituents in this scenario didn't have any massive ramifications on the government standing or falling or a budget passing or not, but that the principle of which we are approaching this question of rights of members of Parliament is the rights of our constituents to have their voices heard on matters of the day. Now, the question as to what caused this problem, and this is a difficult balance, as my friend alluded to, I think, in her comments, between access, for not just for members of Parliament, but for the public, and the security that we must maintain on this place. And she was right to credit the security service and the staff for doing the job that they do. My question is this, though, is we just watched the attempt by the Liberal member to say, oh, it was this and it wasn't that, when we have clear evidence that was given by the member from Beauce as to why this impeding happened. Isn't the proper form and dialogue for this at a committee where we can bring forward the security services, we can hear from the member from Beauce, from herself, and actually put the facts on the table to understand what the problem is? Because one could imagine a scenario in the future where a certain Prime Minister wouldn't want a certain group of members of Parliament to vote and simply said, well, make sure the motorcade hits at a certain time so that the gates are closed. Is this not the best place for this conversation to take place?
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the interpretation of what I was trying to say from the member. Madam Speaker, as was indicated in my original intervention on March 22nd, wherein I gave the reason why we were impeded from the Hill as the first point of evidence, that indeed it was at cause of the Prime Minister's motorcade, the empty one, not having precedence over our approach to the Hill. It is a very flimsy excuse, and as such, you would worry about going forward as to what kinds of excuses could be given in order to ensure certain members of Parliament of any stripe didn't come onto the Hill or fulfill their duties as a member. I would also submit this, Madam Speaker. The reason why I brought up the quote from Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau is because it goes to the point of us being viewed as nothing. But the reality is we are somebody when we sit in this House. We are somebody when we represent our constituents in our home ridings. And we should be treated as such and not have the precedence of some individual making an erroneous call that an empty motorcade of the Prime Minister is actually paramount and supreme over the voting obligations of the members of Parliament.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you very much. I am very happy to confirm today the words of my colleague from Milton. She is entirely right. I was with her, and I was forced to wait for an unreasonable amount of time because we were prevented from coming up onto the Hill and to exert our democratic right to vote on a bill and well represent our constituents. So it's important for me to be here, and the facts that were declared in your decision, Mr. Speaker, are absolutely true. We had to wait 9 minutes, and yes, I met with a security agent to ask him what was going on, because time was running out, and we wanted to be here on time in the House to be able to exert our right to vote. The first agent wasn't too sure and went to get some information, and we were told at the beginning that it was the Prime Minister's motorcade, which were empty, and we had to wait. Others said that it was the media bus, and so there was a bit of confusion at the security gate right up until we were waiting too long, and we decided to walk very quickly to come up here to the House and attempt to exert our right to vote. As you know, we were not able to vote, and I'm very happy with your decision. You confirmed the words spoken by my colleague from Milton as well as my own. And it's important for us, and it's important for all of the members here in this House, because parliamentary privilege is why we are here. We are here to represent our constituents and vote on their behalf. And if we look at what's been happening in the House these last few weeks, and well, I'm not proud because there are customs, parliamentary traditions which are not being respected. The Prime Minister is not present at all question periods. And that's another privilege of parliamentarians, to be able to question the Prime Minister, and that shows a certain arrogance. An arrogance that is different from the words of the Prime Minister in the election campaign. The Prime Minister said he wanted to bring a wind of change to the House of Commons, but it's a change for the worse that we are seeing today. And we just have to look at what's happening in parliamentary committees, where my colleagues' rights to speak are being limited, and that's not what happens in a British parliamentary tradition. And what I would hope is that we can study what is happening in Parliament, why parliamentary privilege is being brushed aside, why parliamentary tradition is being brushed aside. It's important that we have this discussion in committee. For myself and for members of the opposition, and I remember members of all opposition parties, it's important that we have this debate in committee, and I'm very happy that you are allowing us to do that. And on that, I would like to move an amendment to my colleague's motion, and I move, seconded by the member for Oxford, that the motion be amended by adding the following, and that the committee give priority to this issue over all other work, including its study of the standing orders and procedure of the House of Commons and committees. Thank you.
À l'ordre.
Order. Order. Order.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier moves. Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Mackenzie, the member for Oxford, moves that the motion be amended by adding the following, and that the committee give priority to this issue over all other work, including its study of procedure and standing rules of the House of Commons and committees. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I'm somewhat curious in terms of the Conservative Party's approach in wanting to deal with the serious issue of privilege. We have always believed, whether it was in opposition or in government, that members need to have unfettered access to the House of Commons. We recognize the value and the importance of the vote and participating in debate, and we will see that, and I'll get the opportunity to, in essence, go over exactly what it is that the Speaker said. What we know the Speaker did not say, Madam Speaker, was the fact that it had anything at all to do with a prime ministerial motorcade. Yet the opposition wants to focus the debate on the Prime Minister, and they seem to be more focused on that than the actual privilege. Because if they, and both members, or at least one of the members, I'm sure, listened attentively to the ruling that the Speaker made. And throughout the ruling, no reference to the Prime Minister. The reference was to the media bus. That's what the privilege is all about. My question is to the member, does the member across the way, did he listen to what the Speaker's ruling was on the privilege? And if he did, can he please provide any comment whatsoever with respect to the relevancy of the media bus?
The Honourable Member for Beauce. I explained earlier what happened and what happened to my colleague from Milton. It was very clear. And yes, I went myself to get information on why our privilege was being violated, and there was confusion concerning the reasons, and we were not able to get a specific reason. But what we were told at the time was that the Prime Minister's motorcade was empty and that we had to wait for it. We were also we were also told about the media bus, but for us, what's most important is that our privilege was violated. And it's that privilege, Madam Speaker, this isn't the first time that this has happened, and now it's been confirmed. There are privileges of other parliamentary members who well, there are parliamentary customs, rather, I should say, that are being violated and brushed aside right now. Just look at what's happening in committee. It's important that a member of Parliament be able to speak in committee. That's what I'm hoping to be able to do, and I'm very happy that you have put our privileges and rights forward and made the decisions that we can go to committee.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Balfour Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just a reference to my Liberal friend. I'm reading the Speaker's ruling right now, and there's a recounting of what happened. But at no point did the Speaker suggest, and I'll read the quote from right here, the media bus under parliamentary protective escort immediately proceeded through to Centre Block. Seconds later, after the bus had proceeded, House of Commons shuttles arrived at the vehicle screening but were not allowed to proceed. The Speaker doesn't say it was because of the media bus. So we have testimony from the member from Beauce, who, when he asked the security services, and I tend to believe him, maybe my Liberal colleague is questioning the veracity of what my friend from Beauce is saying, but I'm going to believe him until it's proven otherwise. And I have no reason to doubt that he asked the question and was given the answer from our security services, who I also believe. Now, again, the Liberal members can choose not to believe the security services, but the Speaker at no point in his ruling, and I've read it 3 times now, says this was the source of the problem, this media bus. All he said in the ruling was the media bus went through, and then consequently 3 buses were stopped. The member from Beauce then asked the security representative there why, and was told about the Prime Minister's empty motorcade. This is why we need to bring this issue to the Procedure and House Affairs, so we can find out what the truth is, rather than speculation from the Liberal Party, or rather than suggestion from the Liberals that one of a member of Parliament is lying. I'd like the member from Beauce, if he could perhaps recount that specific part of the story, which seems important to me and important for us to investigate.
The Honourable Member for Beauce, a brief answer, please.
I want to thank my colleague, and I think he's right. You did a very good translation of what I just said, so thank you very much. Yes, I said that in French, and that's the same thing in English. You know, I was there, I was waiting, and I asked, and I've been told that, you know, there's an empty car that we have to wait because of the motor car of the Prime Minister, and they were empty at that time. So for me, that's what happened, and I'm very pleased that also in your decision, Mr. Speaker, and that was the same fact. So I agree with you, and that's what we must have. That it's too bad that we must have that debate in a committee, because the facts are the facts, and we must go on with that. So I'm very upset about the situation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, as I indicated in my questions, we do take the issue of privilege to the House very seriously, as I believe all members of this House should do. And as much as possible, Madam Speaker, recognize just how important it is that it is unfettered access that we have to the floor of the House of Commons. You know, the Prime Minister has consistently said to his members of Parliament, not only to, and suggested to all members of Parliament, that it is always works that much better if we represent our constituents' interests here in Ottawa as opposed to Ottawa's interests in the constituencies. And this is something in which our current Prime Minister truly believes in, Madam Speaker. Now, in order to be able to represent that interest of our constituents here in Ottawa, we need to be able to have that unfettered access. And that is something in which I, as a parliamentarian for many years, take very seriously. And that's why it is that I was offended by the members' comments in regards to why it is they want to try to change the topic on it, Madam Speaker. We should be taking the issue more seriously, and I will provide more comments with respect to the previous presentations shortly. But I want to emphasize that as we do in many roles inside this chamber, or even in our committee rooms, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that our standing committees, quite frankly, has the potential to be the real backbone to future developments, for ideas, for members of Parliament to get engaged. The House is an opportunity for individuals equally to be engaged in all sorts of different policy areas. And it's absolutely critical that MPs are able to attend these our institution here, and in fact all committee rooms on the precinct hill and precinct site, which goes beyond just the hill, because we do have committees, Madam Speaker, as you know, that are off the hill also. It is of the utmost importance that we have access to it, especially when it comes time to be able to make votes. Madam Speaker, I have been involved previously where we've had privileges of a similar nature raised, and when that occurred, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that members, when we sat around that Procedures and House Affairs Committee, we didn't try to say, oh, this is the government of the day trying to block access for a member to be able to participate, Madam Speaker. And if you listen to some of the comments that are coming across the way, I think it needs to be made very clear from all members of this House that there is not one member of this House that would be in support of another member from being able to have unfettered access to this House. And to try to imply something differently, I would argue, Madam Speaker, is just wrong, because that is not the case. At least I know that's not the case within the Liberal caucus, and I would suggest to you that it applies to all caucuses, Madam Speaker, because we all collectively understand and appreciate the importance of what it is that members of Parliament need to do, that we are obligated to do, and that mandate comes from the constituents that put us here, Madam Speaker. So I do take this issue very, very seriously. Now, in listening to the statements before me and the questions I put to the two Conservative speakers, Madam Speaker, I am of the opinion that they have not understood the ruling that was made by the Speaker. And what I would like to do is to reinforce, because there was nowhere in the Speaker's ruling was there any inference at all in regards to the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's motorcade, Madam Speaker. In fact, it would seem to me that they're trying to tie other issues into this very important issue of privilege. So I would like to just reinforce exactly what it is that the Speaker said, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to quote members that maybe weren't quite listening attentively to what the Speaker was saying. Will now have the opportunity, because I am going to repeat word for word in terms of, in good part, what it is that the Speaker said. In fact, and I quote, "In fact, I have received 2 reports of the incident. The first from the House of Commons Corporate Security Officer and the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms provides an excellent minute-by-minute summary of events and is supplemented by witness statements. The second report was received from the Acting Director of the Parliamentary Protective Service." Now, I'll just pause there, Mr. Speaker. I would like to think that there's no members in the House that would actually question in terms of what it is that the Speaker has actually went out and done the consultation and heard from those specific groups, Madam Speaker, in helping him come with the decision that he actually shared with us just an hour ago. And I go back to his statement, and I quote, "Based on those reports, here is what appears to have happened on March 22. At approximately 3:47 p.m., the bollards at the vehicle screening facility were lowered to allow the arrival of a bus transporting journalists to the centre block for the presentation of the budget. The media bus under Parliamentary Protective Service escort immediately proceeded to centre block. Seconds later, after the media bus had proceeded, a House of Commons shuttle bus arrived at the vehicle screening facility but was not allowed to proceed to centre block. In the ensuing minutes, 2 more shuttle buses arrived at the vehicle screening facility and were similarly delayed. I am informed that the members were on at least some of these buses. During these delays, which lasted a total of 9 minutes, 2 members and the member from Milton and the member from Beauce were waiting at the bus shelter near the vehicle screening facility. At approximately 3:54 p.m., the member from Beauce entered the vehicle screening facility and made inquiries of a parliamentary protective staff about the delays, and then decided at approximately 3:55 p.m., that's 1 minute later, that's a bit off, get back to the quote, sorry, to leave the bus shelter and walk up the hill. As members will know, it is around this time that the vote was commencing in the House. Madam Speaker, the Speaker went on to explain the House of Commons through the House of Commons procedure and practice, going to the second edition on page 110, where he states, and I quote what the Speaker quoted, "Incidents involving physical obstruction, such as traffic barriers, security cordons, and union picket lines, either impeding members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within the precinct, have been found prima facie case of privilege." Madam Speaker, if I could just provide some commentary at this point. The members across the way who would have heard that would have also heard that there was no reference whatsoever to a police or the Prime Minister motorcade. What they know from the ruling of the Speaker was, in fact, it was all about a media bus and an escort. That's ultimately what was implied in the Speaker's ruling that justified it coming as a prima facie case, and the ultimate ruling that the Speaker made. Now, I listened to the first member's response to it, and that's what I love about Hansard. Members across the way can read for themselves in terms of the what it is that was actually said by the member. And ask yourself, did the member relay any sort of confidence in what it is that the Speaker actually just had put on the record minutes before she had stood up? I would argue no. Her focus seemed to be wanting to politicize the issue by talking about a former Prime Minister and then try to drag that in terms of the current Prime Minister. And look at the word of arrogance and how the member across the way used the word arrogance, Madam Speaker. And then talked about the idea of other things that are taking place inside the House that members should be aware of. Well, Madam Speaker, I have thoughts on those issues too. And I'd like to share some of my thoughts on the issues that the member raised, Madam Speaker. When we talk about a current Prime Minister, I believe that our current Prime Minister has been one of the most accountable, transparent Prime Ministers that we have seen in decades inside the House. And members across the way laugh and heckle, Madam Speaker. But I can tell you, in my tenure as an MLA, I watched very closely in terms of Prime Ministers and their attitudes and how they interacted with the public. Never before did I see Prime Ministers that would tour in open town hall styles at open mics where there are no taped or advanced questions given to the Prime Minister, and they actually answer questions, Madam Speaker. So
I want to remind the members that every member in the House deserves the respect when they're making the comments. So I would hope that that respect will be abided by each of the members. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I appreciate that intervention. The point is that we have had a Prime Minister over the last year and a half demonstrate to Canadians firsthand that there is a higher sense of accountability in Ottawa. And Madam Speaker, he has gone out, and it's not only within the Prime Minister's office. It wasn't, a couple weeks back, I had the Minister of Defense going out into Winnipeg North to meet with members of our Ukrainian community to talk about what's happening in Ukraine and Canada. The point is, Madam Speaker, as the member across the way.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I'm truly sorry to interrupt the member opposite. However, he has really gone off into the north here. We're talking about a simple motion and an amendment, and I don't find any of his comments talking about travels of the Minister of National Defence.
It's not a point of order.
It is relevance, Madam Speaker, which is a point of order.
So on the relevance piece, as the member knows, that there is some leeway, and the member is the member is actually getting to the point, I'm sure. But as the member knows, there is some leeway in the debates, and I would just ask the members again to afford that respect and not heckle and not react
Madam Speaker,
badly.
Just to be abundantly clear, I was not heckling the member. I was just asking him.
No, I'm just saying that there has been some heckling, and I would hope that people will ensure that they will hold themselves back from that. Refrain. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting that a member would stand up on a point of order on relevance, when in fact I didn't see the member stand up on a point of order on relevance when his own colleague was talking about the Prime Minister and the attitudes of the Prime Minister. So I think the Conservative Party needs to understand that if one member starts talking about an area and trying to make a case, that another member does have the opportunity to address the points that that his colleague had raised. And that's in fact what's happening. right? If you have individuals from the Conservative opposition being critical, making reference to a point of order, and then start talking about standing orders and so forth.
I want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that I already ruled on that, and that I would say that the debate is not on the point of order that was just made. The debate is actually on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, you know, when we take a look in terms of what it is that the member's presentation was all about, where did we hear any line in regards to the bus, the media bus, what it is that the Speaker made reference to? Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that ultimately the opposition is sending a mixed message here. On the one hand, they're trying to emphasize that they have a matter of privilege. And I am very sympathetic in terms of what it is that the members have actually referenced in moving the motion. But I question in terms of why it is that the members across the way took as much time as they did. A majority of their speech was not about the privilege itself, but it was about other things that were not related to the privilege. And that's why I think it's important and why it is that I started to address some of those aspects, Madam Speaker, because I think in good part it needs to be done. Because at the end of the day, you know, the second motion says, well, let's push this into the PROC committee, and that's the committee that it should go to, and that it should be given a priority. Well, you know, as I indicated, Madam Speaker, I've sat on PROC committee before. And the nice thing about a standing committee is standing committees have the opportunity to set their agendas. So there's nothing that prevents, for example, a PROC committee from meeting more than the 2 days a week for 2 hours a day. In fact, that's what's happening today in PROC. As we speak, PROC is actually meeting. So the members' amendment to the motion, I would argue, isn't really necessary. Because at the end of the day, when I was a member of PROC committee, we all understood the importance of a motion that passes from the House dealing with privilege and the responsibility that PROC has. So what I would like to think is that as the PROC committee, if in fact the motion does pass, will be afforded the opportunity to be able to actually set aside the time to be able to do one or more things if it chooses to do so. And that will ultimately be determined on whether or not this motion or the amendment or the motion itself ultimately passes, and if it does, Madam Speaker, what it is that the membership of the committee would want to see happen. But what I think is important for us to recognize here, just based on the two speeches that were before me, my concern is that even if it does pass the floor of the House, what is going to be the focus of the debate going into the Procedures and House Affairs Committee? Is it really and truly going to be about the privilege that the Speaker has ruled on? Or is it going to become an expansion of a wide variety of other issues that the Conservative Party, and in some ways working with the New Democratic Party, are going to want to talk about, Madam Speaker? And that is why I do believe that we need, as government, and I would encourage all members to take the issue very seriously. Because if you believe that at the core of the privilege as presented by the Speaker, that it is about unfettered access to the Parliament building, then that's what it should be about. I'm hoping by standing up and speaking to the motion, Madam Speaker, that members across the way will recognize that if in fact they genuinely believe, as they want me and others to believe, that it is about the privilege issue, well, then the types of comments that were made in the previous two speakers really is not necessarily warranted, Madam Speaker. And that's where the focus appeared to be. And that's why I think that, Madam Speaker, in going over it, that it is good to repeat the fact that we have a very serious issue that's before the Chamber. I will always and continue to argue that what's in the best interest of this institution is that we recognize the importance of unfettered access. And through that unfettered access, that we're not just talking about for votes, we're talking about for debates in committee rooms, in the chamber, committee rooms that are off or a part of the parliamentary precinct. And that's what the focus of the debate should be, Madam Speaker. And I started off by saying I was disappointed. And the reason why I'm disappointed is because the two previous speeches kind of set the tone, I believe, going in the wrong direction. I would like and invite members opposite to refocus. What is important here is not the political shots, Madam Speaker, but rather...
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member talked repeatedly, I believe he used the term, how serious this was, how we needed to take this matter seriously at the end of the day. And so he talked about that, and he said when he was in opposition under a Conservative majority government and sat on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, he said, we all understood that this sort of issue, an issue of a member's privilege, would take precedent at the PROC Committee, at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That's when Joe Preston was the chair of that committee. But now we've seen a different style. We've seen that it's actually the Prime Minister's office that is setting the agenda for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee with their motion, with his motion, to strip members of the opposition of their rights in this place. So it's no longer the committee that is setting the agenda. It is the Prime Minister's office. So if the member wants this matter to be taken seriously, it is this House that will need to take up its role and give instruction to that committee and instruct the committee that because this matter is so serious, it needs to be given precedence over all other matters that the Prime Minister's office wants that committee to discuss. Will he agree with me that the way that we can show as a House that we want this matter to be taken seriously is to instruct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to put this at the very top of the agenda at the very earliest opportunity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, my last appeal was to get members of the Conservative caucus in particular to focus on the issue of the privilege itself. That has nothing to do with the Prime Minister's office, Madam Speaker. Why do the Conservatives continue to want to bring up the Prime Minister's office? Because it has absolutely nothing to do with it, and the members know full well. The Prime Minister was here for the day. The motorcade might have been parked there all day, I don't know. Why does the Conservative Party continue to want to try to bring in the Prime Minister's office? I say shame on them, Madam Speaker. The issue is a privilege. It's an access of privilege, and they should be focused on that issue. To try to loop in the Prime Minister's office is disingenuous, and if they're serious about the issue and they want the debate on the issue, then stay focused on the privilege.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I fully realize that as a new member of Parliament in this place, I have a year and a half of experience, certainly not as much as the member opposite. But I remember very clearly the day I was handed my parliamentary ID, and I've read the back of it many times. And it states, Madam Speaker, and I'll quote, "Under the law of parliamentary privilege, the bearer has free and open access at all times without obstruction or interference to the precincts of the Houses of Parliament to which the bearer is a member." I have read this so many times, and I understand the gravity because each one of us in this House We are more than just individual members of Parliament. We are representatives of every single region of Canada. And through us, hundreds of thousands, indeed millions of Canadians have their voice in this place. Now, it's amazing that we can all be reading the same Speaker's report and have such different interpretations of it. No one on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, is questioning the Speaker's ruling. The Speaker laid down the facts of the timeframes that happened. He did not go into the reasons of the delay, but he did explain to this House that there was a delay. Now, this House had the opportunity to listen to the members for Beauce, the member for Milton, to give their reasons why they thought the delay happened. They explained that to this House. The member for Beauce quite clearly went up to Parliamentary Protective Services, asked the reason for delay. They told him it was because of the Prime Minister's motorcade. Madam Speaker, my question to the member opposite, is he standing in this House and accusing the member for Milton and the member for Beauce of standing in this House and on the record, is he accusing them of misleading this House and giving a false reasoning? I'd like to know his answer.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that I appreciate the first comments made by the member, because it is indeed a privilege to be able to be here, to be able to represent our constituencies. And it's one of the reasons why I argued for that unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. I don't think anyone would question that whatsoever. With respect to the specific question that the member asked, I think at times members might have, selective hearing? If you listen to what the member from Beauce said, remember, this is what the member across the way said in response to a question, Madam Speaker, and that was, there was no specific reason given by the gate. They did make reference to the Prime Minister motorcade, but they also made reference to the media bus, too. So why has that point been lost? Why does the opposition intend just want to try to, as if the motorcade, the Prime Minister's motorcade, is the reason? Why do they want to give that impression, Madam Speaker? If I'm suspicious of that. I would like to see the focus of the debate, no matter how long we have it today, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours, whatever that length is, Madam Speaker, I would like to see the focus of the debate on what it is that the member started his speech off with. Why it's so important that we have unfettered access to this facility.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Sonia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question for the member opposite, he's said that this is a very serious issue, that we have to have our parliamentary access. And, we could be talking about this for 5 hours in the House. Would it be better to talk for 5 hours in the House, or to have the Proc Committee that's sitting right now take some action to figure out, if these vehicles are in the way, what we're going to do to prevent that? Could the member comment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, for one, would like to see in terms of what other members might actually have to say on this issue in the House. I, for one, have trying to gauge in terms of where it is that I should be going. I believe in unfettered access to this facility, the parliamentary precinct, Madam Speaker, but I am very much concerned in terms of why it is that members opposite, the two Conservative speakers in particular, said what they said. It didn't seem to me to be just about unfettered access. It seemed to be a little bit more politically driven, and that does concern me, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that I'm thinking that Proc will be able to look at is also the fact that a lot of the construction and then the behavior of some of the vehicles approaching the House seem to have their own priorities and their own interests. And I've raised this before, Madam Speaker, and I'm curious if the Parliamentary Secretary is actually engaged with other ministers about that. When we try to enter and exit into the main entrance for parliamentarians here, we often have parliamentary ministers vehicles idling and blocking not only just the pedestrian traffic but also the other buses on a regular basis. In fact, that happens when we enter and exit the premise on a regular spot. I often find some of the ministers' vehicles parked along the pedestrian access that is granted because of the construction. And there's not only just members of Parliament there, there's persons of the public, tourism that's taking place, and so forth. So one of the things that would be interesting is to find out what's going on with regards to those things. And I'm going to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, since it has been raised before, has there been a discussion amongst Cabinet Ministers, since he is the PS to the Prime Minister, about the Cabinet Ministers' vehicles not only just idling there for long periods of time, but also their blocking access of pedestrians, members of Parliament, and also buses because they choose not to actually leave that zone of activity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate the question from the member. I think all of us need to be concerned in regards to the amount of construction that has been taking place. Virtually since I was elected, we've had West Block under reconstruction. And as a result, it has put in a great deal more pressure on the issue of access. But all in all, I think it's worked out quite well. It's just not ministerial vehicles. There are other vehicles that also come on to the Parliament here, whether it's construction vehicles, even taxis. There's all sorts of traffic that comes up onto the hill. It is a concern, Madam Speaker. And what's most important, as I said, is this unfettered access. And it's interesting. I think that if you go back prior to the construction, there might have been one complaint in 8-9 years. Just a couple of years ago, we probably had 2 or 3 complaints or privileges being raised. So the number of frequencies is actually increased, and that is something that we should all be concerned about.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'll be spending my time with my good friend, the Member of Parliament from Elmwood, Transcona. This is deja vu all over again. We've had this issue more than a few times in my brief time in the House of Commons, in which an event takes place, members of Parliament are unable to access the Hill. We redress it through the Speaker, and always, from my experience, we bring it to the Procedure and House Affairs. Because he said, she said that's going on right now between the member from Winnipeg is unhelpful in actually exploring what we need to understand to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And for folks that don't understand or perhaps appreciate why this is so important, the ability of members of Parliament to actually gain access to the House of Commons, to cast a vote on behalf of our constituents, is a right and a privilege that extends back to the creation of Parliament itself. Because in olden times, there were kings and queens who didn't like what the commoners had to say, didn't particularly want a certain thing to pass, and they would physically bar members of Parliament from coming in and speaking and voting. We extend that forward, and we appreciate and recognize the power of any majority government, the power of a Prime Minister, and at no time could we ever allow 1 inch to be given over to the idea that the Prime Minister or anybody connected to the Prime Minister could prevent, block, inhibit a member of Parliament from gaining access to a vote. Because one could easily remember the scenario in which we had a minority Parliament, and we had many confidence votes in which the government would fall or stand. And I could remember a former colleague who's now since passed casting a deciding vote as to whether the government would continue on in its function and duty or whether the country would return to an election. And that's within the last decade. That's not that long ago. So one understands that the importance of what we're talking about here today is paramount to the basic role and duties we have as members of Parliament. And so let's take care of one thing right away. It is the Liberals who seem to be standing in the way of taking this debate to its proper place. We're meant to be talking about the budget and some other important things in the House of Commons, which concern all Canadians. Yet this has come up from a Speaker's ruling that we had earlier today, which takes precedence over everything else that goes on in the House of Commons. Yet to properly understand and analyze what it is that happened and how to make sure it never happens again, the House of Commons, the floor of the House of Commons, is not necessarily the best place. We can't call witnesses forward here today. We're not able to request interviews with the security officials, with my colleagues who first raised this issue. We have the debate as it takes place under our given rules. So clearly, the best place is to take it to the committee. where the committee can explore and understand and bring the witnesses that it needs, and then finally support the Speaker's ruling as to what actually happened and how to make sure it never happens again. The Liberals have decided not to accept that amendment so far. So far, they've said, no, let's just keep talking about it in the House of Commons. And they've also, the Liberal representative so far, has tried to infer into the Speaker's ruling, tried to suggest that the Speaker has determined what actually happened, that it was this media bust that caused the problems. Well, I too have read the Speaker's ruling several times. I've read it with great detail, and at no place does the Speaker say that. All the Speaker does is recount the events of the day. There was one bus, it had a bunch of media on it, it went through the gate. There were several buses behind it, containing members of Parliament and picking up other MPs. They were prevented. All we have is the testimony so far, and I'll call it testimony from my friend from Beauce, who said, well, I went to the security official that was there and said, what's the problem? What's the holdup? We need to get to the House to vote. This is serious. And was told, and I believe him, because I have no reason not to, that the Prime Minister's motorcade, which was empty, was in the way. And that the security protocols at that time said nobody's allowed to move. And I've been in that scenario in which the Prime Minister's motorcade, all MPs have seen this, is coming through the parliamentary precinct, and it's long and it's big black SUVs, and on it goes. Everything stops around it. As is right, because you need to have security around the Prime Minister. No one denies that. But in this instance, the motorcade was empty. MPs were trying to get to a vote on at the House of Commons and hear the debate on the budget. These are important things. And if that was the case, if MPs were denied on that excuse, then we have a problem. Because that excuse could arise at almost any time the Prime Minister's motorcade wanted to just park somewhere and block the gates of Parliament, or a gate of Parliament that is often used. There's one that we predominantly use if one is taking a bus up onto the Hill. So clearly, if that's what we have in front of us, that's serious, that matters. That could, in future, we're not suggesting it now, be an abuse of power to prevent MPs from coming in. That could happen if that's what took place. And that's what we have. The Speaker, in no point in his ruling earlier this morning, said the problem was the media bus, to correct my friend from Winnipeg, as loud as he'd like to say it, as often as he'd like to repeat it. That's not what's in the Speaker's ruling. He's entitled to his opinions, but not his own facts. These are the facts. We have the testimony from the member from Beauce, who asked the security official. We have the Speaker's ruling in front of us that said all that happened is these buses lined up and couldn't get in. Now, it seems to me that the Liberals, this old Shakespeare, methinks they doth protest too much. How dare you accuse the Prime Minister of trying to ramrod something through? How dare you accuse the Prime Minister of trying to bully Parliament or prevent MPs from speaking on behalf of their constituents? Wait, what is going on at the Procedure and House Affairs right now? Oh, right, there's a Liberal motion. There's a Liberal motion that's at the Procedure that speaks to what is exactly relevant today, which is the ability of members of Parliament to have the privilege that is given to us not by the government, not by the Prime Minister's office, but by our constituents. The privilege of access to the Hill, relevance for my friend from Winnipeg who likes to say that there's too much heckling in the House of Commons, yet sometimes, from time to time, just can't seem to resist it himself, that he needs to heckle and get into the debate, and then minutes later will rise to his feet or speak to the media and say, you know what's wrong with our democracy? Is there's just too much heckling. And then return back to the House of Commons to continue his practice of heckling members of Parliament while we are trying to speak. So the question today is there some sort of pattern developing within this government? I think it's a relevant question. We see them trying to take the rules of the House of Commons and force it down the throats of the opposition, to say that the government of the day should have unfettered power to shut down debate, that it should have new prorogation rules, that it should have the Prime Minister only come in on Wednesdays to answer questions, and that they don't need the support of opposition parties to change the rules of the House of Commons. We are now asking a question about access to the House of Commons and how that access was denied. These are good questions to ask that should be of great concern to all parliamentarians, because Liberals might enter into some delusional world in which they say, well, we're the government now, we'll be the government forever. So we can change the rules of Parliament to favour the government. That'll never come back to bite us. We can make it so that a Prime Minister's motorcade can block MPs from gaining access to voting on behalf of their constituents, because we're the government right now. Maybe it works for us. I remind my Liberal colleagues of such recent history that it wasn't them in government, and that our roles as we pass across this stage is to make sure that we leave the place better than we found it, to make sure that we can do the jobs that people send us here to do. Nothing more complicated, Nothing more simple than that. And yet we see the tendency in this government to say, well, rules only apply to other people, but we're special because we're Liberals. That we can have special rules that help Liberals. Well, no one would ever, as the House Leader for the Liberals said, when we asked about the Prime Minister taking special advantages, well, he's the Prime Minister after all, she said on the floor of the House of Commons. Oh, goodness me. He's the Prime Minister after all. Well, when he stands in this place, he's just another member of Parliament, which is what we all are, because we have the Westminster style of governance. We don't vote in Prime Ministers, we vote in members of Parliament. Newsflash to the current government. As much Kool-Aid as they've drank, the actual reality of how our system works is we all have the right to access this place, the right to speak freely on behalf of the people we represent to the best of our abilities, and the right to challenge the government when it makes bad decisions, as we are doing at the Procedure and House Affairs right now. So why, in heaven's name, if there is some discussion, and it is real, and it is important, as the Speaker has ruled, that we have a prima facie case of privilege, that a members of Parliament, 2 in this case at least, had their rights of access denied, which is as serious as it gets in an open and free democracy when you start blocking people from voting, that this is a question worth exploring and understanding so that we don't do it again. And we've done it several times, Madam Speaker, as you know. That the best place for this to take place, the best place for us to investigate what actually happened, to hear from security, to hear from the members who were actually present, is in a House of Commons committee. And the committee that handles that is the Procedure and House Affairs. Now, why Liberals would want to block that particular investigation? One has to ask the question, why? Are they worried about an answer that might come out of it? I don't know. But let's just do the right thing. Let's make sure that the guaranteed rights to access this place are guaranteed for all members of Parliament, and that this place functions once in a while as it should. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess my question is fairly straightforward in the sense that the member, I believe, heard the opening remarks by the 2 Conservative speakers on the issue. And there was some concern in regards to why it is that there's giving so much focus or so much attention on something that's not included inside the Speaker's ruling. The motorcade that is often referred to from the opposition benches was here all day. The Prime Minister was not in the motorcade. Yet it seems that there's this desire to bring the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office in. Does he believe that that in itself is relevant to the degree in which the focus should be on that? I'm curious as to what he believes in.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, the point is, I don't know, and neither does he. Right? That's kind of the point, is that we've heard from the Speaker's ruling, there's no conclusions drawn, and he knows this. The Speaker simply recounts what happened, part of what happened. We also have the recounting of a colleague of ours who has told us in good faith what he was told by the security official that he asked. The reason for the delay was the Prime Minister's motorcade. I think it's been said several times. The Prime Minister was here in the House of Commons, not in the motorcade. No one's saying he was sitting in the back of the limo saying, aha, block that bus right there. But the fact is, we don't know. And the only way we're going to find out is if we get the full reports that the Speaker has had access to at the Procedure and House Affairs, which my colleague often sits, and that's the best place to explore this. So I assume the next time the Liberals make an intervention, they'll say, gosh, there are still some outstanding and important questions. We don't like the insinuation that's coming from the Conservatives, so the best way to clear this up, as the Prime Minister has often said, is sunlight. That's the best disinfectant, says the Prime Minister of Canada. Okay, well then, let's follow that advice, bring it to the Procedure and House Affairs, so we can find out what actually happened, because neither he nor I know. But we've had important, and I believe credible testimony from a colleague. And until the point when one of my Liberal colleagues is willing to stand up and say, liar, liar, to a member of Parliament, until they're willing to do that, then we have to take it as we do in this place. All members are speaking truthfully. So let them testify at the Procedure House Affairs. Let's hear from the security officials. Let's resolve this and make sure it never happens again.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly appreciate my fellow British Columbian for his intervention here today. It seems the government, particularly the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader, seems to really focus in on that somehow this is all being made up. In fact, the Speaker says, in fact, I have received 2 reports of the incident. Well, Madam Speaker, we actually know that may have been internal reports to the Speaker, specifically the House of Commons Corporate Security Officer and the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms. We also have reports in this place by 2 honourable members who have added their information in. And so, Madam Speaker, whether it be a construction vehicle, whether it be a government vehicle, public works vehicle, parliament vehicle, we hadn't until late October of 2014, we had different security services all with different mandates. So the fact is, when these issues come up, we need to be able to identify especially when you have members of Parliament missing votes because of interference. So, Madam Speaker, does my fellow British Columbian believe that we need to get this to PROC to examine whether it is the Prime Minister's motorcade, whether he was in it or not, doesn't matter. What matters is members missed the vote, and we need to have a closer look at the reports of the members of Parliament in question, but also the reports of the security staff and perhaps even the security personnel that made the call. Wouldn't that help clear all of this up?
A brief answer from the member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think it's been said enough throughout the debate that the job that the security forces have around the House of Commons is an incredibly difficult one. They have to be able to balance access for members of Parliament, for the public, along with obvious security needs to keep this place safe for all MPs and the staff and public who visit here. In terms of his very specific question, well, of course this has got to take place. And if the Conservatives and the Democrats, I'm not sure how the Bloc or the member from Sandwich feel about it, but if we all come to the logical conclusion, which is where these things always go, by the way, when a speaker says there's a problem like this, the place it goes to next is the Procedure and House Affairs. In my experience, maybe someone can correct me, but I've never seen it go anywhere else because that's where it belongs, which manages the affairs of the House of Commons. That's what that committee is for. So there's an affair of the House of Commons that we have to find out about. And that's the only place that we're going to get to the bottom of this. I don't know why Liberals are standing in the way of finding out what actually happened that day. We will find out.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and speak to an issue that concerns one of the most important rights of members of Commons, which is to have unfettered access to this place at any time, and particularly when there are votes happening. And so, you know, what are we talking about? We've had a question of privilege raised. Members say that they weren't able to make it to a vote because they were obstructed. And the Speaker has said that he does think there is a prima facie case. The appropriate thing to do, and what is typically done, is that it goes to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And typically, my understanding as well is that that committee take that matter up forthwith and make a determination. My colleague from Skeena-Balclay Valley is quite right to say that it is a committee that this matter should be properly studied, because the committee has the ability to call witnesses and to delve deeper into the details of the issue. There's some contention as to whether or not it was a media bus that was responsible for the shuttle buses being delayed, and therefore also members not being able to make it to the House on time for a vote, or whether it was the Prime Minister's motorcade. The Speaker's ruling doesn't say one way or the other which one it is. That's why it would be good to find out. And the way to find out is to be able to call the people that were involved, to be able to get an accurate representation of what happened, so that we know. If it is something to do with the Prime Minister's motorcade, well then maybe the procedures around what happens with respect to the Prime Minister's motorcade and other vehicles on the Hill when the motorcade is present could be modified to ensure that it doesn't fetter access of members to the House of Commons. That's fully possible. I've been on a bus before that was sitting behind the Prime Minister's motorcade by Centre Block, and I was only going back to my office at Confederation Building, but I was told by the driver that the rules are they're not allowed to pass the Prime Minister's motorcade. And maybe some bus drivers decide to do that anyway because they're trying to please members of the House, and we appreciate all their good work. But in that particular instance, I was told by that driver that he would not pass the Prime Minister's motorcade because he was under instructions not to do so. So, in my experience, there is an issue about how the Prime Minister's motorcade interacts with other vehicles on the Hill, and there is the potential, if protocols around that aren't handled correctly, to fetter access or to obstruct the access of members to the Hill. I'm sure all members, including government members, don't want that to be the case. So what we need to do is a detailed examination to make sure that the protocols around that are appropriate and don't get in the way of members getting to the House. So what's the motion before us? It's simply to refer this to Proc to get that more detailed answer. And we've heard members on the government side, well, not really members actually, but you always know when members of the government aren't really comfortable with their own position because it's only the member for Winnipeg North that gets up on his feet. Nobody else is willing to speak to those issues. So you kind of know when the government feels like maybe it's not on the right side of the issue, because the only one with the gall to get up and speak to it is the member for Winnipeg North. That's been in evidence today, Madam Speaker, and he said a few things, and I just want to zero in on some of the things he said because I find them troubling, Madam Speaker, in a couple different ways. One was that he said the amendment to this motion, which simply says that Proc will treat this issue with priority, isn't a very good amendment because Proc does that anyway. That's what he said in his speech, which I find passing strange because their contention at Proc on another issue right now is that they want certain changes, including a Prime Minister's question period. And they said, well, you know, these are good reforms, and so we need to get these reforms through so we can do these things. And the funny thing is, well, you don't need to change the standing orders to do that. In fact, we saw that yesterday when the Prime Minister undertook to answer, well, almost every question in question period. He didn't answer every question in question period yesterday, but he answered almost every question in question period yesterday. And there was no changes to the standing orders required in order to do that, Madam Speaker. And yet, they say they want to change the standing orders. Well, if changes to motions, if changes to rules are redundant simply because you can do it anyway, then they shouldn't be asking for a standing order change in order to do Prime Minister's questions, Madam Speaker. So I fear that the member, perhaps unintentionally, I'm being generous because we're in the House of Commons, is being inconsistent, and I would not deign to say disingenuous when he makes that particular argument, Madam Speaker. Then he also said that maybe, you know, he had reservations about sending it to Proc because of the quality of the debate so far in the House, and that he was concerned that the debate at Proc would be a waste of time. And I think it's completely wrong for members in this place to prejudge the deliberations and the decisions of committees. If he wants to be an advocate in this place, as he sometimes says he is, for the independence of committees, then I think he has some nerve, Madam Speaker, to get up and suggest that we might consider not referring a matter that it's totally appropriate to refer to a particular committee because he already has some prejudicial notions about what members at the committee might say or do during those deliberations or what the committee might decide. That line of argument, Madam Speaker, shows a serious disrespect for committees, Madam Speaker, and I think it's important to not let that go unanswered. And so I wanted to take some of the time in my remarks to address those comments made by the member of Winnipeg North, who, you know, often makes reference to his long parliamentary career over 25 years. But I think if he were to spend more time listening over those 25 years than talking, he wouldn't have made the arguments that he made earlier in this place, because I really do think that it's just wrong to make decisions about whether to refer something to committee based on speculation about what some members may or may not say at the committee. I mean, when you spell it out like that, Madam Speaker, I think it's obvious that it's ridiculous and disrespectful to make decisions based on that kind of speculation. So that's what we want to do, Madam Speaker. We want to do what is the usual thing to do, which is to take a serious matter of privilege, and I don't think you have to be a long-time parliamentarian to appreciate the problem with the idea of interfering with members' access to the chamber, particularly when there are votes. Now, I'm not saying that that's been abused in this case. It was likely not intentional. I think, and I think one of the reasons for sending it to the committee for detailed analysis is for the committee to be able to talk to those involved and clear the air with respect to that, so that there is no worry or concern that there was some kind of intentional blocking of access of members to this House. Pardon me. I should have got a glass of water, Madam Speaker. But so that's what we want to do. We want to be able to take this matter to committee, because if you do start allowing members to be blocked from the House of Commons, I think it's clear to say, or clear to see rather, how a government that may not have the best of intentions, and I'm not saying that's this government or governments of the past, but some hypothetical future government, if you let this pass, if you make it acceptable for potentially, and we don't know, but if it's the case that protocols around the Prime Minister's motorcade are allowed to interfere with members' access to the House, or whether it's protocols around a media bus, or whatever it is, Madam Speaker, that got in the way of these particular members reporting on time for the vote. Thank you very much. If you let that pass, Madam Speaker, then some unscrupulous future government may start to say, because let's face it, Madam Speaker, we've seen procedural shenanigans around here. If you allow shenanigans to interfere with members' right of access to the House of Commons, an unscrupulous government may start to look at that and see it as a legitimate tactic, a legitimate procedural tactic about where they put the media bus or where they put the Prime Minister's motorcade, because it's a close vote. Not all parliaments, I'll remind members on the other side of the House, they may not know or have forgotten, not all parliaments are majority parliaments. And not in all cases, even in majority governments, do you get the government winning the vote. In fact, I recall a vote held last spring on Bill C-10, where it was a tie vote, and the Speaker had to break the tie. And it's only because it was on the report stage of that bill that it proceeded, because that's how the Speaker is traditionally required to vote, to continue debate. Had it been on third reading, that bill would have been defeated. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, if we were debating this point of privilege with respect to that vote, and not the votes that we are discussing? Well, you can imagine that tensions would be a lot higher. It's no less an offense to block members from one vote, even though you know that a majority is likely going to pass that vote, than it is on a tie vote. But it's harder to have the conversation around a close vote because tensions are that much higher, Madam Speaker. So it's important that we have the discussion now and we not wait for it to be a monumental vote, because at that point the issues of substance and procedure will become so entangled that we can't make an appropriate decision. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Country Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I couldn't help but notice the member across the way made reference to private members, or the Prime Minister's hour. Something in which the Prime Minister talked a great deal about going into the election. It was a part of the whole modernization of Canada's Parliament, something in which we've been inviting members to be a part of that discussion. And I appreciate the members raising the issue at this point. But I'm wondering if he could further expand as to why he felt it was important to raise just exactly what is a part of that Liberal platform, the need to have a private member or not a question period for the Prime Minister. So whether you're asking the 25th question or the 5th question, that you have the opportunity to get an answer directly from the Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I just want to sincerely thank the member for Winnipeg North for proving my point, that he's the only one on the government side that's willing to get up and speak to this issue.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-Sur-Bois.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Bois. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague if he doesn't find that, once again, this is partisanship from the government to not wish to let this debate be studied at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, given that we don't have access to all the information here to study what actually happened when the members for Beauce and Milton were prevented from arriving in time for their vote on the budget. We want to have access to witnesses, and that's something that we can't do here. We want to be able to analyze this to ensure that this doesn't happen again, even to government members or members from any other party in the future. We want to find solutions to ensure that when the Prime Minister's motorcade has the right to pass through security, well, if, as was potentially the case on March 22nd, if the Prime Minister's motorcade is empty, is there a way to allow for MP buses to get through anyway? So there are a number of elements to study. We don't have all the answers here, so it's important that we be able to study this at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and that Liberals stop playing once again, stop obstructing this study. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Yes, thank you very much for the question. And I think that given the debate we're having in the House, it's obvious that there isn't a consensus on the facts. So we still have questions to ask and hopefully answers to get in terms of what happened. And there are some very good questions to be asked to find out how we can avoid this kind of situation once we know what actually happened. We need to ask the question, how can we prevent this from happening again? It's obvious that it's at committee that we are going to be able to do that work, because we need to hear from witnesses and undertake a study, and we don't have the time to do that here today in the House without preparation. So obviously this needs to go to the committee. That's traditionally what happens. And I would also say that it does appear that the government is playing partisan games, that they don't want to do the usual thing, which is to send this question to the committee. I don't know why they don't want to send this issue to committee. And I would say further that the amendment moved, or where rather the amendment that the member from Winnipeg North said was not necessary, which would give priority to this issue, well, I would argue that it is necessary, because there's a problem with good faith where procedure is concerned. So I think that it's entirely appropriate that we instruct the committee to proceed in that manner.
For Haldeman Norfolk.
Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Winnipeg on his presentation. I know he said that he didn't understand why the parliamentary secretary is not in favor of support, or does not appear to be in favor of supporting this motion. And yet, I wonder if he could speculate on the reasons why the parliamentary secretary, or indeed the Liberal government, saying that this is a very important issue, which we all agree, why they aren't prepared to put some action behind those words.
A brief answer from the member from Elmwood Transcona, please.
Well, it is a funny situation to have government members, well, really one government member, get up and say, on behalf of the government, I suppose, that this is a very important issue, and then say we don't want to have it studied. Presumably, if there's outstanding questions and it's an important issue, you would want to get answers to those questions. And although I'm not one to speculate wildly, one is tempted to infer that the government doesn't want the answers, or they'd be interested in the study.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Hull-Elmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to participate in this debate on a question of privilege. It's an important one. Now, it was my intention to start with the essence of the issue, but I feel that I must respond to the innuendo. The things that our member opposite is trying to simply let slip through. He said a couple of things, in fact. He said he's concerned about the debate, but the government members aren't participating in the debate, including members of the Liberal government, or specifically government members. And I'm here. I was waiting for my turn to rise, to speak, to have this opportunity to be recognized by the Speaker to participate in the debate. So I think that that's not a good way to behave in the chamber. To make false accusations, impute motives to honourable members. I hope that the member will perhaps have the courage to apologize, because it's not true. And I know the honourable member for Winnipeg Transcona, where both people elected in 2015, we've spoken on several occasions, he's an honourable man, and unfortunately, I think that the debate wasn't in keeping with his generosity. He also speculated, Madam Speaker, he speculated that, well, that there is doubt surrounding what actually occurred on March 22nd. Madam Speaker, when I look back at the Speaker's ruling made by your colleague, our colleague, when he read his ruling, he said, and I quote, "In fact, I received 2 reports on the incident. The first from the Sergeant-at-Arms, the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, and in charge of security, who has exposed the detailed minute-by-minute account of the situation, accompanied by witness statements. The second report, and I continue to quote, comes from the acting Protective Services person, authority." So, Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine this situation where he wants to make false accusations, because the Speaker was very clear. There were 2 reports, one minute-by-minute account of what occurred, and a very comprehensive report that he eloquently shared with all members here in the House. Now, Mr. Speaker, I must also point out, I forgot because I'm a new member of Parliament, even though I've been here for 18 months, I did neglect to mention that I want to share my time with the Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, and so I hope that that's all right with you, Mr. Speaker, that I am authorized to share my time with that member.
Mr. Speaker, questions of privileges are very important, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague again from the NDP, and I'm sorry I don't know his riding, who had quoted how important it is for members to have access to this place, and he said, "Under the law of parliamentary privilege, the bearer has free and open access at all times without obstruction or interference to the precincts of the House of Commons, of which the bearer is a member." And this is important because this goes back to the history of the House, you know, the mother of all parliaments in Westminster, back in the 16th century, Mr. Speaker, in terms of making sure that members of Commons always have the privilege, the right to be here and to take their place in this place, to represent their people and to enact laws and to participate in debates and so on and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, that is a fundamental, important role of member of parliament. We shouldn't be impeded in doing that. And what we saw in the situation, as the Speaker had said, as he had ruled earlier today, as he said, based on those reports, here's what had happened. He said, at approximately 3:47 p.m., the bollards at the vehicle screening facility were lowered to allow for the arrival of a bus transporting journalists to Centre Block for the presentation of the budget. The media bus, under Parliamentary Protective Service escort, immediately proceeded to Centre Block. Seconds later, after the media bus had proceeded, a House of Commons shuttle bus arrived at the vehicle screening facility but was not allowed to proceed to Centre Block. In the ensuing minutes, 2 more shuttle buses arrived at the vehicle screening facility and were similarly delayed. I am informed that members were were on at least some of these buses. And during these delays, which lasted a total of 9 minutes, two members, the member for Milton and the member for Beauce, were waiting at the bus shelter near the vehicle screening facility. At approximately 3:54 p.m., the member for Beauce entered the vehicle screening facility and made inquiries to parliamentary protective staff about the delays, and then decided at approximately 3:55 p.m. to leave the bus shelter and walk up the hill. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. The reason why there were the delays at the gate, the entrance to Parliament Hill, for the buses that transport members of Parliament, the reason they were delayed, Mr. Speaker, was because there was a media bus. We're not talking about the Prime Minister's motorcade. The Speaker was very clear. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we're hearing allegations, rumors, and I think we need to be very cautious, Mr. Speaker, when we speak here in this chamber. It's not just about a speech that will be heard by members here in the chamber or Canadians at home over CPAC. It's because, Mr. Speaker, our words are transcribed into the record and they will be preserved for the entirety of the Parliament. So it's our responsibility. We have a responsibility to take our seats here in this House and to be very moderate and nuanced in our remarks. And when we examine questions of privilege, we want to be very cautious and in the way we behave. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear through the remarks made earlier that the problem had nothing to do with the Prime Minister's security detail, but it was caused by the media bus, a bus carrying journalists up to the House. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, when it comes to questions of privilege, as it says in the standing orders of the House, we know that a question of privilege, when raised, must be dealt with immediately. And that's why we're all participating in this debate. And what I would ask all of my colleagues to do is to not leave any allegations hanging in the air, any false allegations, to not address rumors, but to speak to accurate facts. Facts that are written here and were spoken by the Speaker when he made his ruling this morning. I see that my time is up, Mr. Speaker. I will take my seat, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak here in the House today.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate my friend across the way, his intervention today. I find him always to be very upright, and he kept very much to the issue that was before the House of this motion, and I do appreciate that. Now, the member finished his speech with talking about the importance of facts. And I totally agree with the member on that. We have to have some commonality of facts. But again, the Speaker has only given a prima facie ruling. And again, I go back to page 2 of the Speaker's ruling, where the speaker says, "In fact, I have received 2 reports of the incident," and then outlines what the incident was, and further on says, "Based on those reports." Reports are important, but they are only initial reports. And oftentimes, for brevity in this place, certain items may not have been raised in such a way to show importance. Would this member agree that in order to be able to examine the issue further and to define all of the relevant facts, and to have where our peers, our members of Parliament that are on the committee to examine and to ask those questions of the authorities, to ask the questions of witnesses, Mr. Speaker, to be able to ascertain that, does he not think that's important? Because as was stated by a previous speaker, that interfering with a member of Parliament and their privileges with parliamentary access can be found in contempt of the House. And that's a very serious charge.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, far be it from me to say, let me first of all thank the honourable member from British Columbia for his intervention and for reading a part of what the Speaker had said in his ruling earlier today. And I'd like to just provide the full context of what the Speaker had said on the same page 2 of the debate, and I have the English version here. I know I said it in French earlier on, but I'll read it in English. He says, "In fact, I have received 2 reports of the incident. The first from the House of Commons Corporate Security Officer and Deputy Sergeant at Arms," and this is the important part, Mr. Speaker, for my honourable member, "which provides an excellent minute-by-minute summary of events and is supplemented by witness statements." Minute-by-minute summary of events and is supplemented by witness statements. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it could be any clearer. I think it would be. I would hate to think that we would want to accuse the Speaker of not providing an accurate and a clear summary to his colleagues, the members of Parliament. I don't think that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer felt compelled to respond to some of what I had to say, and I'd like to respond in turn. I think he's sometimes a little quick to throw the red card. With respect to my comments about the member for Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite confident that the record will bear me out, that if you look at the amount of time available to Liberal members in this House, and look at how much of it is taken up by the member for Winnipeg North on this debate and many other debates, that you'll find that my claim is accurate. And I don't usually apologize for making true claims, Mr. Speaker, so I won't in this case either. And as to, it was the honourable member that was concerned about, I think he said innuendo. And I see some of that going on. The idea that members who think this should be studied by Proc are somehow undermining the judgment of the Speaker or declaring a lack of confidence in the Speaker couldn't be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. I want to make that clear to you. That's certainly not what is going on. But we have the member from Beauce who has stated in this House that it was reported to him that the reason for the delay was the Prime Minister's motorcade. Is the honourable member suggesting that he's not willing to take those remarks at face value? Because I think we have a legitimate difference of trying to understand what happened. We've got honourable members that have said different things happened. The appropriate thing to do is study it. So is he calling the member from Beauce someone who's misleading the House?
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, in turn, I could ask my honourable colleague from Manitoba as to whether or not he's calling into question the impartiality of the Speaker, who had brought up this ruling where the Speaker says, "In fact, I received 2 reports of the incident," and the first, and to say that he said that Mr.
Order. There was too much noise in the chamber there. I realized that most of this was at the far end of the chamber, but even up at this end, I was unable to hear the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. I'd ask honourable members will have the opportunity to address these matters in the course of the debate, I'm sure. We'll go back to the honourable member for Hull-Elmer. We are out of time. I'll ask him to wrap up quickly and we'll get on to resuming debate. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly apologize for not recognizing that you had stood up. I wasn't aware that you had stood up at the time, and I continued talking. Mr. Speaker, to summarize very quickly, I am basing my answer to the honourable member from Winnipeg Transpona's question is based on the ruling which was provided by the Speaker, and I'm assuming that the Speaker had given us an accurate reading, and judging from what I heard from the honourable member when he was interrupting me while I had the floor, is that he would not call into question either the Speaker's ruling. So the Speaker's ruling, I think, speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour and a privilege as a new Member of Parliament to rise in the House to speak to a debate that is a very important one like this one. Now, today I was here on House duty and we received this very important ruling brought down by the Speaker on the matter of privilege that was raised on March 22nd. It's a day that we remember very clearly because it was Budget Day, and the question was raised by the member for Milton with respect to her access to Parliament Hill. I can confirm as a member that it is a privilege that we have, but it's also our right as members of Parliament to have access to this institution, to ensure to do the work that we need to as a member of Parliament to represent our constituents and to do the other important work we do as members of Parliament. I think it's very important today to ensure that we're doing a good summary of the incidents as they occurred over the course of the morning. I've heard several comments, many comments in fact, that perhaps the Prime Minister's motorcade was in the way, but that has nothing to do with the decision brought down by the Speaker. So I think it's very important today to go back over the situation because that's essential. We need to ensure that the facts are not being diluted. So the first thing that the Speaker said in the ruling when he was going to bring down his decision today, and I'd like to quote his decision. He said that when the Member of Parliament raised the issue, the member for Milton had indicated that she was prevented from coming to the House to vote, and as a result, this was a violation of her duties. And it's because her normal means of transportation had been stopped on Parliament Hill.
The member for Beauce confirmed that he was also delayed in the same fashion. Mr. Speaker, I think like all members here, we know full well what our access rights are. And of course, we take this situation very seriously. Once again, the Speaker, in handing down his ruling, confirmed that he took his responsibility to investigate the matter very seriously. He went on to say that as Speaker, he had to protect the privileges of the House and its individual members, which includes protection against obstruction, because that is the privilege that entitles us free access, unfettered access to Parliament Hill. I think we all agree with Mr. Speaker's ruling this morning. He also went on to say that in the course of his investigation, he received 2 reports. The first report was from the Assistant Sergeant at Arms and also from the head of the Protective Service. And he was able to get a minute-by-minute, blow-by-blow account of what happened, and it included witness statements. The second report came from the acting director of the Parliamentary Protection Service. And based on those facts, on that data, the Speaker was able to come to a conclusion and make his comments today. And the summary of those reports, once again, I'll quote from them. According to those 2 reports, here is what appears to have happened. At 5:47, approximately, the security bollards were lowered to allow a bus carrying journalists to the Hill for the budget presentation. The bollards were lowered to let that bus through. And that bus went to Center Block. A few moments later, a shuttle bus, a House of Commons shuttle bus, came to the control point, but was not allowed to continue on to Center Block. In the ensuing minutes, 2 other shuttle buses arrived at the inspection station and were similarly delayed. According to the information provided to me, this is the Speaker talking, he said there were some members on those shuttles, and 2 members, the member for Milton and the member for Beauce, were waiting at the bus stop on the other side of the inspection station. Around 3:54, the member for Beauce entered the inspection station and asked staff for an explanation of the delay. And at 3:55, he decided to leave the bus stop and walk up the hill. As members know, it was roughly at this time that the vote began in the House. Once again, Mr. Speaker, on March 22nd, we all remember that was Budget Day. There were a lot of things happening on the Hill, a lot of commotion, and so given that description of the facts, we now all have a clearer picture of what happened that day. And the Speaker went on in his ruling. He did some research and quoted from some other sources. He pointed out a number of things, and once again I'd like to quote from his ruling. He said, "The importance of unfettered access for MPs cannot be overstated. This is a principle that is worth repeating. Obstructing, even temporarily, is unacceptable. The Parliamentary Protective Service has to better understand how the House operates so that they can, through their actions, indicate that they accord the highest priority to members' access so that members of the Parliamentary Protective Service can make sure they comply with their obligations." So the idea is that members must have access. It's very important, and no one is minimizing the importance of members' access and that they should never be blocked. Their access should never be fettered. In its 21st report, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs stated as follows, and the Speaker quoted them, "It is unacceptable, even temporarily, for members to be hindered, for their access to the House to be hindered. That is contempt of Parliament. They must not be obstructed and from carrying out their parliamentary functions. Hindering access would be a breach of a member's right to carry out their parliamentary duties," unquote. And once again, on rereading the Speaker's ruling, and I've read it a few times because I had the opportunity, nowhere in the ruling does he say any of the types of things we've heard, nothing about limos blocking access, about the motorcade. So I think it's a bit strange to hear the opposition talking about that because it really has nothing to do with the Speaker's ruling. And once again, as a Member of Parliament, I think a question of privilege is extremely important. No one denies that. And that's basically all I had to say today. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honorary Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks and for re-emphasizing the importance of people having the parliamentary privilege to come and vote. But the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that 2 members of Parliament were prevented from voting. And as we know, votes in the House can sometimes be close, and we're going to be having votes as early as next week. And so there is some urgency to this issue. So would the member not agree that this should go immediately to PROC and it takes precedence over what is a longer conversation about the modernization of Parliament?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and comment. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to continue this debate in the House today. We have to have a discussion that underscores the importance of this privilege. I think this is a good opportunity for all members here today to exchange ideas and continue the conversation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening carefully to the exchanges here in the House. When I ran and was elected, and I'm proud to represent my constituents in Jonquière, it's an honor for me every day to come here to this place, to be able to speak about bills, to discuss things, and to vote. That's our chief duty here. Then that's an important principle of democracy which is at stake. But we see more and more of our rights being trampled, people running roughshod over our rights to speak, our rights to stand up, our right to oppose, our right to point out where the government's heading in the wrong direction, and above all, our right to vote on important matters like the budget. And we need to be here in the House physically in order to do that. So I'm wondering why the Liberals, if you look at how many of them are here, there's hardly anybody here. I'd like to remind the honourable member that we do not have the right to refer to the absence of members in the House. She may proceed. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I got carried away a little bit, but I'm very emotional about this because there's something going on here. They're trying to prevent this from going to committee, from sunlight being shed on this issue. We don't want things to get any worse, and I'd like to ask my colleague why the government is so determined to prevent this from going to committee, because we don't have all the information, we don't have all the documents in our possession, and we want to shed full light on this important matter. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To thank my colleague for her question, and very much like her, it's truly an honour and a privilege to rise every day in this House to do the good work that we do as parliamentarians on all sides of the House here, actually. And it's a privilege to represent our constituents when I come here to be their strong voice in Ottawa to make sure that their voices are heard. So I agree with her on that point. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's really important for us to have this debate here today because a few members actually indicated that they wanted to hear more from perhaps the Liberal Party regarding this debate. And I think it's a healthy debate to have to see if actually, in fact, that this should be brought to Proc. So having this exchange is a healthy exchange, and then from there we can make that decision to see if it should be going to the Proc committee.
Here, here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I've listened to the Liberal speeches today, and they tend to take the chair or the Speaker's ruling and take the one line of the ruling where the cameras show that the media bus went through, and it was basically just an itinerary of what was happening. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that we have that report and that close. But when the member from Bose approached the security, went to the place where the security people were gathered, they're there on their walkie-talkies, on their radios, they're talking to other people. When he is told that the reason that the buses are now not allowed to go, even though the media buses went through, was that the Prime Minister's entourage or the Prime Minister's vehicles were getting ready to leave, and then they waited and waited and waited and still no. That's why this needs to get to Proc. We don't disagree with the Speaker's comments, but we also understand that when there is a difference of opinion, when security tells us that we need to get into a little deeper study, and that's what Proc does. That's the role of the committee. And so, as the member from Sarnia has suggested, we have votes going on here all the time. It's vital that we make certain that this type of action doesn't happen again. And it's no. To me, the vehicles of the Prime Minister is not the Prime Minister's problem or the Liberals' problem. It's just those who would not allow the buses to get here so they could vote.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 30 seconds or less, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, thanks to the member opposite for his question. I find it a bit strange, however, when we hear them referring to the report or what we're referring to in the report, but it seems that the members opposite are always focusing on the Prime Minister's vehicles and not the media bus. So I'm just a bit confused as to why it's always that topic that comes up. So with respect to that, Mr. Speaker, again, I think it's truly important that as a group here today that we have a healthy debate in order to determine if PROC should in fact study this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It certainly is an honor and a privilege to stand and join the debate today. Not exactly what originally I think most of us anticipated. Actually, I believe we were going to be talking about C-25, which is a bill to modernize certain aspects of Canadian corporations and cooperatives and whatnot. But, Mr. Speaker, all the same, I'm very proud to stand on behalf of the citizens of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will say that I have had some experience making a case to the Speaker of this chamber, asking for those views to be considered, and receiving a response. Now, Mr. Speaker, certainly it was in the case of an order paper question which I don't believe was answered factually or truthfully. I did raise that with the Speaker directly. The Speaker came back and said that he had done a full examination of the issue. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I felt it was a fair process. I felt heard. And I was happy that we had the opportunity. I was ready to move a motion, much the same as we saw this morning with the member for Milton, followed by an amendment by the member for Beauce about their concerns over this incident that did happen on March 22nd. Now, before I really get into the comments on this particular issue, I just would like to address some of the concerns that were raised earlier, particularly the member for Hull-Aylmer, and he's perfectly capable of making these statements, just like the member for Elmwood-Transcona is perfectly capable of making theirs. And it's important in democracy that people can make their views known and to have their constituents hear those words, have us hear those words and be influenced by them. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say before I begin to make any comments to the motion or the amendment today, that my comments do not undercut anyone involved. As a member of Parliament, sometimes you have to ask questions that may make others feel uncomfortable. Sometimes as members of Parliament, we have to ask questions that may seem a little bit off the box or out of the box and may actually get a response from other people where they're not necessarily happy with it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have complete faith in our security systems and the people, the personnel that operate them. They are working within a system which is meant to protect us, to protect not just our security, but obviously to make sure that this Parliament can have those critical debates. But like any system, sometimes hiccups happen. Sometimes it's a lack of training. Sometimes it's just a flood of events. Now, speaking of a flood of events, I do remember the former Member of Parliament from Atlantic Canada, Mr. Peter Stouffer, fine individual, very genial, had raised in this place concerns about when we had a visiting dignitary where he felt that security was in proportion, over proportion according to the need, and he was stopped. And I remember, actually, I believe he was standing right behind where I sit today, Mr. Speaker. And he got a chance to raise the concerns. And regardless of whether or not the privilege was found to be in order and a prima facie case had been found by the Speaker, I believe by him standing up and raising it, that it did cause not just a discussion within this place, but a discussion by the officials that run the systems to make sure members of Parliament are not impeded in the active consideration of their duties and the discharge of the duties, Mr. Speaker. Now, that member made those concerns known, and while for many of us, at least I'll give my personal opinion of it, Mr. Speaker, I was thinking, you know what, when you have a visiting dignitary, a president from another country, you're going to expect there to be issues. And so people, should basically decide to make changes to their schedule to make sure that things go well. Now, that's what I do personally, Mr. Speaker. But, again, having now sat on the opposition side, having seen cases in this House where, not yourself as the chair, Mr. Speaker, but the bearer of the title of Speaker in all things, spoke to us here, and he actually found prima facie cases of where members of Parliament were manhandled. And since then, I brought forward my own point of privilege. And so my awareness of these things has increased. And while a Speaker may not agree with Mr. Stouffer when he sat here as a member, or a Speaker didn't agree with me, it made me feel that my voice was heard and that we had a chance to deliberate and to think on our duties. And that is an important part of this conversation. Again, I walk into this place with a great deal of respect. I also wear my ID wherever I go, Mr. Speaker. And the simple reason is I want to make the job for those that handle our security as efficient as possible. Now, despite all that, when we have members of Parliament that are unable to come to do the one thing that no one else can do, stand in our places and vote, yea, nay, or abstain. Well, I guess they don't really stand for abstaining. But if they can't be here, then their voices of the people back home does not count. And so when we have members of Parliament, regardless of party, I would hope that the members opposite, members of the government, I hope members of all this place would agree, we should stop and pause and take note of it. Now, some members may take note of a particular motorcade that was heard, was given the reason as plain explanation to the member for Beauce. Some may focus on a media bus. Some may focus that the prima facie case brought by the Speaker here is enough for this place. We've also heard from the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance that more can be said. So I'm here to join that and to make sure that we're getting as many views as possible, and that when, and I really do hope when this does go to the PROC committee, that they can give this, my peers, both sides of the House, parties are going to be able to make representations, to hold witnesses. And again, as a previous speaker had declared, and I'm quoting from page 4 of the ruling, the denial of access to members of the House, even if temporary, is unacceptable and constitutes a contempt of the House. Now, a contempt of the House, Mr. Speaker, is a very serious thing. And that's why we have committees to be able to bring people in, to have an honest accounting from the different agencies. And when someone says that, when I ask questions specifically saying that when on page 2 the Speaker specifically laid out, in fact, I have received 2 reports of the incidents. Based on those reports. So again, we are having a ruling that did an overhaul, look at it, got some initial reports in, and says there's a prima facie case. So that's not being disrespectful of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest it's asking to say, could there be more than just in a 4-page summary? Absolutely, I believe that there could be. And that's why PROC can be there. It's not up to the Speaker to get into the intricate details. It's up to his peers, members of Parliament at the Procedural House Committee, to be able to examine these things. It's the Speaker's job to say that there's a prima facie case. That's how our rules work. And I would say they work very, very well. Now, again, I do believe that the process that we have set up is a good one. I do think that this, as many members have remarked, there are so many things that happen on this precinct, and that the people working in it all want the same things. But I do think that when these issues come up, where the member from Milton has said that she was unable to vote, that we should take that very seriously. And again, how seriously, Mr. Speaker? Well, so seriously that in the center of the room here on the table, we have the mace. Now, the mace represents your authority, but it also represents, Mr. Speaker, the protection of your authority that is garnered through all of our members. And that when it's here, it means that the protection is here and that you are going to help us to coordinate our business. And that's because in some parts of our collective history, and I'm going back again to Great Britain, hundreds of years ago, some speakers were not respected. When a speaker would go to a monarch and say, here's what your people have said as far as taxation, some would be beheaded. Some would be imprisoned, simply because the monarch of the day did not want to hear what this, or I should say not this chamber, but the chamber, the House of Commons back then as it was. So again, I would just point out, Mr. Speaker, that we have to have both. We have to have both the safety for individual members, but we also have to have proper processes that we entrust you with to make sure that those things are respected. And again, we do have three forms of government. Commonly, again, the executive, obviously embodied in the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Obviously, we have the legislative function, which we are in the judiciary. But again, I read off of the back under my card here, under the law of parliamentary privilege, the bearer has free and open access at all times without obstruction or interference to the precincts of the House of Parliament, which the bearer is a member. So the reason why I raise this, Mr. Speaker, is the law. This is not just a simple privilege. This is actually law. We have the ability to say, in this place, we will manage our own affairs. And again, when a member is somehow stopped through a process not of their own making that is unreasonable, unreasonable meaning that the system or the people operating it stop them from fulfilling their functions, then it does bear a close examination. And again, that's what the committee process is set up for, and I do really hope that government members will support that process. Now, there was an amendment, and I'll read it en français, que la motion...
That the motion be amended by adding the following, and that the committee give priority to this issue above all other committee business, including its study of the standing orders and procedure of the House of Commons and its committees.
That, again, was put forward by the member for Beauce. Because as we all know right now, that particular committee is seized with the issue of our rights. It is seized by the issue of how this place conducts itself. And while some members on the opposite side, on the government side, do not want to hear those voices, they are not happy that the committee is seized with the issue of their own making, and that parliamentarians from various parties are standing up for those rights, not just the rights that we have inherited, Mr. Speaker, but the rights that this place needs to maintain in order for those who come after us may enjoy. And if those rights are not taken seriously in any place, whether it be in this House, the other chamber, or in our parliamentary committees, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. Now again, the Liberal government says that it's all about discussion. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's have some discussion about members not being able to vote. Things that are happening now, things that should not happen. And we understand that when those things happen that are out of anyone's control, forgiveness is often given. Explanations, though, should always, Mr. Speaker, be made. But in cases where a member cannot exercise on something as critical as a vote on budgets, which, by the way, is our primary responsibility to scrutinize the spending of government, to authorize the spending of government. Supply, very important. So when those concerns come up, we need to be able to deftly examine the issue, to go through and to hear the individuals responsible as well as their managers, to give a proper accounting of what happened, what went wrong, what can be improved, and how this can be avoided in the future. Anything less, Mr. Speaker, is not taking those rights seriously. And again, we've heard members from the Liberal side, Liberal government members, say, we take this seriously. Good. Let's take care of it now. Let's get this to Proc. Let's give them the ability to see the infringements of our rights and be able to right them. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, maybe during that time, some position of authority of the executive will have quiet conversations and say, you know what, I've been hearing from our caucus member, I've been hearing from the opposition. Maybe we should change our minds on how we approach things, just like with Motion 6. Maybe a little space on Proc to examine this issue would allow for some of those crucial conversations between those of authority, those who obviously have pushed to have their modernizing Parliament agenda pushed to that committee. And maybe, like Motion 6, they will withdraw it because they know that people on this side of the House are going to stand up, whether it be inadvertently our rights are denied or whether this is a plan orchestrated to make life easier for those in power. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we send this to Proc, perhaps those things might happen. And I do hope, because when I write about those things to my constituents, that there's a proposal to have us stop sitting Fridays, that there is a proposal to pre-program motions so the government doesn't even need to move time allocation. It just accepts it as being a default status quo. That is wrong. Just as wrong as it is when a member rises and says, I was denied my rights to discharge. And again, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that members of Parliament must be responsible. Obviously, there are things that happen in day-to-day life where inadvertently those rights may be pushed inadvertently. But they still have a right to come here, as Mr. Stouffer did, and to raise those concerns, and for those in positions of authority to hear the feedback from a member, to make sure these things are being dealt with, that people are trained and knowledgeable about the very special institution we have. I have no doubt that many of those members out there know more about the criminal code than I do, and I sat on the Justice Committee. I have no doubt. But at the same token, Mr. Speaker, they also should be versed in at least the basics of parliamentary procedure and our law, which, again, stands firm. We have the ability, Mr. Speaker, to make laws for how we conduct ourselves in this place. It was something that was hard fought for and maintained by your predecessors and through the Sergeant-at-Arms and his predecessors. And that's what I contend, Mr. Speaker. I contend that this ruling is fair. I believe that had this ruling had happened previously, then the immediate result would be this would go to Proc right away so that the government could actually start moving forward and bringing its bills instead of getting lost in these things. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's interesting that we see a filibuster at the Proc committee that this government doesn't want to interrupt with what the member for Milton and Beauce have both said is an obvious issue that needs to be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, I just want to again thank you and for your staff who definitely listen, who act quietly to ascertain the facts, to hear all of our voices, whether they be with the government or not, and to ensure that this place has always a space to make sure that we are able to do our jobs. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit that if we support both the amendment and the motion, this will show faith in our parliamentary system and allow us to move forward. And also, I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I plead with the government, have that conversation amongst yourselves. Ask yourself, is the way we are proceeding good, not just for the country? Is it good for this place? Will this create, as the Rotarians like to say, better friendships? Will this create a more fair use of our time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to answer questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate many of the words spoken by the member across the way. I want to share with them, just prior to the member from Milton moving the motion, this is something that she said, and keep in mind, this is after the Speaker made the ruling, and I quote what the member from Milton said. The reason we were prevented was that the supremacy of one was paramount over the supremacy of the members of Parliament going to vote. The supremacy was in one person, and that person was the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the ruling of the Speaker, as I know the member did, the member full well knows that that was a bad, that statement was made with poor judgment, and that's being generous. At the very least, some might even argue that an apology would be warranted if, in fact, the member was listening to what the Speaker's ruling was saying. It's a fairly specific quote. One could easily draw the conclusion that the member was more interested in focusing in on something outside of the privilege, just by reading that quote and the words that followed, Mr. Speaker, which was even more condemning of the Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments by the member opposite. However, I just would point out that any honourable member has a right to stand and share their views, to be heard, and for other members to make up their own minds based on what they've heard, not just from the member that made the point, but also from others. And that if apologies usually should be made, it should be after a process of actually finding out what exactly went on. Because it may end up being this member might want to apologize to the member for Milton. But we won't know until there's a thorough examination of the facts, something eminently possible, and we'll hopefully get the support of the government to occur.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Couch and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my fellow British Columbian for his thoughtful discourse on the importance of this place and its rules, its institutions, because this is the people's house. And, you know, Parliament serves three very important functions. We're here to represent the Canadian people, to pass good laws, but also to hold the executive to account. Now, I find it very interesting that the Liberals, you know, because we have to put this in the context of what's happening at Procedure and House Affairs. They say they have the mandate to unilaterally change the rules of this place. And yet, the Conservatives, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and the Green Party collectively represent 60% of the electorate. And they're trying to do this without our consent. I find it very interesting that the Liberals are suddenly so concerned about the time management at Procedure and House Affairs that this motion can't be put forward before the committee because it has more pressing business. The train wreck at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is completely of the Liberal government's doing, and they need to clearly understand the opposition is not budging on this. We stand united. We will go to the wall. We will bring bankers' boxes full of material, keep speaking until they see the light. So I'd like to hear the honourable member's comments about, you know, the fact that this whole mess, in the context of this mess, is really of the Liberal government's own making, and that they need to be really aware of the arrogance, because that is the Achilles heel of every Liberal government.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must admit, when the government first proposed Motion 6, obviously it was of their own making. Now, with the Modernizing Parliament, they've decided to go by other means, by using a member that's on the Proc Committee. And while they may deny that that's what's happened, we have actually heard in this place where the government House leader said that she directed the committee. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's wrong on a whole host of levels. But one thing, this member is completely right. It was a situation of the making of the Liberal government, and that, yes, opposition parties are standing with one voice, and we represent the country the same as those members do. And remember, at some point, you'll be on this side, and I hope it's soon, but you may find that what you've designed for the next generation of members of Parliament in the next Parliament may not align with what you thought now. So I would ask members, Liberal members, to have those conversations with their ministers and to encourage them to abandon this tact.
Before I go to the questions and comments, I just want to clarify. I'm sure the honourable member meant the governing side, not me as the Speaker, when he said you. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a wonderful speech. And I'm especially glad that he talked about the mace and the history and symbolism of the mace, because I think that might be the only new information that was brought to the table. I've sat here for hours watching people rehash what happened with zero move to take any action to prevent this from happening. We've all agreed it's serious that 2 members were prevented from voting, and we know we have votes imminently, even as early as next week. So it seems to me that with that kind of urgency, we should be taking action, and the obvious action is to put it to the committee that can say, well, here's what we're going to do about media buses in the future, or here's what we're going to do about limousines in the future, or here's what we're going to do about that. And so would the member agree that this should immediately go to PROC, and that this is a much more urgent issue than the longer-term conversation about the modernization of Parliament?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, again, thank you for the question, and I do appreciate the urgency of the issue. If the government is serious about protecting members' rights, where we see a prima facie case of where rights were violated, whether it was inadvertent or not, it should be dealt with straight away. And, as I said, by doing so, maybe the government will reconsider its current push at the Procedural House Committee to push for a wholesale change to the way that this business conducts, or this House conducts its own business. Mr. Speaker, I really hope the government is listening. I really hope that members of Parliament from all sides have those conversations with those ministers, and whoever has that decision-making, and of course I believe that centers the Prime Minister himself, decides to change how this process is working out.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to point out to the member that at the end of the day, we all have responsibility in this chamber, and I believe with that responsibility has to come a sense that we have to be able to forward plan. So we hear the bells and we know that we're supposed to come to this place in a reasonable time. We're not supposed to dilly-dally in our offices or continue with meetings or even sometimes committee meetings. And I think it's incumbent upon us to hear those bells and to be ensured that our parties are aware of where we are and what we're doing, and so that we can come to this place and exercise our privilege and our right and our responsibility of voting.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
So, Mr. Speaker, in this, first of all, he may have missed my initial comments. I'm not sure. I personally wear ID. I personally plan my day. But I also would mention that when people use the bus transportation system, I've seen members who have had knee operations, hip operations, who are awaiting them, that cannot oftentimes, especially when it's winter, and by the way, if you go back to the 22nd, there was still snow outside. You know, the one occupational hazard I think we have is ice in this precinct. So while the member is completely correct that members must use reasonableness when they apply this privilege, at the same token, if a member is told that we are waiting for the Prime Minister's cars to get out of the way, as one member said, the motorcade has to clear, and then decides, okay, I better walk myself, and then still cannot get here in time for votes, Is that reasonable? I would say no. We have to work these things out. There's construction here. There's all sorts of reasons of what it could be. But when members start losing vote or start missing votes because of an unreasonable delay, and again the Speaker found a prima facie case that those were violated, I would suggest that the members were acting reasonably, or the Speaker would not have us debate this. Instead, we'd be properly focused on government business.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak into this. And I would like to start by with a little quote. With great power comes great responsibility. And I bet, Mr. Speaker, you don't know who said this, but it was Uncle Ben to Spider-Man. Peter Parker. And that's important. And it's not to make light of the situation, but it's incredible that we just spent 2 hours debating bollards and buses and whether people were able to get here in time. I think the Speaker has made a very good ruling that is based on many of the precedents that have been set in this chamber. And those precedents, I think the security, when we speak to the civil servants who help run the facility here, who help run our institutions, who look after our security, are very aware and are more aware now of what they need to do to ensure that members are not impeded in coming to the House. But I'd also like to say, with great privileges, Mr. Speaker, there comes great responsibility. And when I spoke to an elder of mine, Winston Watney, who's from Red Pheasant First Nation, he talked about responsibility, the ability to respond to a situation. And I remember he was telling me that when he was a young child, he would have to walk a long distance to school and to have to plan how long it would take for him to get there. And I also remember this as a young child, having to walk 2.5 miles in order to arrive at my school on time. My mom had no money for buses. She had no money for gas for the car. And we had to do this with our own 2 legs, to take the time to plan out the 2.5 miles and say it's going to take me around 45 to 30 minutes to get there, so I need to leave at a certain time. Now, I know there's an idea here as well, Mr. Speaker, that we often talk about. In this case, I was able to plan into the future. I knew when I needed to be at school. And in this case, sometimes votes happen inadvertently, or they happen at inopportune moments. But if we remember about this vote, we have to remember that at the end of the day, this vote was caused by the members of the Conservative Party. It was caused by the members of the Conservative Party. They forced this vote.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With apologies to my friend, I've been listening to his speech since he began, and what we're debating here today is the Speaker's ruling on what took place when members of Parliament were denied access to the Hill. What the Speaker found was that access was denied by circumstances beyond the member's control. Any comments or speeches given suggesting otherwise is in fact a direct challenge of the ruling of which we are debating today, which is out of order for the member to do unless he seeks to challenge the Speaker's ruling itself. We can debate access to Parliament. We can debate the need to come together and find ways to make this place work. But in inferring that the problem and the source of this was in fact the members of Parliament themselves is to challenge directly the ruling by the Speaker of the House of Commons, is to suggest that somehow, and this is important, and I don't interrupt often, Speaker, as you know, is to suggest somehow that the calling of a vote by whoever was the source of the problem, or to suggest that members of Parliament didn't plan properly, that their buses would all be stopped going onto the Hill with no notification whatsoever was the fault of the members of Parliament, is in fact to attempt to justify members not gaining access to the House, as if there was some sort of set of excuses that MPs were meant to anticipate, which was impossible. The Speaker's ruling is quite clear, and you know it, Mr. Speaker. I know you've read it as well. that this is a prima facie case of privilege. That is what we are debating. If my friend from Winnipeg Centre would like to debate whether that is in fact true, then that is a challenge of the ruling itself. And I don't think that, I hope that's not his intention, but that is clearly the way he has embarked on this speech, suggesting that it is the fault of those who were denied access to the House of Commons and denied the right to vote on behalf of their constituents, which is clearly not the case.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his intervention. What we'll do is we'll take it under advisement, bring it back, and should we have any comments to make on it, we'll bring it back. In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll let the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre continue his speech, and we'll see where he comes to it as the end. So many times I've sat in this House and listened to speeches and thought, where are they going with this? And suddenly it all makes sense at the end because everyone has a different way of interpreting things and bringing it back together. But again, I want to thank the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and we'll continue. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to the member from Skeena for his comments. Though I must say, I've heard in this House, or in this debate, not only people talking about parliamentary privilege, but we've also been talking about rules and regulations, and you know, we have to, I believe, have a little bit of leeway for people to get to the argument that they'd like to make at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. And so I remember as a young kid having to plan for a certain time to think about how I was going to get somewhere. But I also remember when we had Barack Obama came to give a speech here. And I was told by my party I had to be here 3 hours in advance. And I listened, and I still encountered some difficulties in getting past certain barricades throughout the city. And I'd have a discussion with a police officer down by the Rideau Center, and he'd say, well, you can't go right now. We're waiting for perhaps the motorcade for the president. And I'd had a little discussion. We talked about parliamentary privilege, and I moved through the next barricade. And at some point, someone called someone, and security came down and made sure I was able to get to the place where I was supposed to be so I could vote. Or I could not vote, but participate in the proceedings to listen to the President of the United States. And it was a great, great thing. No, I'm not saying that the members from both Milton and the Beauce were not intentionally doing something, but I know that they had the full intention of coming to the House to vote. And sometimes things happen. But if we want, we can review again for a number of minutes in a certain long period of time what exactly happened. We can read this ruling again. Approximately at 3:47 or 15:47, the bollards at the vehicle screening facility were lowered to allow for the arrival of a bus transporting journalists to the center block for the presentation of the budget. The media bus under Parliamentary Protective Service escort immediately proceeded to center block. Seconds later, after the media bus had proceeded, a House of Commons shuttle arrived and the screening facility was not allowed to proceed to the center block. In the ensuing minutes, 2 more shuttle buses arrived at the vehicle screening facility and were similarly delayed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know when I heard the member from Beauce, he had to get out and start walking. Depends on how fast, and I understand, according to the member from Okanagan, who mentioned that we all have different abilities in this place, meaning some of us can't walk as well as others. Some are younger, some are a little bit older, some are younger and have a knee problem. Once in a while, I have a knee problem as well. It is. Well, that is why we do have buses. Yes, it is a good idea to have these buses, but Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I am also able to plan for that long-term thought about where I should be. And so when I hear the bells, I try and get out. It doesn't mean that there has not been a case, and the Speaker has ruled concluently on this. He has ruled that a case of prima facie did occur. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we all have this responsibility. And for me, one of the main issues is we're spending an awful lot of time debating something which is very, very important, but there's also other issues which are far more important to be debating in this House. Government legislation, which I'm sure both the opposition and the Canadian public would like to see us debate to ensure that the agenda that we set forth in the last election is actually put forward and implemented in a concrete way. And we're delaying getting to those bills because we're spending a lot of time debating whether a bollard was in the right place, whether people knew the proper procedures. And I'm certain, as I've already stated before, Mr. Speaker, is that the security staff are now fully aware, and I'm sure they have always been aware, of the procedures of what should be occurring. Now, I always find it interesting when you read the book that the House of Commons Procedures and Practice that they gave you when we first joined the House. In fact, as part of the little ceremony, they gave you the pin to indicate you're a member of Parliament, and also they give you the fine green book, and the clerk or the deputy clerk says, "Good luck. I hope you enjoy your reading." But you know, inside you can find on page 110 where it talks about physical obstruction, assault, and molestation, and also talks about other examples of obstruction, interference, and intimidation. And these are all very, very important, because what they lay out is a number of cases where previous examples have demonstrated of the types of obstruction that have occurred and what has been done in order to prevent those from occurring into the future. And so, for instance, in a case in 1999, a number of questions of privilege were raised resulting from picket lines set up by members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada at strategic locations of entry into Parliament Hill and at entrances to specific buildings used by parliamentarians. And in this case, one member stated that strikers had used physical violence and intimidation to stop him from gaining access to his office. On this matter, Speaker Parent ruled immediately there was a prima facie case of privilege, and the matter is referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure in the House Affairs. Other related questions of privilege focus on difficulty some members had in gaining access to their offices, thus preventing them from performing their functions and meeting their obligations in a timely fashion. After consideration, Speaker Parent found that the incident constituted a prima facie case of contempt of the House, and the matter was also referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure in House Affairs. In 2004, a question of privilege was raised regarding the free movement of members within the parliamentary precinct during a visit by the President of the United States, George W. Bush. A number of members complained that in attempting to prevent protesters from gaining access to Parliamentary Hill, police had also denied certain members access to the parliamentary precinct and thus prevented them from carrying out their parliamentary functions. Speaker Milliken found a prima facie case of privilege, and thus the matter was also referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. But these are also very, very serious, Mr. Speaker. Extremely serious in the sense that we have protesters, we have barricades, we have incidents of police actually preventing in a sustained and enduring manner members of actually accessing the House and carrying out their functions. In the case, which is very serious as well, Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, I am certain that the security personnel in our House of Commons, for our Parliament, were not going about sustaining a way of preventing parliamentarians from carrying out their duties. And if we look at the scale, if we could create a scale, and I know people love to have black and white, but does black and white ever truly exist, Mr. Speaker? Is there always over here and over here? Do we always have to have this great divide, whether it's on the left or on the right? Is there not a center way of where we have some gray, where there is a bit of a truth which has color from both sides of a story? And so when I look at this case, Mr. Speaker, I think while it is very serious, and all these cases are very serious, it is perhaps on a scale a little less serious than protesters actively preventing you and obstructing you from gaining access to the parliamentary precinct in order to carry out your functions. Because I have also been on buses where a vote has occurred or occurring, and I've been trying to get off the bus because we're stuck in traffic, and I say to the bus driver, "Let me off." And he says, "I can't let you off, it's not safe." And I say, "Let me off right now." And he says, "I can't let you off." And we have a bit of a discussion. I say, "I've got about 5 minutes to get to my vote. Can you please let me off?" And we look around and he says, "Okay, I'm going to let you off." I didn't, it was, but there is traffic. But at the end of the day, what we're able to find was a way to get to the House and
I'm sure the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre appreciates the coaching he's getting from the other side, but I'm sure he can conduct his meeting all on his own. Just, if you don't mind, maybe wait till the questions start, and I'm sure that he'll be more than happy to entertain the questions then. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the fine comments coming from the other side, from the member from Skeena. It's a wonderful thing. I love the heckling in the House. It's always a most enjoyable thing. It actually adds some theater sometimes to this place. Very much appreciated. I used to remember when I was a elementary school teacher in grade 1 and grade 2, we would try and often to quiet the classes. Not always easy. But and thank you very much for the hard work that you do in order to make this place a more enjoyable place to work, Mr. Speaker. So, but resuming, at the end of the day, he was concerned about my safety, and there are security concerns on this hill, and that is also a very paramount issue. And we have to find a balance, not only between the privileges of members and our responsibilities, but also ensuring that we have security. If we can't access the House for whatever reason, but because there might be a very good reason related to someone's personal security, for instance, if the bus driver had said to me, I'm going to let you off, but I see these cars whipping by and I had been hit by a bus, I don't think we would have been farther along advanced, and I think more rules would have been put in place. And sometimes it takes a bit of me listening to the bus driver who's trying to do his job in a good way, trying to make a difference, trying to do his work. And he's not actively out there saying, I'm going to stop this member from going to vote. And I don't think that's ever, hopefully that never occurs. Now, I also enjoyed in the ruling from the Speaker how he talked to the Director of Parliamentary Protective Services, and how he indicated one of his annual objectives is to provide mandatory training on an ongoing basis to all members of the service on the privileges and rights and immunities of the powers of the House of Commons, including unfettered access of members of the House of Commons to the parliamentary precinct. Now, the Speaker also indicated he has every confidence that the leadership of the Parliamentary Protective Service will be able to achieve this important understanding of the parliamentary community they serve by availing themselves of all opportunities available for relevant training, including those previously offered by procedural staff of the House. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is, for me, a wonderful thing that we're able to actually raise these issues at any given time. But also there is a moment when it's important for us to accept the ruling, to understand that the procedures of the House, that the bureaucracy will do its job, that they will be able to take that information, they will be able to craft policy, they will be able to craft procedures and better procedures that will help protect and ensure that members have unfettered access to this place, and to allow the Speaker the opportunity to do his job in a good way, to allow him to work with the parliamentary staff so that they can do their job in a good way, to work with the clerks so that they are able to inform the protective services of the rights and responsibilities of MPs and the House of Commons. But we have to give them time to do so. We have to give them time to carry out that function. We can't immediately have knee-jerk reactions where we all of a sudden slap our knee and say, we've got to do this lickety-split right now. Because if we all of a sudden always carry out ourselves by snapping our fingers and hope and trying to get things done too fast, sometimes it leads to situations where it creates a work environment which is not conducive to the long-term benefit of all people involved. Sometimes it's good to take time to consult and to talk and to think about things. So, Mr. Speaker, I very much enjoyed speaking on this issue. I could talk, actually, I was really interested in reading some of the examples here. And I would actually maybe highlight some other things for you, but I think there's one related to not the Internal Affairs. Where is this? I was looking for this, but there was actually a case I was reading where it's important that, for instance, obstruction or intimidation of members also can be sometimes related to, and I wanted to get this on the record, related to the idea that electronic surveillance, I believe it was the Speaker, Jean Sauvé, in 1979 or 1977, who made a ruling on this issue. And it's just something that's a little bit in the news lately, but that I think is perhaps far more important and to discuss. But nonetheless, buses and are also very, very important. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to, I guess, once again finish off with a little quote from the elder Winston Watney. He says, "Always do things in a good way, with an open heart, to offer yourself to those around who you must serve, to give yourself to your family, to your community, to your brothers and sisters, to all your relations, to not think selfishly of what you're hoping to gain from something, but what you can actually give back." And I think when we debate this in this place, in our house, the people's house, that we need to have that foremost in our mind, that it's not about political games that we should be playing, but it's how we work together and what we do in order to create a better life for more Canadians. And that, I think, is for me the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, is what we're actually doing for Canadians outside. Because at the end of the day, they are all that matters, and they are the reason that we are here. Not political games, and not simply spending hours and hours debating things, which, while very important, are perhaps less important than many other issues that Canadians want us dealing with now and here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was interesting. The member went out of his way to, as the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley said, essentially challenge the ruling of the Speaker and say, well, with the Speaker has declared that on the basis of the initial look at the facts that a member's privileges were violated, he said, well, hold on, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it's probably the fault of the member for Beauce and the member for Milton. Reminds me of another time when there was a prima facie case before this House where members of the government blamed a member of the NDP for getting in the way of the Prime Minister when he was manhandling members of the opposition. It always seems to be, this member says he doesn't want to make it partisan, but it's really the fault of the members when their privileges are violated. It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. He went on to say, he went on to talk about we have this responsibility, like it was, the member should have known there would be a 9-minute delay on the bus. How could the member not have known? If they'd done their planning, they would have known. Ridiculous, and not what the Speaker found. We have a responsibility, he said. We also have privileges, which is what we are debating here. The chair, the Speaker has said that the privileges were violated, and he has invited the House to take this matter up. The member seems to think the matter's closed. The Speaker has ruled. The Speaker has ruled that we have the right to have this matter considered, and we have asked that it be considered as a priority matter because it's so serious. They keep on saying how serious it is, but they don't actually want it to be at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee as a priority item. They want to punt it back behind the other violation of privileges that is currently taking place at the Procedure and House Affairs. So if they want this matter to be taken seriously, will they not join with us on this side of the House and instruct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to treat this violation of the privileges of a Member of Parliament to be the most pressing matter that they would consider immediately?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Now, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Games, anger, anger, anger. That's a lot of what I seem to be hearing. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we do debate this, but at some point we need to move on. We need to listen to the Speaker. And what I've said before is the Speaker has already made a ruling. And yes, he has suggested it can be moved on, but it's also up to this House to decide if it does move on. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to point out that we have an opportunity of actually debating things which are of more grave importance to Canadians than some other issues. And if we place a scale, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think there is a time when we would actually like to be spending time discussing issues that actually impact the lives of everyday Canadians rather than the bullards of the precinct and whether we can get in or out of the bullards and how we plan our time. Because I think Canadians expect us to be here to vote and they expect us to be able to plan ourselves and plan ourselves accordingly, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Trying to put aside the obvious irony of my friend from Winnipeg complaining that we should be talking about something else, just after he's given a 20-minute speech talking about this, that the impasse and why the, excuse me, the House of Commons is talking about this is because the Liberals refused to move it to the appropriate committee. Ironically enough, because that committee is studying a motion the Liberals are trying to ram down the throat of Parliament and is at an impasse. The amount of contradictions in my friend's speech is breathtaking, and my point is this to him, and here's my question, that he tries to belittle the notion that members of Parliament were denied their ability to vote, that it's somehow about bullards or something. He says both at the same time this is frivolous and we should move on, and at the other time, of course, this is a sacred right and obligation we have as members of Parliament. Blaming the victim doesn't work in this situation. He understands that members of Parliament, as has been ruled by the Speaker, were denied their right to get into the House of Commons and do their job. We have simply suggested what has happened in every other case that I'm aware of, Mr. Speaker, that we take the ruling from your chair that says something went wrong, we take it to the appropriate committee so we can hear the evidence from our security officials, from the MPs that were affected, and then find out how to fix it. The Liberals, again, stand in the way of moving forward, and Liberals stand up and say there's more important things we should be seized with. First of all, members of Parliament being able to vote and work on behalf of the people who sent us here is the most important this thing has to talk about. Secondly, it's the Liberals that are holding up the process. He needs to walk down the aisle there, tap on his House leader's shoulder and say, let's get this off to the committee. Then the House of Commons can return back to all those important issues that Canadians are facing today and tomorrow. Will he do that? Will he agree with us that this needs to move out of the House of Commons, get to the committee so we can resolve it? Or would he just like to talk some more and complain about all the time that we're wasting talking some more?
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I use the words anger, 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 and games, 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 and now I can add the word time, time, time. Wasted, 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 Mr. Speaker. I think the chair has made a good ruling. I think they've offered some suggestions for repair to make sure this does not occur into the future. And I think we have to give time to the bureaucracy to actually do their work. I think we have to give time to the precinct staff to actually make sure that they correct what happened in before and to make sure it doesn't occur into the future. And that it takes time to let the experts to actually accomplish that work. And I would not pretend to be an expert in security on this Hill, but I know there are people who work in this precinct who have the ability to do that day in and day out. And I hope no one here pretends to be an expert in security on the Hill, because there are very few people who actually have that expertise, because it is the functionaries, it is those bureaucrats, those people who carry out the day-to-day functions each and every day who we have to rely on to make sure that they have the rules and procedures that they believe are necessary, listening to us and what our concerns are, but then crafting it so it actually works on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague, and I'd like to pick up on his 3 words of games, games, games. When the Speaker made the ruling, and I appreciate the ruling that was made by the Speaker, but the individual, the member from Milton, was the one that moved the motion, and just prior to moving the motion, this is what she had indicated to the House. The reason we were prevented was, and this is in regards to going for the vote, and I quote, "The reason we were prevented was that the supremacy of one was paramount over the supremacy of members of Parliament going to vote. The supremacy was in one person, and that person was the Prime Minister." And then she went on to be very critical of the Prime Minister. My question to the member is, if you listen to the Speaker's ruling, nowhere did it make reference to the Prime Minister or any motorcade, Mr. Speaker. And it causes me to believe, just listening to the member across the way, that this is, in fact, a bit of a game when, indeed, privilege is very serious, and access, unfettered access to the Parliament building is also such an important issue. I recognize that, but it seems to me that there might be other members across the way that are prepared to make a bit of a game of this. And that's a concern that I have, and that's why I think maybe I'd be interested in hearing more from some of the Conservative members on that particular issue.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe I know the intentions of the Prime Minister. He wants me here voting all the time, as much as I possibly can. He also, I hope he does anyways, even though sometimes I don't always vote with the government. But nonetheless, he wants me here because he believes it's my responsibility to be here. He also believes it's the responsibility of members of the opposition. I don't believe at any moment he wants to impede people. And the great thing about the Speaker's ruling is he actually conducted an investigation. He went out and he actually looked for the information. He asked the right people to conduct an investigation themselves. And as a former Sergeant-at-Arms in the 5th Field Ambulance in Valcartier, Quebec, I had to conduct a number of security investigations myself on security breaches on 7 of the buildings I was responsible for. And it's no small task. You have to go around and find people who might have witnessed a small incident, whether a door was left unlocked or something. No matter how small or how large, they were all important. But we had to take time to do the investigation. And once we had all the facts, then we were able to lay out what actually occurred. And I think in this case, the Speaker has laid out a very clear and precise document that gives, for all of us, an opportunity to have a way to move forward. I don't believe it needs to be studied any further. Personally, myself, I think what we have is a document that really allows us to now create, a way so that this never occurs in the future. And so, Mr. Speaker, let's let the bureaucracy do what they do best. Let's let the House of Commons staff do what they do best. Let them get down to work and ensure that we are no longer late for our votes. Because I know I've never been late, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to participate in this, though it would be better if I did not have to, but I certainly am pleased to come to this House and offer my thoughts in this debate, coming from a number of perspectives of my own personal experience. I, of course, spent a number of years as Minister of Public Safety, and in that regard had responsibility for, among other things, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who at that time had responsibility for security in the precinct outside of this building. And I also, of course, spent some time as House Leader, having to deal as Government House Leader, where we had occasions, sadly, where we had to deal with questions of privilege when people's access was denied for one reason or another on this Hill. And as well, I had the honour of serving on the Board of Internal Economy, when we wrestled with the many questions of how to deal with security and at the same time deal with the question of members' privileges. And the recurring theme that has come loud and clear here is that notwithstanding these repeated problems in the past, members' privileges continue to be denied. Why is that important, and why is the member from Beauce's amendment so important in that context? There is no greater privilege that a member of this House has, and no greater duty and responsibility than their duty and obligation to be in this House to cast a vote on behalf of their constituents. Hence, there is no greater violation of a member's privileges than an action which denies them that most fundamental right. That's why it is taken so seriously. That's why it must be taken so seriously. That's why it is a matter of urgency. That's why the member for Beauce is so correct in the amendment he has placed that said not only must this be studied, but this study must be given priority and be treated as an urgent and important matter. And that is, I think, certainly the case here. And as I said, this is the second time we've had another occasion in this Parliament, different circumstances admittedly, tempers were high, people were heated over this motion 6. Funny how that happens. Every time someone gets denied a chance to vote, it's at the same time as Liberals are proposing draconian rule changes to suppress the rights of members in the opposition. And lo and behold, at the same time, members of the opposition get denied their privilege and right to vote. I don't know if that's coincidence or God sending a message or some kind of literary theme at work, but it is a recurring theme, and we're seeing that right now with the effort by the government to unilaterally force changes through the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and it's also a nice way of juxtaposing those two issues and focusing on why indeed the privileges of members to vote needs to take precedence at this particular time. It's a matter of urgency that could occur again tomorrow. None of the changes could occur again today for all we know. None of the changes that are being talked about at that committee are of those dramatic, urgent situation. But we could face the exact same problem today, tomorrow, the next day, and we have to work to resolve it as soon as possible. Now, the member for Winnipeg Centre set the groundwork for me a little bit on what I wanted to say next when he said that the Speaker went on at length in his decision on this. And I do want to approach this next set of my comments with a sensitivity and a bit of delicacy, because I am going into what is a very delicate area. But what you will find is that the Speaker said the following. He said that in the decision, in fact, I have received 2 reports of the incident. The first from the House of Commons Corporate Security Officer, Deputy Sergeant at Arms, and Deputy Sergeant at Arms, provides an excellent minute-by-minute summary of events and is supplemented by witness statements. The second report was received from the Acting Director of the Parliamentary Protective Service. Based on those reports, here's what appears to have happened. On March 22nd at approximately 3:47, the bollards at the vehicle screening facility were lowered to allow the arrival of a bus transporting journalists to Centre Block for the presentation of the budget. The media bus under the Parliamentary Protective Service escort immediately proceeded to the Centre Block, and he continues with his interpretation of events as reflected in these reports, and he goes on for some time and then weaves in references to the members' presence at the gate, the inquiries that were made. It's not clear where those came from out of the reports or whether they were based on the members' representation in this House when the point of privilege was argued. But in any event, those are there. And why am I troubled? Why am I uncomfortable? Those findings were in reports that were apparently made available to the Speaker. I have not seen those. I do not believe they have been tendered to this House. Yet they were the evidentiary basis on which the Speaker's finding was made. I want to make it clear that I do not take issue with the prima facie finding of the Speaker. I conclude, in fact, that it is fair and correct. But it's a long-established principle, and we see this in the courts, for example. We know full well that if a judge is hearing a case and they hear evidence before them, they are to decide that case based on the evidence. It is considered highly inappropriate, and you would have an instant appeal to the courts if a judge were to go out and play detective and gather evidence of their own and seek out the advice of experts on their own. And I say this because the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre is saying, well, we should just leave it to the experts and something that is our responsibility, trust them. And that's already happened here in part in a way that I find uncomfortable, if I can put it delicately. And that discomfort is this, that the basis of the decision, these reports, was available to the Speaker, but not to me as a member of the House. It is evidence on which his finding of a prima facie case was made, but I had no opportunity to look at that evidence myself and make my submissions on whether they support or don't support a prima facie case. And that is, of course, the proper role in place in this House, that evidence should have been before all of us before that finding was made. And it certainly, I would hope, would come out as part of what would be available to the committee when it does its study, a reason why the study must go ahead and why it is urgent as well. But it really is not the place of the Speaker to conduct such inquiries. And, you know, we have the good fortune of having had precedents on this. And, for example, Speaker Milliken was faced with this on one occasion, and this is from October 25, 2001, where he stated the following: the honourable member for Winnipeg-Transcona in his remarks tried to assist the chair by suggesting that it was for the chair to investigate the matter and come up with the name of the culprit and so on. I respect his opinion, of course, in all matters, but in this matter I think his view is perhaps wrong. There is a body that is well equipped to commit acts of inquisition, and that is the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which has a fearsome chairman quite able to extract information from witnesses who appear before the committee with the aid of capable members who form that committee of the House. And I think there the Speaker was saying it is not the role of the Speaker to conduct inquiries, to gather evidence and make decisions upon those him or herself. Now, I recognize the Speaker has an administrative responsibility here with the recomposition of the Parliamentary Protective Service and the unification of those on the House, on the Hill, and in the House. But that being said, that does not change that fundamental principle in law and in parliamentary law that if we are to be able to debate an issue and make a decision on it, if some facts or evidence, not law, not previous decisions, but facts or evidence are to form the foundation of a Speaker's decision, it should be before all members of this House. And we should all have an opportunity to evaluate that and pass comment on it and make our submissions on it. That did not happen here. So this I find a little bit troubling. And then it becomes one step more troubling. We have seen the member for Hull-Elmer make reference to these documents, suggesting that he has them. Liberal member for Hull-Elmer. We've had the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader wave the documents about, yelling, no, look, it's in here, it's in the reports. Not only did the Speaker have this evidence and not present it to the House, he apparently has presented it, or someone has, his administrative responsibility to members of the Liberal government. It hasn't been presented to us in the opposition on this side. So we're handicapped in this debate to begin with. And the worst part is for the confidence of people in this House, the confidence that this House is working properly and fairly and judiciously.
Run, Kevin.
We have to understand that these are before everybody, before the prima facie finding was made. As I said, I don't take issue. I believe the Speaker made the right finding in the end. My concern is that the process of getting there could lead one, and particularly the process of members of the Liberal government having access to the same information, could lead a critic, and I wouldn't possibly say this myself, but it does leave open for a critic to suggest there is perhaps an unseemly, inappropriate proximity between the role of the Speaker sitting in a quasi-judicial function, deciding a question like this, and the government, having and sharing information unavailable to the other members of the House. And by this, I don't wish to in any way call disrespect upon the role of the Speaker and the job he has done. I think this ruling is a sound one in the end, and it is not unusual for a sound ruling to occasionally have an error in process on the way. But I did want to share with the House my discomfort with that process. I think there is a concern there. But that we have these documents floating about that the opposition have not seen underlines the importance of why this has to go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to be studied. And it also underlines why it is a matter of urgency. Now, there's a lot that is at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee right now. The government has suggested all kinds of things that, in other ways, will tilt the table towards the Liberal government. And again, speaking as House Leader, I can tell you, in all my time as House Leader, and I am the longest-serving Conservative government House Leader in Canadian history, we never, ever proposed unilateral changes to the rules. And I know I'm well respected for the approach I took of respecting the rules of this House and making everybody happy with how we ran it. We never once sought to propose unilateral changes. And in fact, as my friend who was parliamentary secretary not parliamentary secretary, who was my assistant, Mr. Lukowski, what's his name? Member from Regina. The member from Regina, Regina Capel, no, not sure. The member from Regina was very successful, Lukowski. The member from Regina was very good at laying out the government's position at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. We will not make any changes here that we do not agree right now in advance will be made by agreement among all the parties. And that is a proper approach. And something like that can be done in the matter of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which I think, if such a commitment is made, if such an agreement is arrived at, the committee needs simply pass a resolution like that, and boom, we can proceed on with all the business. And I don't think anybody in that context would argue that it doesn't make sense for our procedural matter here, the question of privilege that is very, very important about the rights of member to vote, to take immediate precedence. What is so discomforting when you pull all these things together is there is a recurrent theme again and again and again. And it's a recurrent theme where Liberals may have said one thing when they were in opposition, but now have a very, very different approach in government. That has never been my approach. I've tried to be consistent throughout and tried to follow the rules of this House, and I think those are very, very important to be followed. But to change those rules in midstream for partisan advantage, that's poisoning the well of this place. And I think everybody who's been here sees how it's poisoning the well of this place. And I feel badly for many of the Liberals there, including, the candidate who I ran against, a fine lady, who spent much time in meetings telling their constituents they wanted to do things differently with a new respect for Parliament and be more consensus-oriented and communicate and consult more and work together. But apparently that was not true. And I sense that's why in these debates we see such lack of diversity in the spokespeople on the other side, because so many of them feel that discomfort they had. They didn't campaign on the proposition of replacing or adding to time allocation with an ability for the government to unilaterally impose it without a vote of the House, not just at each stage of the bill, but all the way through the process, to dictate it for every stage in advance and thereby limit debate. Nobody ever talked about that. But that's what the government wants to do, the Liberal government now wants to do, and now they think it's more important to talk about that and make that happen than it is to talk about the fundamental privileges of members of this House to vote. That's what Member for Beauce is saying. If we keep having occasions where people get denied their opportunity to vote, the most important, critical, central part of every member of Parliament's role, what do I say? I feel for the member for Beauce and the member for Milton. What do they say to their constituents who say to them, why did you miss that vote? Some people care about voting records, and as leadership candidates they may have the odd hole, but to then have additional holes created because somebody stopped them from carrying out their duties here, that's like, how could that be? How can somebody stop you from voting? You're there to do that for me. And it's a difficult thing to explain. And they begin to arrive at arguments like that presented by the member for Winnipeg Centre, that it must be their fault somehow that they got stopped. That's why this is so serious. And if I can step into as genuinely nonpartisan place as possible, we had the same problems when we were in government. I wrestled with them as a member of the Board of Internal Economy, as Government House Leader, as Public Safety Minister. And why? It's because people had a job to do, usually in the security service, that they took far too seriously and did not appreciate the importance of the privileges here. And the thought and the hope was that by creating a single unified service on this hill, we would finally overcome that, because the problems were always on the RCMP side, and the Parliament Hill side was pretty good. It was always the RCMP. Well, guess what? Notwithstanding all the changes, the problem hasn't been solved. That's pretty urgent. That's pretty important for us. And I know that when, towards the end of our government, these questions would come up, I'd be very quick to stand up and say, you know what? You're absolutely right, member of the opposition who is unhappy with the circumstances. Privileges should never be violated. A member's privilege should never be violated in this fashion, even if it's just to hear the speech of a visiting head of state that we're interested in. A member's privileges should not be denied, and certainly when it's the question of that most profound element of our job here to vote, it should not be denied, and that shouldn't be permitted. So I find it surprising. I found it surprising when this issue arose initially that the government did not offer to bring to this House the evidence that the Speaker went and got on his own. That's what we always did. We offered to go and get that information and provide it to the House. And I'm surprised that didn't happen. I'm surprised he didn't intervene to do that at all. But having let it come to this without providing those kind of answers, it is not an answer to say turn this over to the experts. Let's not pay attention. They will decide for us, the functionaries, the officials, what our privileges are and how they shall be respected. If we do not assert our own privileges in this place and our own rights in this place, I can assure you nobody else is going to. That's why I thank the Speaker for his prima facie finding. That's why I think he did make the right decision. That's why I think it is so important that we study it. And there's a reason why built into the rules of this House, and I don't know if this is one of the things the Liberal government has proposed in its set of changes or not, but that's why it's built into our rules right now, that when a finding like this is made, it proceeds immediately to the motion from the member and immediately to the debate, and that debate continues till the question is resolved. Because the drafters of those rules, who cared about how this place worked, who cared about balancing the rights of members, who cared about ensuring that the minority was protected in all cases, that realized this place wasn't here for the convenience or efficiency. And I keep hearing that word from the government House Leader defending what they're doing, the efficiency of this place, that this place has certain inefficiencies. Inefficiencies that are called protecting people's rights. Hear, hear. And protecting our rights means sometimes those inefficiencies. But they recognized it was so important that when a finding like this is made and a motion like this comes forward, it takes priority over all other business of the House. That is what the standing orders say now. Perhaps the Liberals want to change that. Perhaps they don't think it should have precedence. Perhaps they don't think it is the most important part of business. That is what their conduct shows. That's what it showed with Motion 6. That's what it shows with their work at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee now. That's what it shows with the submissions from the member from Winnipeg Centre from the Liberal Party, that we shouldn't deal with this, that it can be dealt with by officials. Never mind. Well, guess what? We stand on centuries of precedent in the Westminster system. These rules are there for a reason, to protect our democracy, to protect the rights of minority. That's what this motion is for. That's what the motion moved by the member from Milton does. That's what the amendment moved by the member for Beauce does. And that is why they should indeed be approved and why priority must be given to this most fundamental question of a member's right to vote in this House.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, and for years I sat in opposition and I listened to the member across the way who just commented about time allocation in particular, over 100 times, record highs. You know, I'm sure if the member was to be truly transparent and honest on the issue, would recognize that, you know, the modernization of Parliament in good part is being driven because of some of the things that we witnessed over the last 4 years. The hundreds of hours where there was the stand-up vote or the bells that are ringing to a pile of other things, all related to the time allocation idea, Mr. Speaker. What is clear in listening to the member is he is right. The Conservative Party never really wanted to modernize Parliament. That appears to be the case today. And that doesn't mean that the government of the day cannot have that as a high priority. We made a commitment to it, and we're inviting all members to get engaged in that discussion. My question to the member is, given his comments in regards to the report and that we should have access to the report, I want to make it very clear. I do not have a copy of the report that the member is referring, nor have I ever seen the report, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering if the member believes that before it goes to PROC, that at least the House leadership of the different parties should be engaged in seeing that report. Is that what he's suggesting by his implication?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, say I'm comforted by the Honourable Member's words now. They stand in stark contrast to what he was doing and saying in this House some hours ago. While when other members were speaking, he was waving a piece of paper in the air and pointing to it.
And you said report.
And saying, I have the report. We know what happened. We have the report.
Check hands.
I will take him at his word now, as we all should do as members of the House, that what he is saying now is true, and that gives me great comfort. It still doesn't change the basic uncomfort I have with the process of the Speaker conducting his own inquiry, but I'm comforted to say that what he says is true. I hope the same is true for the member from Hull Elmer, who similarly indicated he had a possession of a report. I hope that is not the case. But that being said, on the question of the rules, our approach was very simple. It might have been very convenient for me as Government House Leader to have different rules and to not have to stand up and move time allocation and take whatever political price or pay whatever political price was necessary. The Liberals want to short-circuit that, jam it down the throats of a committee right now, and never have to take responsibility for their actions under the rules. Rather, they would rather come to the game and decide, we would like to change the rules. Now, I understand if you come from Winnipeg, perhaps occasionally as your football team or hockey team has challenges, you might like to change the rules a little bit. But I've never once heard those fine players on the Jets or the Blue Bombers suggest that what they needed to do was change the rules so that they could finally win.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. And I'm very happy to hear him today be so reasonable towards the minority in this House, because that wasn't always the case. It's not what we always heard from him when he was on the other side. But I'd like to hear, Mr. Speaker, his comments on why the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is the ideal place to get to the bottom of this, as was the case recently in the file of Mr. Yvon Godin, one of our former colleagues, who had a similar case where he was prevented from being able to access the Hill before a vote. And the question was studied by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for a long time. We heard from witnesses, and the committee came to certain conclusions. So can I ask my colleague, why is that the ideal place to study this and not here in this House in a debate like we're having right now?
York Simcoe. I understand my time is short. That is the place where such matters are always studied. And I appreciate his comments on fairness in the rules. And of course, those of us who have been here some time recognize the purpose of the rules is not the efficiency of the government. The purpose of the rules is the protection of the rights of the minorities through which our democracy is protected. That is why we as a government, when I was there, never once proposed changing those rules without the consent of the other parties. And that's why the only changes that ever made by us were with the consent of the opposition parties.
There will be 5 minutes remaining for a period for questions and comments to the Honourable Member for York Simcoe when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député et l'honorable député de Hull.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow I'll have the great pleasure of organizing a day-long event on the Hill with 50 young people from the Hull-Aylmer Youth Council. They'll have an opportunity to spend a day rubbing elbows with the parliamentary community and to be at the heart of our democracy. They will participate in several workshops and attend conferences. In fact, I'd like to invite all members, all of my colleagues here in the House, to come and meet with them, to share your political experiences with them.
Events. First, that all of you will let yourselves be taken by the enthusiasm, energy, and ideas of the members of the Hull-Aylmer Youth Council. They will remind us why we chose to enter this noble vocation. Second, please share freely with these young, dynamic people the distinctiveness of the ridings that you represent. Laissez-moi vous confier une chose, Monsieur le Président.
Allow me to tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker. These young people who will be here tomorrow are very enthusiastic. Thank you.
Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, during the last federal election, all parties, including the Liberals, promised to bring forward a bill in memory of Sergei Magnitsky that would increase sanctions on foreign officials who are involved in government corruption and human rights abuses. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian lawyer who uncovered the biggest tax fraud orchestrated by corrupt officials. The Russian government arrested Sergei. He was tortured, denied justice, and beaten to death in a Russian prison. This morning, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs presented its unanimous report entitled A Coherent and Effective Approach to Canada's Sanction Regimes, Sergei Magnitsky and Beyond. Magnitsky legislation has been adopted by the United States, the European Parliament, and Estonia to impose stricter sanctions on all corrupt officials and violators of human rights. Adopting Magnitsky legislation here will further enable the Government of Canada to quickly sanction corrupt foreign officials from all corners of the world. This is not a partisan issue, but the Liberal government has refused to take action. I encourage the government to support my bill, C-267, Justice for Victims of Foreign Corrupt Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, and fulfill their campaign promise.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great honor for me today to rise and pay tribute to a truly meaningful and historic event that recently took place on Coast Salish territory at the University of British Columbia. I often visited my friend Jim Hart, Udansu, of Old Massett on Haida Gwaii, as he and his team of carvers for months worked on a 55-foot, 800-year-old red cedar totem pole. This, the reconciliation pole, has salmon at its base, representing the cycle of life. A mother bear holds her 2 cubs. Then comes the break. A residential school, a government-instituted system designed to assimilate and destroy all Indigenous cultures across Canada, in which people nailed copper nails in to represent the lives of each child that was lost. The children with numbers on their chests come next, but they are followed by the 4 spirit figures, representing the strong cultural roots of First Nations people. Next comes the family, holding the child, representing revitalization of the family in the story today. 2 canoes, First Nations and Canadian governments, representing different paths yet tracking together. Eagle rises at the top, representing the hope for the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we near the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of a wonderful group right here in Ottawa. This Sunday, the Ottawa Children's Choir will be performing as part of the official ceremony marking 100th anniversary of Vimy Ridge at the Canadian National Vimy Memorial in France. The choir is comprised of 24 singers aged 11 through 15. I am pleased to say that one of my constituents, Adriana Winchester, will be taking part in the ceremony this weekend. The Ottawa Children's Choir will be joining Canadian dignitaries, veterans, members of the Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP in participating in the ceremony. Mr. Speaker, I request to be joined by all members in this House in wishing Adriana and the members of the Ottawa Children's Choir all the best in France. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Monday, I went to the Gatineau Senior Centre for the launch of the 40th anniversary programming. Great news, Mr. Speaker. For 40 years, this centre has been meeting the needs for involvement, learning, support, and socialization for people age 50 and over, thanks to this solid network of partners, employees, and volunteers. The centre offers various services, recreational activities, and accommodation. The accommodations are offered in a safe environment. Activities are also offered to break isolation and solitude among seniors. I visited the centre many times, and I can assure you that the quality of service provided is excellent. The centre's decided to identify under a new name. In addition to offering services for seniors in Gatineau, it's a campus. It's decided to call itself Campus 3, and I want to congratulate Campus 3, which has been very active in the Gatineau community for 40 years.
Mr. Speaker, last month the Liberal government introduced its second budget. Budget 2017 actually does more to hurt Oshawa businesses and families than it does to help. We now have a new carbon tax, increased payroll taxes, and the highest electrical rates in all of North America, while the Americans are lowering taxes and lowering the cost of doing business. Budget 2017 nickels and dimes Oshawa businesses and families and makes life under the Liberals more expensive. In Oshawa, we know that in order to create jobs and grow the economy, we need to be competitive. Liberals failed to lower small business taxes, and they didn't offer any new incentives to create jobs. Budget 2017 takes aim at the Oshawa middle-class families and students. Nothing in the budget puts money back into our pockets. The Liberal budget eliminated the public transit credit, the caregiver credit, and the family caregiver tax credit. Canadians said goodbye to the measures that hardworking middle-class students and young Canadians relied on to make their lives more affordable. Working-class Canadians and those wanting to join it deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday I was very busy In the morning, I was in Dumontagne to participate in a citizenship ceremony where 30 new citizens joined the large Canadian family. Then it was with great pleasure that I attended in Lachute the awarding of the Quebec Lieutenant Governor's Awards for the Laurentide region. 6 people from my riding were awarded medals. 3 young people received the Youth Medal to support their excellence in education, as well as their volunteer commitments. Congratulations to Jimmy Bell. I'm also proud to congratulate 3 recipients of a medal for volunteership. Congratulations to the 3 of you, and thank you for having done such a good job of representing the riding.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you've noticed the prevalence of the colour yellow in the halls of Parliament this month as MPs adorn themselves with daffodils like the one I'm wearing today. That's because this April is Daffodil Month, a chance for Canadians to show solidarity with the more than 800,000 of those among us who live with cancer. The daffodil is also a call to action. In the over 60 years since the Canadian Cancer Society sold its first daffodil, cancer survival rates have increased from 35% to over 60%. That's impressive, but there's more work to be done. I know every MP has organizations in their riding who are part of the effort to defeat cancer and to support those who are battling it. In Halifax, groups like the Lodge That Gives, the IWK Health Centre, and Prostate and Ovarian Cancer Canada are part of that fight every day. I encourage everyone to reach out to organizations in their hometowns to #join the fight. Because, Mr. Speaker, in a time when we all know someone living with cancer, we're all in this together.
Well done,
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it's Throwback Thursday on the internet, #TBT, and I can think of no better theme for this Liberal spending deficit budget. I know many Canadians' reaction to this tax and borrow and spending budget would be to throw it back in this government's face. But this budget is also a throwback to the dark and painful time in Canadian history, the 70s. Disco was popular, bell-bottoms were a fashion must, and the father of the current Prime Minister was unleashing a 25-year structural deficit on the nation. Flash forward to today. The son is practicing what the father preached. Like something out of the 70s, this government believes in a sort of super freaky Keynesian economics, which is another way of saying the Liberals have things backwards. They run deficits when times are good, which means even bigger deficits when times are bad. The weird belief that spending more than you have will magically create jobs that last longer than the money you borrowed is throwback thinking. #TBT.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy Tartan Day to all. Mr. Speaker, to say that I am proud of the companies and residents of South Shore St. Margaret's who continue to raise the bar when it comes to business, innovation, and community involvement would be an understatement. I would like to highlight a few of those businesses who last month were recognized by the Lunenburg Queen's Business Excellence Awards for their outstanding achievements. All Outdoors Landscaping, Bucks Home Building Centre, Tilia Builders, CO3 Working Space, Terra Beata Cranberry Farms, and Atlantica Oak Island. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, we learned that Ironworks Distillery in Lunenburg took home 5 medals at the International Distillers Competition in Germany. 2 golds for their gin and apple brandy, and silvers for their Père Eau de Vie, amber rum, and their ever-popular Blue Nose rum. I invite all of my colleagues to join me in congratulating these award winners and all rural businesses across the country for their outstanding contributions they make to our communities.
Honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for International Women's Day, I invited my constituents to nominate a woman who inspires them. I stand today to recognize an exceptional woman. Gabriella Mamoni demonstrated to all of us that when life gets difficult, how we react to it is what's important. In 2004, Gabby was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. A successful entrepreneur, Gabby became an ambassador for the MS Society. She also founded Kind Projects, which helps charities achieve their goals. Ms. Mamoni received a Mississauga Civic Award of Recognition, followed by a Canadian Small Business Woman of the Month Award. Gabby is married to Tony and is the mother of John Luca and Alicia. So, Mr. Speaker, If you ever feel a sense of helplessness in the face of adversity, all you need to do is look at Gabby. She's a mother, a wife, an entrepreneur, an activist, dealing with MS, yet she finds strength to lift us all and make Canada a better place.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this week I announced my intention to reintroduce Bill C-561 from the last Parliament, a bill dealing with forced organ harvesting. In other parts of the world, most notably in China, people who have committed no crime are murdered by the state so that their organs can be used for transplantation and for other purposes. Often these people are being targeted as part of the PRC's repression of religious and spiritual communities which they don't like. Now, here in Canada, we have a legal gap which must be addressed. There is no law to prevent a Canadian from going abroad to receive a harvested organ. Supporting organ harvesting is a crime against humanity in international law, so it should be a crime here in Canada as well. I'm reaching across party lines to get this done. This bill was originally written by Irwin Cotler, a former Liberal Justice Minister, and I look forward to working with the member for Etobicoke Centre, who also proposed a bill on this issue in a previous Parliament. As the government pursues closer ties with China, they must allay legitimate fears that human rights will be sacrificed along the way. Fixing gaps in Canadian law on organ harvesting would be a very good step.
The honourable member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
On April 9, 1917, a relentless artillery barrage pounded German trenches in front of the Canadian lines at Vimy Ridge. Unlike most of the ridge, the barrage failed to hit a critical German trench system facing the 87th Battalion CEF, the Canadian Grenadier Guards. Facing the steeper part of the hill, these brave men, mostly in their 20s, rose from their trenches, encountering the stiffest resistance of the German lines. Within 6 minutes, more than half of the initial wave was wiped out. While the Canadian Corps won the day, the Canadian Grenadier Guards, the unit I would proudly serve 73 years later, suffered one of the highest casualty rates among all units, with 155 killed in action and over 150 others wounded of the 800 or so who took part in the assault. Thanks to these men who fought foremost for their fellow brothers in arms, a country was born. Sons who loved and were loved, never to be fathers, from this simple soldier, lucky enough to have avoided the stench of war. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Rest in peace.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this week a working group of local mayors, regional district directors, the MLA, the MP, First Nations and community groups like the Alberni-Clayoquot Health Network put together the Alberni-Clayoquot Working Together to Reduce Poverty Protocol Agreement. The protocol agreement compels leaders to consider the innate connections between poverty and health outcomes when formulating policy and planning for the future of our communities. Sadly, Canada and BC have failed to show leadership on poverty reduction, and it shows. The ACRD has the fourth highest rate of poverty in all of British Columbia. 1 in 3 children are living in poverty. The percentage of people receiving income assistance in that area is 3 times the provincial average. This is why we need collaborative leadership on poverty eradication across all jurisdictions. There is a lot to be done, but together we can work to lift people out of poverty and build thriving, strong communities for all.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Canada's 7th annual Tartan Day. This is an opportunity for us to celebrate the nearly 5 million Canadians of Scottish heritage. And in Perth County, we are celebrating the unveiling of the Perth County Tartan. Under the leadership of Perth County Council, the Perth County Tartan was created to honour the 150th anniversary of Confederation. The tartan colours are green to represent our deep agricultural roots and fertile land, blue to represent the rivers and streams, red to commemorate the sacrifice of our early settlers and pioneers and the veterans who fought so hard for our freedoms, and gold to reflect the industrious nature of the people of Perth County. I would like to thank and congratulate all those involved in the creation of this wonderful tartan, including Councillors Helen Dowd, Doug Kellum and Bob Wilhelm, and Committee Member Pauline Hartfield. I'm proud to wear this tartan as a part of our county's proud and rich heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Whitby.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will be commemorating the 23rd anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, during which 1 million people lost their lives over a 3-month period, which began on April 7th, 1994.
Commemoration marks the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in human history and should serve as a constant reminder of the never again promise that the international community failed to uphold in Rwanda. It is also a day to reflect on our responsibility to prevent genocide and protect the vulnerable. I would like to salute the actions of those who, in the face of unspeakable atrocities, stayed to protect civilians. To the survivors of the Rwandan genocide, your resilience inspires admiration and respect. Rest assured that we will never forget, and we will continue to stand with you. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
On Monday, the government reported to the House in writing that no deal had yet been signed with Bombardier. Yesterday, the Innovation Minister's office said the deal was sealed on March 24th, 5 days before the company announced a 50% pay hike for its executives. What a coincidence. Now each of these executives will earn more in 4 days than the average Canadian earns all year long. I guess they won't have to work Fridays either. If this agreement actually exists, did it ban Bombardier from using Canadian tax dollars for these outrageous bonuses?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The aerospace industry is one of the most innovative ones in Canada. It generates 200,000 high-quality jobs in Canada and 1% of our GDP. The refundable loan provided a few months ago will help preserve high-quality jobs and create new ones. That industry is very important to our economy and to the growth of the middle class.
Billionaire Bombardier Beaudoin family has super voting shares that give them a majority of the votes with a minority of the stocks. That allows family members to elect themselves to be executives and pay themselves, in the case of Pierre Beaudoin, 10 times the industry average. If the company raised money by issuing shares, they would dilute their votes and lose company control. Isn't it true that the government bailout is really about protecting the feudal privileges of this billionaire family?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Our government was elected to grow the economy, to grow the middle class, and to help more Canadians join the middle class. In that context, Mr. Speaker, key investments in the airspace industry are important. They are going to support that industry, which contributes to more than 1% of total GDP in our country. In this particular case of a reimbursable contribution, it will also help maintain 4,000 jobs and create 1,300 additional new jobs.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, all of this raises a question of how they define the middle class, Mr. Speaker. $372 million for Bombardier billionaires. However, everyday Canadians will pay more for gas and groceries, kids' sports and Uber rides, beer and bus passes. Why is this government taxing more from those who take the bus so it can give more to those who take limousines?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the question from my honourable colleague. I'm just afraid, Mr. Speaker, that his memory is failing. The first thing that our government did, Mr. Speaker, was to reduce taxes for the middle class. 9 million Canadians are paying less taxes, Mr. Speaker, and I guess there are thousands in his ridings today which are paying less taxes because of this government, Mr. Speaker. We invested in families, we invested in the middle class, we invested in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. That's what responsible government are doing. That's exactly what we'll be continuing on doing, Mr. Speaker.
Allard.
Order. Have to listen to both the questions and the answers. Now, a member for Louis Saint Laurent.
The thing this government did was to create a huge deficit, and we thought to return to zero deficit in this country. This is totally unacceptable. Alors, Monsieur le Président, si le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, if the government really cares about taxpayers, they were elected saying they would run a small deficit and balance the books in 2019. Can the government tell us when Canada will return to balanced books? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to have a question from my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. The first thing we did was precisely to reduce taxes on the middle class. 9 million Canadians are paying less tax. That's thousands of people in his riding paying less tax thanks to this government. In 2016, we invested in families, in the economy, in infrastructure, and in 2017, Mr. Speaker, we've invested in training and innovation. That's precisely what responsible governments do. We invest in our people. That's what we've done, and that's what we'll keep on doing. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, you listened to the minister's answer, as did I, and it shows that the government can't tell Canadians when the books will be balanced. It's unacceptable. There's no plan to restore balance, and there's nothing for our farmers, those who feed Canadians. This government, in this document, with all of its pages, there's nothing about agriculture. Mr. Speaker, why is this government going after those who feed us?
Order. I know members, including the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, are very engaged in this discussion. But I'd ask them to restrain themselves. Order. I was about to say, but I would ask them to restrain themselves until they have the floor. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been in this House a long time, and to be able to be President and Minister of Agriculture with the type of budget that our Minister of Finance presented to this House is certainly a credit to our agricultural sector and certainly gives me great pride. Mr. Speaker, $950 million to enhance Canada's global competitiveness by focusing on industry. $200 million on clean technology. $1.26 billion to strategic innovation. Mr. Speaker, what this government has done is made sure that our...
The Honourable Member for the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
While the Prime Minister never misses a photo op to proclaim his feminism, his government's credibility does not add up on the world stage. This Prime Minister has given Donald Trump the misogynist cover on women's issues and still defends arms sales to a country that systematically discriminates against women. And a report just released says Canada's ranks 4th last on the gender wage gap. If the Prime Minister really wants to impress his friends at the UN, he should take real action for Canadian women. Will the Liberals implement childcare and pay equity legislation now?
The Minister for the Status of Women.
Speaker, my honourable colleague joined me in New York City for the Commission on the Status of Women, with over 200 members of Team Canada who proudly waved the Canadian flag. We have a feminist Prime Minister who has helped bring forward the most feminist budget this federal government has ever seen. There is $100 million devoted to addressing and preventing gender-based violence, Mr. Speaker. There is a commitment to introduce pay equity legislation by 2018. There is a commitment, Mr. Speaker, to invest in women and girls entering fields they're not traditionally included in. That, Mr. Speaker, is feminism.
The member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has repeatedly asserted that he's a proud feminist. But according to the Conference Board of Canada, his government has failed miserably when it comes to the wage gap. We, the women of Canada, have been waiting years for policies to help eliminate the wage gap between men and women. Though the Prime Minister waxed feminist in New York, why isn't he doing anything here to end this injustice.
Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague, and I recognize that for decades, members of the feminist movement have been calling for actions that this government is taking. We recognize that the majority of caregiving work is provided by women. That's why we've introduced $7 billion for an early learning and childhood framework to work with provinces and territories to implement. We recognize that elderly parents and other family members are also cared for by women usually. That's why we've introduced EI benefits that are flexible and provide women with choice. We've also, Mr. Speaker, done a number of other things. I'll get back to it the next time I get a question.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister proved our point that he doesn't need to change the rules to answer the opposition's questions, and that's his job. But he's still determined to go ahead with this power grab without any respect for our democracy. Why not cut the crap, sit down with the opposition, and have a real discussion and come up with unanimous recommendations to improve our parliamentary system? Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to transform question period so that all members, including the Prime Minister, have more opportunities to be accountable. We have made a commitment to Canadians during the last election campaign to modernize Parliament. As the member said, yesterday the Prime Minister answered all questions in question period, and that shows how determined we are to bring true change to this place so that the viewpoints of all members are heard.
Speaker, both opposition House leaders have made a fair and reasonable proposal that we follow the model that Jean Chrétien used for his parliamentary modernization. It included one member from each party, and it was chaired by the Deputy Speaker. Let me quote from the committee's mandate. The committee shall not adopt any report without the unanimous agreement of all the members of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, if it was good enough for John Chrétien's majority Liberals, why does this minister believe her majority government is so much more entitled?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Commitment to Canadians to bring real change to Ottawa and to have their voices heard in this place. That's exactly why we want to have a conversation with all members of Parliament, and we know that the important work that the committee does, we want them to continue doing that important work. The discussion paper was meant to build upon the work that they were already doing, to have important conversations, to have discussions so that we can modernize the way this place works and to bring it into the 21st century workplace. I encourage all members to share their points of view, and I look forward to hearing them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Right, Mr. Speaker. Well, one starts the conversation by telling the truth. And the truth is that in the last election, the Liberals had exactly two promises regarding standing order changes. Those were, number one, to prohibit omnibus bills, and number two, to prohibit parliamentary secretaries from sitting on committees. There was nothing there about 40 work weeks. There was nothing there about the Prime Minister turning up once a week. There was nothing there about limiting debate in committees. So this story that somehow the opposition will be practicing a veto on the government's election mandate is just nonsense. Why does the government continue to perpetrate this kind of nonsense in its so-called conversation?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is the case in regards to the discussion paper will remain the case in regards to the platform we ran on? It's important that members read the document in its entirety. There was many commitments that were made in the platform to Canadians to respond to the very real concerns that they had. And these concerns that we were responding to were in direct response to the approach that the previous government took in this place. What we know is it's important for all members of Parliament to have an important conversation on the standing orders to modernize this place. This government's already been taking action. What we're saying, if we can codify those in the standing orders, not only can we hold this government...
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister reappeared on stage and treated Canadians to quite the theatrical performance. Get a load of some of the lines he delivered. I want to work together with all members. People expect us to work together respectfully. It's totally reasonable to want to work together with other members. The PM is long on talk but short on action. We all know the Liberals are planning to change our rules unilaterally to their advantage. Just a reminder, it has to be unanimous. When are the Prime Minister's nice lines going to stop being pure theatre? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, we hope to hear what everyone thinks about this idea. All members' viewpoints will be taken into account when it comes time to change the standing orders. I know we can work together. I would encourage all members to take part in the conversation. I think it's a very important conversation to have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister is willing to stifle, silence, and outright contradict government and military officials, all to save face for the Prime Minister. Despite what the Defence Minister says, official documents prove there is no capability gap in our fighter fleet. It was the Liberals that cut danger pay to our troops, and our allies were not happy with the Liberals' decision to withdraw our CF-18s from the fight against ISIS. When will the Defence Minister admit that he's misleading Canadians and put an end to his dirty little habit?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the questions, but not for all the language that he used on there. We're committed to making sure that we deliver for our troops. When we looked at the massive cuts that were made by the previous government, that's one of the reasons we conducted a defence policy review. And that's why we're going to be making sure, Mr. Speaker, when we launch the defence policy review, we have the appropriate investments and looking after our Canadian Armed Forces and our men and women who serve us into the future. Thank you.
Honorable Député de Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is an alternative fact specialist. One, our allies don't like Canada's new mission in Iraq. They wanted us to keep up with the airstrikes. Secondly, Canada does not lack fighter jets. That's a Liberal invention in order to give a $7 billion handout to Boeing. Third, the Canadian forces urgently need equipment, but they've cut $12 billion to procurement. And they're slapping a gag order on everyone for life. What percentage of the minister's answers are not alternative facts? The Honourable National Defence Minister.
Yeah, member opposite from last year, I also stated that the fight in Iraq cannot happen from the air. It has to happen on the ground. That's why we tripled our trainers, doubled the intelligence, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to say that's actually having an impact on the ground right now. That's one of the reasons we're having that success on the ground. We're going to make sure that our troops have all the appropriate equipment. We're going to be launching a full competition to replace our entire fleet, Mr. Speaker, and when we launch our new defence policy, we'll be outlining to Canadians and to all parliamentarians our plan to look after the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Peter Cleary, the Health Minister's former senior advisor, has joined Santis Health, a registered lobbying firm that exclusively lobbies the federal government on behalf of healthcare clients. Not only was he her former advisor, but he was personally lobbied by Santis Health numerous times in 2017. Wow. He will now be the one lobbying the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, does the minister think it's acceptable for one of her senior staff to immediately accept a position with a company that is actively lobbying her and her department?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member would assume, the person that he referred to that is no longer working in my office obviously met with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to discuss arrangements, and everything about his new position was cleared with that commissioner. The staff member will not be lobbying our government.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only does Peter Cleary's new job raise red flags, but it turns out that all of Santis Health's principals work closely with the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff and Principal Secretary at Queen's Park. And you guessed it, Mr. Speaker, not only are they registered to lobby the Health Minister, but they also lobby PMO. So, Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians believe that a Prime Minister who only makes decisions that benefits his friends won't allow the PMO to be lobbied by their friends at Santis Health?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly encourage the member opposite to not manufacture a concern that is not based in fact. The person about whom he is speaking has cleared his new position, and it is very clear that he will not be lobbying this government.
Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. For months, the Federal Pay Service has been mired in a total mess. Some people have been paid double, some not at all. They've had to borrow to pay the bills. Those responsible for this mess should be punished, but no. What are the Liberals doing? They're giving them bonuses. Yes, sir. Bonuses. B-O-N-U-S. Bonus. Not little ones either. $5 million in bonuses. $5 million in taxpayer money for not getting people their paychecks. Is that what Liberal management is all about? Rewarding idiots and incompetence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, as Parliamentary Secretary and as Member for Gatineau, that solving these problems, which we inherited from the previous government, with the Phoenix pay system are top priority. And I'd like to remind the member, order. To
listen to question period and hear things they don't like. And members on all sides without reacting, without saying anything until it's their turn. And I encourage others to do the same.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to remind the member that senior executives responsible for Phoenix did not get the bonuses. The minister asked the Auditor General to examine all aspects of Phoenix, which is something the opposition should be happy about.
Through the Liberal platform, which has been nominated for several prestigious Canadian fiction awards, by the way. Yet nowhere in this fantasy does it say anything about shoveling out millions of dollars for private company bonuses. No, and I can't seem to find the chapter that talks about paying millions more in bonuses to government executives who screwed up the lives of 82,000 public servants. So when will the Liberals actually start helping working people in this country instead of the wealthy and well-connected? Because frankly, Canadians are getting tired of this old Liberal story.
Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague that Canadians are welcoming the fact that we are going to fix this pay system that we inherited from the Conservatives, and that we are going to honour our public servants with respect, and we are going to pay them on time with a pay system that they demand. But perhaps my honourable colleague would be better off asking the Leader of the Opposition why, on March 12, 2012, she said that Phoenix not only ensures the sustainability and increased efficiency of pay services for the Government of Canada, it generates savings for Canadian taxpayers.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Transportation Minister handed failed Liberal candidate Jennifer Stebbing a new job, Director at the Hamilton Port Authority. We know that Transport Canada requires candidates for this job to be experienced in transportation, especially marine transportation. But that experience is nowhere to be found on her resume. In fact, she's an estate planner. Maybe she plans burials at sea. Will the minister just admit that Jennifer Stebbing's only qualification for this job is that she's a Liberal?
The Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to answer this question. I hope my colleague is actually listening. Jennifer Stebbing is an outstanding choice with vast professional governance and community experience, serving in leadership positions in the Halton Law Association, the Hamilton-Halton Women's Lawyers Association, and the Hamilton Taxpayers Coalition, for which she is president. We all know how important it is for port authorities to work with neighbouring residents to address the needs of the port, as well as that of local communities. I am confident that Jennifer Stebbing will be a strong voice.
Order. While I would like members to listen, I would like members to let me ask people to listen, and better, I think, for order in this place that I do that than others do it. The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I go to visit my friends, I have never left with an invoice. But that seems to be exactly what happened when the Prime Minister left Billionaire Island. But instead of paying the bill himself, he stuck it to the taxpayer. In what world does a Prime Minister live where he believes that it's acceptable to use the taxpayers' money to repay hospitality expenses charged to him by his billionaire friend?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have
answered in this House many times before, irrespective of where the Prime Minister travels, whether for personal or business, he is given the necessary resources, just has been the case for all previous Prime Ministers. This is the case, this is what it's been, and that's exactly what the answer is. And I look forward to working with the member on doing the important work that Canadians actually elected us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder the Prime Minister wants to shut this place down on Fridays, cut off debates, and reduce the number of questions he faces. With all of his ethical scandals and bad government policy, the Prime Minister wants to avoid accountability at all costs. Canadians elect us as MPs to make their lives better. They don't send us here to make the Prime Minister's life easier. When will the Prime Minister stop his attack on accountability and transparency in this place and end his unilateral pursuit of making this House into his personal safe space?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a campaign and a promise to Canadians to actually do better work in this place, for all members of Parliament to work better together. The discussion paper was exactly that, an opportunity for all members of Parliament to have a discussion, to have a conversation, to really be able to contribute to how we can work better in this place to do the important work that Canadians elected us to do. Yesterday was another example of a Prime Minister's question period where the opposition leaders as well as private members had an opportunity to ask the Prime Minister a question and receive an answer. That was in addition to other days that the Prime Minister is present. We believe we can do better in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can answer as many questions as he wants without jamming rule changes down the throats of members of Parliament. The changes being rammed down our throats by the Prime Minister diminish the voices of all Canadians in this place. The Prime Minister's new rules will reduce opportunities to debate, to ask questions, and to hold this government accountable to Canadians. Turning off the lights on Fridays does not serve the interests of Canadians. It serves the interests of this Prime Minister. When will he stop his arrogant push to make his life easier and abandon his attempts to reduce his own accountability and transparency in this House of Commons?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, as I have said many times before, I actually look forward to having conversations with members on both sides of the aisle on this important topic. It's in regards to our standing orders. It's in regards to modernizing the way the House of Commons works and bringing it into the 21st century. I believe that we should be able to have these important conversations. I believe we should be able to listen to different opinions that might not match our own so that we can have constructive conversations to improve the way this place works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cynthia St. Bagot. Mr. Speaker, in the budget there are measures to improve the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. But, according to the UPA and Ferme Quebec, these measures are too late to help with this season. This despite the fact that a parliamentary committee recommended that the government act by no later than January 19th. We all knew that the program isn't working. Even the Labour Minister's press secretary said it in an interview. Will the Liberals apologize to our local farmers who will lose thousands of dollars because of this government's inaction? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
We've taken concrete steps to improve the temporary foreign worker program to ensure two things. First of all, that Canadians have the first chance of getting available jobs while ensuring that the rights of temporary foreign workers are respected in Canada and are upheld. And last December, we strengthened the labour market impact assessment that each employee must complete. Employers must demonstrate concrete actions about their efforts to hire Canadians, including Canadians from underrepresented groups. So, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work on this program. We're confident that we're getting it right. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, we already know that this government won't even meet Stephen Harper's pitiful greenhouse gas reduction targets. They promised the moon and the stars in the election, but what was in the budget? Well, when it comes to electric cars and charging stations, despite the climate emergency, nothing. There's nothing for at least a year. The United States got a network of charging stations paid for by Volkswagen, which was faced to compensate for the diesel scandal. Has the government at least considered that approach so that, because unlike charging stations, it's not Volkswagens that are missing on our roads? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Important issue for Canada, and it's an incredibly important issue for this government. When we came to power, we launched a development of a pan-Canadian framework with the provinces and territories that resulted in a historic agreement in December that focused on how we can actually have steps that will allow us to get to the greenhouse gas reduction targets while at the same time accelerating clean growth going forward. The budget followed on, providing funding for the Pan-Canadian Framework, providing $21.9 billion in green infrastructure funding, $2.2 billion for clean tech in Canada. We are on the right track, and we will meet our targets.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that strategic investments in public infrastructure play a key role in supporting dynamic communities while creating good jobs that help grow the middle class. Budget 2017 commits new funding for investments in public transit, waste, water, culture and recreation, and rural infrastructure, and these are all much-needed projects in Alberta. Can the minister tell the House how our government is supporting infrastructure investments across Alberta?
That's a great question. For infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Edmonton Centre for his advocacy. Working in partnership with the Government of Alberta and Alberta municipalities, we have approved 128 projects with combined investment $4.2 billion. And these projects include wastewater line in Lacombe, project that should have funded in 2012, and transit projects for St. Albert, Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, and Red Deer. Some of these municipalities are receiving this funding first time in a decade, Mr. Speaker.
Wonderful. Thank you. Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, this government never misses an opportunity to rip money out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians. For decades, Canadian farmers have been able to defer cash grain income from one year to the next. Now the Liberals want to take that away without proper consultation and apparently without even knowing what they're doing. This bad decision will affect farmers from across the country. Why is it that the only new agricultural initiative in Budget 2017 is a Liberal rip-off of hardworking Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always am honoured to stand in this House and to talk about the good work that our government is doing. Our government strongly supports the Canadian grain industry, which is a key driver of exports, jobs and economic growth. With changes in recent years, the grain marketing, the delivery of listed grains is now the responsibility of the private sector instead of the federal government. Budget 2017 launches consultations with farmers and stakeholders on this tax deferral, and we want to hear from farmers before moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are waging war on small businesses. Family-run operations like campgrounds and self-storage facilities are being targeted for being too small to be a small business and are receiving huge new tax bills. The Minister of Revenue keeps claiming that she knows the critical role that small businesses play, even while they ended the review of active versus passive business income rules that would have ensured small businesses had access to the small business tax rate, as they should. So will these Liberals stop talking out of both sides of their mouths and actually stand up for small businesses instead of trying to tax them out of existence?
Honourable Parliament.
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, small businesses play an essential role in Canada, and we are working with all small businesses, and the rules for small businesses are still the same, and they apply to all small businesses, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when she says the rules haven't changed, you might want to try telling that to the campgrounds that are currently taking this government to court to fight this. Because if nothing has changed, she should explain why they're all of a sudden being faced with these huge new tax bills. So I'll give her a hint. They ended the review of these rules that we put in place in the last Conservative budget and then changed the interpretation of what's considered an active business so that they could go after the family-run campgrounds. So I'll ask her this. If the Liberals are successful in taxing campgrounds out of existence, what other small businesses are they going to send the tax man after next?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I will say it again, small businesses play an essential role in Canada. And when I repeat that the rules, the tax rules are the same, these are rules that were put in place under the Conservatives. If they thought the rules were so bad, well, they had 10 years to change them, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Municipalities across Canada are desperate for infrastructure funding. The Liberals have a new hallmark infrastructure fund of $250 million slated for essential infrastructure. Unfortunately, it's in Asia, going to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, a bank that the Conservative government and the Obama administration declined to join because it was not in the best interest of taxpayers. So why are the Liberals wasting taxpayer dollars in China instead of funding essential infrastructure in Canadian communities?
Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have, after 2 years of analysis and looking at how the new infrastructure bank in Asia is working, we concluded that this was a good way to finance development projects in some of the poorest and most vulnerable countries in the world. And I'll give you an example. Projects in Indonesia for drinking water, projects in Bangladesh for electricity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, again, today, unions and municipalities and industry were at Quebec City asking the federal government to play a leadership role in the softwood lumber file. In less than a month, we expect the Americans to impose a tax on Canadian exports. The outcry is growing, Mr. Speaker, but the federal government isn't listening. And it still hasn't put in place a loan guarantee program. The government keeps bragging about consulting Canadians, but for once, could they please listen and act to protect our jobs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources.
Merci. The sector forestier canadien est très...
The Canadian forestry sector is very important for our communities. A stable and predictable market promotes economic development and the creation of good jobs. We will continue to work in close collaboration with the provinces through the Federal Provincial Softwood Lumber Working Group to have a coordinated approach that will meet the needs of businesses and workers who could be affected.
For Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, border services officers in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, and across Canada are some of our hardest working law enforcement officers. Every day they protect our borders from illegal arms, drugs, and other smuggled goods. Despite their importance, this Liberal government, like the Conservatives before them, refuses to fairly negotiate a collective agreement with these officers. The government is demanding concessions from our border staff, and now talks have broken off. When will the Liberals get back to the bargaining table and treat our border services officers fairly?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Treasury Board is the bargaining agent on behalf of the Government of Canada. Those responsibilities are taken very seriously by the government to ensure that everyone who works for the Government of Canada is treated in a proper and appropriate way. And obviously the border guards who work for CBSA are doing a very, very important job keeping this country safe and making sure that our borders are sound, secure and efficient.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie. In Washington and Colorado, where marijuana has been legalized, deadly road accidents have gone up. This week, the Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police indicated that they fear that the Liberals are legalizing pot before essential tools and training are in place to protect our communities. Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple for the Minister of Public Safety. Can the Minister please tell us if officers will be trained and that all vehicles in Canada will be equipped with detection devices before the government legalizes pot?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear that we take the issue of maintaining the safety of our roads very seriously. We have made a commitment, and we are committed to undertaking to ensure that law enforcement and our courts have the legislation, the technology, the training, and the resources that they will require to keep our roadways safe.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, before summer 2016, the Canada 150 Fund was for activities that encouraged participants to give back to Canada with gifts of time and energy to leave a legacy for the future, gave Canadians the opportunity to actively participate or celebrate together to promote and allow for a better understanding of Canada, its population, and what it means to be Canadian, and that will recognize and promote exceptional Canadians and the places, achievements, and events that contribute to shaping our country. Mr. Speaker, why did the Heritage Minister reject all the projects that met those noble goals? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. We are proud to have developed a vision for the celebrations of Canada's 150, and they're based on 4 themes: youth, the environment, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and diversity. I am convinced that my colleagues recognize the importance of those 4 themes and that we can all work together to build our future for the next 150 years. We are also proud that thousands of projects will be funded in concert with our partners across the country, and they'll happen across the country and show the best of who we are. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, let's hear the truth. There's written proof. As if by magic, Part G, Question 50 morphed into this. Projects supported by the Canada 150 Fund will be new and will specifically celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation. We encourage applicants to create and propose projects that encourage active participation and bring Canadians together to acknowledge and celebrate our diversity in an inclusive way and that will help build our country for the future. Mr. Speaker, can the minister be honest and show integrity, admit the injustice that she created, and explain why she changed the program's objectives? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to reassure my colleague that everything was done with the greatest honesty and diligence possible. Everyone who participated in the call for tenders were asked to submit projects, and what we wanted to do as a government was ensure that we had a real vision for the Canada 150th celebrations, a vision focused more specifically on 4 themes which are respected across the country: youth, the environment, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and the importance of diversity and inclusion. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafayette. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative Party debates the merits of the Canadian supply management system, our party understands perfectly that this system is a model of stability which offers a fair price for farmers, stability for processors, and safe, high-quality products at reasonable prices for consumers, and that the system supports farming families and rural communities across the country. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us what the Conservative plan to abolish supply management would mean to Canadian farmers and their families?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our dear farmers and our supply management system. We are the party that fought to implement supply management, and we are the government that will continue to support supply management. The Conservative plan to eliminate supply management would cost billions of dollars. It would cost the closure of many farms, and it would not affect the price of the product. Our government will continue to work closely with our farmers to protect and defend our farmers, which very much includes our supply management sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Mr. Speaker, Charmaine Stick, a member of the Onion Lake Cree First Nation, is here in Ottawa today, pleading with the Liberals to enforce the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. Band members are often told that there is no money to pay for essentials like housing repairs or medical supplies. For years, Charmaine has been trying to get her band leadership to tell her where the money is going. Now she has finally resorted to go to court. Instead of enforcing the law, why are the Liberals forcing grassroots band members to go to court to get basic information?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question today. We believe that transparency is very important in all aspects of government. We're working very hard with Aboriginal governments across Canada to develop an act that is truly transparent, that ensures full accountability. In communities like Onion Lake, for example, we have been involved in working with the leadership in that community, and we want to ensure that we can increase transparency and accountability with their First Nation leadership and all of their organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, at the Transport Committee, the study on air safety has already revealed that pilot and employee organizations support Judge Masansky's proposal to hold an independent public inquiry into air safety. Justice Masansky, whose credibility is widely recognized, confirmed that the federal government is playing with air safety when he said, among other things, that Transport Canada has completely abandoned traditional regulatory oversight. What will the Transport Minister do to fix the situation after years of Liberal and Conservative cuts? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as you know, air safety is a priority for our government, and we are constantly reviewing ways to improve it. We need to be constantly vigilant with air safety to ensure that our air network is safe, and we do that based on an approach that is based on risk. Our department has undertaken over 10,000 inspections in the last year alone. We continue to be vigilant, and if there is a need to make changes, we will make them. Thank you.
For Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, housing is a key issue of concern for the residents of my riding. Affordable housing, cooperative housing, social housing, housing for our aging ethnic populations are top of mind for Davenport residents. Our government has taken important measures to answer the housing needs in this country by investing $2.3 billion in Budget 2016 and has introduced a much-needed $11.2 billion for the National Housing Strategy in Budget 2017. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development provide more details to the House on this important investment and how it will address the needs not only of those living in Davenport, but all Canadians?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member of Davenport for being such a strong advocate for housing. Our government is investing in affordable housing to help Canadians who need it most. That is why our national housing strategy will demonstrate the most ambitious federal housing leadership over half a century. Our strategy will ensure Canadians have adequate and affordable housing and will provide stable housing to homeless Canadians. These measures will take 500,000 Canadians out of housing need and lead to more inclusive communities and a stronger economy.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, fish harvesters attending the Gulf Groundfish Advisory Committee in Moncton expressed their frustrations and disbelief over the Liberals' inaction to protect groundfish stocks by controlling the grey seal population. Despite scientists confirming that grey seals are responsible for declining fish populations, the minister has failed to take action. Given the importance of the fishery to communities in rural Atlantic Canada, especially in light of the drastic reductions in the shrimp quota, will the minister commit to using a portion of the new Atlantic Fisheries Fund to address growing seal populations that are preventing the recovery of commercially valuable fish stocks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, our government is committed to supporting a sustainable seal hunt, Mr. Speaker. Our government is also working on renewing our relationship with Indigenous communities and ensuring that there is inclusive growth for our coastal and rural communities. We recognize the economic and cultural value of the seal hunt for Canadians who practice it, including Indigenous groups and commercial hunters. And we regularly undertake inspections to ensure that activities are being done in a non-cruel way, and we will continue to ensure that we have a sustainable seal hunt for the future. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Public Finance Committee at the National Assembly of Quebec tabled its report on the use of tax havens. Unlike Ottawa, Quebec wants to end this injustice, which is caused by the deference of our institutions, tax avoidance firms, and the ultra-rich 1% who are prepared to do anything to avoid paying taxes. Will the 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec stand as usual with Bay Street financiers, or will they finally listen to Quebecers who are saying enough is enough? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we all know that middle-class Canadians pay their fair share, but certain rich individuals use complex strategies to not pay their fair share. That is unacceptable, and that is why our government has invested historic amounts in the Canada Revenue Agency, $444 million in 2016, $524 million in 2017, Mr. Speaker. For over the last year, our government has recovered $13 billion, Mr. Speaker. We are working very hard. We are keeping our promises, and we will continue to do that. The Honourable Member for, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I would remind the members across the way, the question period should be followed by an answer period. Now, after the forestry sector, our unions and the UMQ, now the government of Quebec is asking what the Bloc Québécois has been asking for months. How many times are we going to have to ask? A new softwood lumber crisis is coming in 20 days. We've heard this is going to affect real people, families, and entire regions, and they're already being affected, Mr. Speaker. We need a clear answer now. We need to stop playing with people's futures. So I'll repeat the question. Will the government give loan guarantees to the forestry sector to face this new crisis, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is taking the challenge facing the forestry sector very seriously. The federal-provincial group met recently to discuss various options and to find creative solutions to this important issue. We are working closely with our provincial teams to ensure the long-term prosperity of the forestry sector and to protect jobs and the families who depend on those jobs.
Now I believe the honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise today to ask the Honourable Government House Leader to update the House on the plans for the rest of this week and next week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bills on the agenda for the next few days will be C-25 on diversity of corporations and C-17, which has to do with the Yukon. I would like to mention two things for next week.
At noon, Malala Yousafzai will make an address to Parliament. Following the address, the House shall meet at 3 p.m. for statements by members in question period. Lastly, for Thursday next week, the House will sit according to Friday hours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. It's nice to hear harmonious sounds coming from this room. I would not encourage the singing of Happy Birthday on a regular basis. It could take up a lot of time, I think, if we did it every day. But happy birthday to anybody who's got a birthday today. Orders of the day.
Resuming debate on the privilege motion.
Lord, I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. That's very good. Thank you very much, colleagues. There are 5 minutes remaining in questions and comments after the speech of the honourable member for York Simcoe. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we'd like to make it very clear that the government and members within the Liberal caucus understand the importance of having unfettered access to the parliamentary precinct. The parliamentary precinct includes whether it's the members of Parliament's office, whether it's the House of Commons here for a vote or debate, or it's the committees that are on the Hill, or in the many different offices off of the Hill itself, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt about that. Having said that, there is some concern. If you listen to what the mover and the seconder had to say about the motion in terms of what is motivating it, and this is somewhat, and I've expressed earlier, that we should not in any way whatsoever, and this is the question, would the member across the way not agree with me? In no way should we be attempting to politicize this very important principle, which is indeed a privilege. And would we get the commitment from the member that there would be in no fashion will this member participate in something that would politicize, because we all, after all, understand and appreciate that unfettered access. Will he join me by making that statement?
Member for York Simcoe.
I don't know. I'm somewhat puzzled by the question, and I'm not sure what he's driving at. I think the motion is that this matter be studied by the committee, and the amendment was that the motion should have priority over other business at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. In fact, an amendment to the motion that parallels exactly what the rules of this place are, that an issue of this matter takes precedence. And the amendment is asking that it should take precedence as well at the committee that deals with such business. So essentially recreating in the committee the same philosophy, approach, and rules here. And I don't understand how that is partisan. And I know the honourable member knows something of partisanship. I know that because I've been reading through some things he said in the past 5 years, and his positions are 180 degrees opposite of the positions he takes nowadays. And that suggests to me, if nothing else, partisanship. If one can have one set of views on this side and 180-degree opposite views on the other side, but certainly the question of the rights of a member to vote should be considered paramount. The reason it is considered partisan by some of us over here is when we hear members from the Liberal Party saying, as we heard here, this shouldn't go to the committee, this shouldn't have priority, let it be dealt with by officials, let's, put it off into the shadows somewhere and leave members out of it. Leave it to us, trust us. Well, that to me sounds a little bit dangerous.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. And, he focused on how voting is one of the most important things we do in this House. And we're going to be voting next week, and if people can be impeded from coming and doing that, which is the most important thing, that seems to me to be a priority as well. And I wonder if the member could comment on what the consequences will be if we don't get immediate attention to this ad proc committee.
Member for York Simcoe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the honourable member is referring to the fact that right now Procedure and House Affairs Committee is dealing with other business that is very much of a long-term nature, the kind of stuff that is generally the subject of study. In fact, we hear the government say they have no particular proposals. We fear they do have particular proposals in mind. They won't commit that they will agree to any kind of unified approach here. So it seems to me like there's a lot of discussion still to be had there. But we're going to be having votes next week. We're not going to be changing the rules next week, but we will be having votes next week. And so the question of what we need to do to ensure we don't have a repetition of the same kind of unfortunate event is important. And as I said, this is the first time we will be considering this issue in this particular context, where security is a question, under the new unified Parliamentary Protective Service that was supposed to solve these problems from happening as they had in the past, to prevent them from happening again. So clearly, the design that was created by the experts with the best of intentions, and I think they all do good work, that was supposed to solve the problem didn't do it. That's why parliamentarians, all of us, have to take responsibility for ensuring all of our rights, particularly the rights of the minorities, but every individual member are properly protected, and that is an urgent and priority matter.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
The government firmly believes and agrees that the opposition with the opposition that any instances of a member being impeded from attending the House of Commons, particularly for a vote, is an extremely serious situation that needs to be studied in detail. This morning, you, Mr. Speaker, ruled that you believe that there are sufficient grounds for finding a prima facie question of privilege. We support your findings. The House has debated this important issue today, and I want to thank all members for their important contributions to this debate. However, I would like to draw the attention of the members that the consequences of what the Conservatives have done with their amendment to their own motion. Their amendment seeks to direct Procedure and House Affairs Committee to drop whatever else it is working on. This amendment is highly unusual, and it has one purpose: to stop the Procedure and House Affairs Committee from continuing the debate on the important issue of how we modernize the House of Commons. Our members on that committee have been hoping to debate the substance of these ideas, and this Conservative amendment is an attempt to block this important work. We will not allow the Conservatives to play politics with the rights and privileges of members of Parliament. This is just too important. We will also not let them try to block a study on how we modernize the rules of the House of Commons. During the election campaign, we committed to modernizing Parliament and making it a 21st century workplace. As a direct result of the Harper government's approach to Parliament over the past 10 years, we promised Canadians we would bring a new approach to Ottawa to ensure their voices were also heard in this place. We will not allow the Conservatives to play politics with the rights and privileges of members. This is just too important. Therefore, the Liberal member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas, who is a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, has today given notice of a motion that reads as follows: that the committee examine the question of privilege raised by the member for Milton respecting the free movement of members within the parliamentary precinct. We look forward to this important debate at committee. I believe that we must now return to debating the important legislation scheduled for today, C-25, which will help increase shareholder democracy and participation and increase women's participation on corporate boards and in senior management. Therefore, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Ottawa South, that we now proceed to orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Mendez, seconded by Mr. McGuinty, moved. Order. That the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion signify by saying yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. Madame Mendez, appuyée par Mr. McGuinty.
Ms. Mendez, seconded by Mr. McGuinty, moves that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne-Janté, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne-Janté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Schultz. Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Van Dam.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nadel.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Barroso.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganesh.
Mr. Saganesh.
Monsieur Chuckett.
Monsieur Chuckett.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ah, pardon, Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Au lieu de Monsieur Thériault.
Madame. Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 82, 82.
Declare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Order of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, report stage of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act.
One motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-25. Order. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the hallways, into the lobbies. There is one motion and amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-25. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
We now submit the motion to the House.
Mr. Massey. Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves that Bill C-25 in Clause 107.1 be amended by replacing lines 7 to 14 on page 35 with the following. 107.11, no later than October 19, 2020, a comprehensive review of the provisions and operation of Part 14.1 of the Canada Business Corporations Act, including an analysis of their impact on gender equity and diversity among the directors and among the members of senior management as defined by regulation, shall be undertaken by any committee of the Senate, of the House of Commons, or of both houses of Parliament that may be designated or established for that purpose. Debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to rise today to deal with the bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and the Canadian Cooperatives Act, the Canadian Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. The real essence, though, of the Mr. Speaker, of this bill is its attempt to provide some type of balance in Canada for gender equity, racial and ethnic representation on board of directors, especially that in the corporate sector, as well as ending some of the practices that we have in Canada related to the business sector that have been rather scrupulous. They've been issues related to pay for shareholders. They've been related to bearer bonds, where there's issues of accountability of money and money laundering that could potentially take place or is taking place through Canada, as it's become a snow-wash destination for some money movement in our country. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, this amendment right here that we're talking before we get to the main bill at a later date really is about providing some security that the very minimum that the Liberals have promised is going to take place, and there's going to be accountability in it. Now, Mr. Speaker, it was interesting during the committee process that we heard testimony from witnesses and we heard testimony from experts from not only just the sectors that are in play in terms of the business sectors and not-for-profit sectors, but we also heard extra testimony from the academic community and from Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the interesting thing about this bill, and it sums up a lot, is that it's supposed to improve, including the championing of this government who has said this, gender equality on boards and directors, but nowhere in the bill does it include the word gender. In fact, we had a number of witnesses that identified the weaknesses of the bill, and I brought forth several amendments based upon that testimony. They were not witnesses that did not come unprepared. They are witnesses that came, some from the legal sector, some from representing other groups and organizations, who had contributions to the bill that we later crafted into amendments. They weren't even necessarily from the New Democratic Party. There are ideas and thoughts we thought would be helpful, but they are ones that were presented by the independents and the reason of why we have public hearings at committee. Sadly enough, they were defeated by the Liberals. There was cooperation amongst the Conservatives, and even when there was disagreement over language, there was a working environment to improve that and a recognition that this is a continual front, a quite disgusting front, by the Liberals to use nothing short of disguise and deceit to try to pull one over Canadians. But they're not that naive, Mr. Speaker. And today is about defending what the bill proclaims it should do by at least having one set of amendments in there to have some oversight. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that the government didn't do when they tabled Bill C-25, they didn't have any review process whatsoever. So when it comes to, for example, Mr. Speaker, corporate Canada representation by women is one of the lower elements that we have in percentages in a model called Comply and Explain right now done by the provinces that doesn't actually work in many respects, has showed very little progress. So say, for example, Canada is stuck at around 20%. So the Liberals will talk about gender equality, they'll talk about gender inclusion, they'll talk about the so-called feminist prime minister, but when it comes to actually significant or specific actions, the bill has hollow words. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, they hollowed out any accountability for any future government on this legislation. Amazingly, this legislation has only been looked at twice in the last 40 years. And in this time, Mr. Speaker, they inherently built a bill that will have no accountability. So witness testimony that we had from organizations that represent women in corporate Canada, represent women in general, identified this weakness and the significant difference that other countries were doing. And so what did the Liberals respond to this? They gutted further accountability. And to be specific, Mr. Speaker, what they did was they inherently left out a review of the bill. So they did actually come through with an amendment for that, eventually, after they were shamed and embarrassed into this position. So they actually have a 5-year review from when this bill is actually getting royal assent. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, right now, in this day and age, the percentages are becoming more challenging. In fact, we've seen them actually shrink on boards of directors and accountability. In fact, change should be looked at, and there should be some type of measurement, some type of impetus to actually push the minister in a direction that is positive if need be. So they charged their bill with a review after 5 years, but when you actually go through the parliamentary schedule, Mr. Speaker, you will find that that actually will take several, if not up to 10 years, to actually get that review, and hence we have the first part of this legislation that calls for the review on impact of gender equality and diversity among directors and among members of senior management as defined by regulation to be actually done at a specific date to make sure it's going to happen. So we actually get gender in the bill and diversity. And when you look at Canada's corporate boards and representation, Mr. Speaker, in fact, in some places, whether it be Toronto and Montreal, whether it be for racial diversity, whether it be for women, we've actually seen some setbacks take place. We've actually seen some reduction of that. And Mr. Speaker, that's important because what Canadians want is accountability. I will point no further than the current example right now for accountability than Bombardier right now. Where on the corporate board, say on pay, which is another amendment that the Liberals made sure was not going to be part on this, where you actually have some accountability by the shareholders. So if you are a stockholder, you actually have some say with regards to the financial, I guess, reimbursement or the actual salary and compensation that takes place on the CEOs. We know the Conservatives have been on this in the House of Commons with some very good questions about that. In fact, it's interesting because on the entire Bombardier lending file itself from the government, they've actually built in a model, the model of loan that they built in for the CEOs of Bombardier to do the best they can. They would actually, Mr. Speaker, be encouraged to do practices that often would lead to job loss for Canadians. They built that into their system. So the second part that we have that's very important on this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that there's going to be the word change shall in the bill. So it changes the bill so it makes sure that this review takes place. So why does that make it more important, Mr. Speaker, is again, it guarantees, instead of may, we have shall, so the legal elements and sets predictable amounts of time that'll be there to review the current situation. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a series of things that have taken place with regards to the bill and C-25, which will come later, but most importantly is the accountability aspect is going to be there. Now, Mr. Speaker, without these amendments, the Liberals will get away with this. They will get away with basically sending the bill in its final form and not having really any oversight whatsoever. In fact, we've seen that, Mr. Speaker, as you go through electoral cycles, you would see none of this happening. And what's ironic, Mr. Speaker, the rest of the world, including our United States and other places, are acting on this much more significant. We are doing comply and explain, Mr. Speaker, so if you do not meet that, if you actually go back and you look at, say, for example, a corporate boardroom, currently right now, the Canadian average is 20% for women. If they lower it to 15%, or say they only go up to 22%, which is still very minor compared to the rest of the world, especially countries like Canada, they will just have to explain it. And what's the consequence, Mr. Speaker, of saying 5 to 7 years from now, if a company is still at a 20% rate or a 15% rate, not even making the Canadian average with regards to women on corporate boardrooms? What's the penalty? Nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is to add an honest approach for accountability and measurement for racial, ethnic, and women representations on corporate Canada and to make them more accountable to their shareholders and to Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I would like to ask a question because during the committee sittings, an issue came up. Is this a positive step in legislation, the bill itself? And does the 5-year period ensure follow-up on the success or lack of it of the bill also represent a positive step?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually had an amendment with regards to making it 2 to 3 years, which is much more reasonable when you actually have the type of time necessary for it to go through the House of Commons and then actually get out into the community, into the market, and then getting back to review us. It'll take several years. So having the 5-year period unprescribed and unmandated and unaccountable will allow for several scenarios to take place where it could be a decade, Mr. Speaker, before it's reviewed. Imagine this, Mr. Speaker. If this bill is a so-called priority for this government, we're already almost 2 years into their mandate, and it's finally come up now. And they claim it's so-called housekeeping matters. So it's taken this long to even go through Parliament right now, and eventually it has to go through the Senate. and royal assent. Meanwhile, the world is moving on. In fact, in other jurisdictions, they actually have quota models, and some are doing hybrid quota models to ensure there is gender equity taking place, and the culture of boardrooms gets the accountability necessary that has so long played a record and a role historically against people, visible minorities, ethnic minorities, and women, on keeping them down because of a collusive experience for their own interests, for that of their shareholders, and for the public.
Questions and comments. Commentaire, the honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to the growth in inequality between wealthy CEOs and ordinary Canadians, and whether he could explain if Bill C-25 usefully addresses the explosion of executive compensation.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks my colleague for the question. And it will not do that under its current mandate. And that's why this amendment is so critical, is because it puts at least a finish line of review that has to take place. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we are going to a comply and explain model, which has been abandoned by many countries, where you look at countries like Norway and France, where they have quotas with penalties. So not only do they have quotas, Mr. Speaker, they have penalties related to it. And I argue we didn't even have to go that far. We could actually have a hybrid model in between those two. And if we don't have that, there is very little expectation. The Liberals shut down further corporate accountability by making share on pay, say on pay, was not actually something that would be done. So right now, as things stand, it's bad enough. But what this does, Mr. Speaker, and if we be clear to the people in the House of Commons here, it at least sets a deadline and a date and a hard finish line where there can be scientific and nonpartisan, non-political evaluations of the quotas and an evaluation of the actual numbers when it comes to actually representation. This science has already been done by researchers across not only just Canada, but the world, and it shows, say, for example, in places like Montreal, where there's less than 5% representation on corporate boards by racial minorities, despite having a significant portion of the population. And that, Mr. Speaker, is just a science-based approach about that. Same with women who occupy these positions. We know right now Canada is low with around a 20% mark on that. And so we come back later on, there will be a measurement date and deadline for that. So if they come in, not only right now, all they have to do is comply and explain, but the way the Liberals have set it up is that we don't even know when that is going to happen because of parliamentary process and not having that hard finish line that's necessary. So the clock never starts to tick on them, and you could have successive governments over and over and over, and unless you have one that makes this a priority or has the time to do it, it will never get done, and we'll be talking about this as the third time in 80 years.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Non-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. Mr. Speaker, our government sees inclusive innovation as a Canadian value. That's why we spent all of the summer of 2016 consulting Canadians on our innovation and skills plan in order to gather ideas on how we can help position Canada as a global centre for innovation. When we come together in our community, Mr. Speaker, in the workplace or on a board of directors, our diversity and our experiences are what bring unique ideas to the table. I want to begin, Mr. Speaker, by highlighting the important work that was done during the committee review stage for Bill C-25. The committee made one amendment that is important to note because it speaks to diversity, which is at the heart of this bill. A review element was included to allow a government to come back to the bill and ensure that diversity is upheld in the spirit in which it is cast in this bill. So there is a 5-year review period, Mr. Speaker, precisely for that reason. I want to thank members of the committee for that work that they did. I want to commend the efforts of my colleagues who sit on the committee and who brought forward this progressive addition to Bill C-25. By bringing more voices to the table, Bill C-25 will help to make another important step towards diversity. Several studies have shown a link between diversity on boards, particularly gender diversity, and strong financial performance, heightened innovation, and enhanced client insight. For instance, in March 2016, the International Monetary Fund released its research of European firms, which demonstrated that there was a higher return on investment when there was a larger share of women in senior positions. Some studies have also reported that by considering diversity and new skills, corporations were able to outperform and out-innovate other companies. Why? Because when different views are heard around the decision table, it creates a place where innovative ideas can emerge. In Canada, most provincial securities regulators have adopted rules to require listed corporations to disclose the gender representation of their boards and senior management to disclose their policies for promoting gender diversity, or to explain why they do not have such a policy. Bill C-25 will build and expand on these existing initiatives to support diversity on boards and in senior management as a good corporate governance principle. The bill will require the Canada Business Corporations Act corporations, so corporations registered under the CBCA, to disclose diversity information, such as the diversity composition of boards and senior management. Corporations will also have to disclose their diversity policies to their shareholders, or to explain why they do not have diversity policies. Hence, Mr. Speaker, comply or explain.
If we don't take advantage of all the diversity and the quality of our talent to lead our Canadian corporations, have creative ideas, and promote innovation, investors, and our capacity to compete for the Canadian economy as a whole could suffer the consequences. Corporations, whether they be small, medium, or large, are important drivers of economic growth throughout their entire life cycle. Canadian businesses represent a source of innovation and jobs, which improves quality of life and the economy in Canada. It is essential that corporations continue to pave the way by creating a culture of both diversity and innovation. Bill C-25 will allow the government and businesses to work together and to promote diversity and to put innovation at the heart of their business strategies. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that the last important changes to the Canada Business Corporations Act were made in 2001. It is time for the Act to reflect modern principles of governance of corporations that correspond not only to the evolution of markets, but also to a modern economy. These changes will promote inclusive innovation, diversity, and a strong and prosperous Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comments. Most of his comments were about the bill and not about the amendment that my colleague has brought forward. I'm very surprised that the government resisted all of the amendments at committee that came forward asking to define diversity, because in my role as chair of status of women, we don't seem to have a problem defining what that is and adding that to our scope. Indigenous women, immigrants, people with disabilities, people of color. We put these things in all the time, and so I wondered if the member could comment why the government didn't want to be more inclusive in its definition of diversity.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the concern raised by my honourable colleague is an important one, and one which the committee and the government takes to heart. We felt that the guidance that we would give on diversity would be done in the regulations. There is a proposed text along the lines of the Federal Government Employment Equity Act. It may end up looking like that at the end of the day, but it is there to help guide corporations. A number of the expert witnesses who came in front of the committee thought that it could go either way, either in the legislation or the regulations. We felt that in the history of Canadian diversity jurisprudence and diversity regulation and laws, it was better to maintain the flexibility in terms of defining through open-ended guidance in the regulations than it was to cast something within the statute.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll ask the parliamentary secretary to maybe say what those witnesses were that said it was okay to put in regulations. My recollection, and checking with the minutes, was that they weren't okay with that. And the definition of race, gender, and equity would be an advantage in terms of the legislation. So I find that particularly interesting. And I'll follow that up, Mr. Speaker, with testimony that took place at the committee hearing, and I'm interested to hear what the parliamentary secretary says to actual testimony that was provided there. And it started with his own member, the member from Richmond, asking a question to one of our witnesses, Professor Aaron Durr, who answered to his own member from the Liberal Party. I would have to say I suspect that Mr. Member from Windsor West is right, that 5 years with respect to diversity provisions in particular will be too long. The member from Richmond Hill, I'm going to interrupt you because I want to give Tanya about 45 seconds to give her input on this. Answer from Ms. Tanya Beeson, in terms of a time frame, no more than 3 years. So, Mr. Speaker, and as a parliamentary secretary, what witnesses can he actually provide today that actually corroborate his statement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can't name the names, but when asked, they said, well, in the legislation, and if not in the legislation, then the regulations. It's a decision that we made as a government, as a committee, committee members. We had a vivid discussion on committee. And there is a good reason, Mr. Speaker. When the Charter of Rights came into force in 1981 in Canada, had we had a fixed definition under Section 15, we wouldn't have had LG. And a few years later, we wouldn't have had BT, or we wouldn't have had Q2. There is an evolution in diversity, in the way we think about diversity in this country, and it is worth maintaining that flexibility in the regulations. As to, Mr. Speaker, the period for review, we felt that the 2-year period was too short, or 3-year period was too short. We think a 5-year period gives us time to actually analyze how well the bill is working.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Bill C-25 to me is a very important bill. It is about diversity, and we at this point still have the opportunity, as we stand here today and as we listen to these speeches, to go out and promote awareness of the value of women and men of diversified backgrounds on boards, and also to share that with shareholders. I have to say that I actually take offense by the notion of quotas, because to be appointed to a board, I believe everyone wants the best talent to a board, not based on the quotas. And I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to the unintended consequences of quotas for appointments to boards. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Thank you. I thank the my honourable colleague for her question. There was a fair bit of discussion on quotas, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of people who feel that quotas can be counterproductive, lead to the appointment of people who may or may not be qualified for those positions. I'm not going to take a position on that, Mr. Speaker. I think quotas are within the toolkit of a government in moving forward with this kind of legislation. But we've chosen a comply and explain model. It's worked well in the UK and in Australia. We feel that it closely resembles what's already being done at the provincial level with securities regulators and in other statutes. So we feel this is a good, positive step forward that will lead to positive results. And we've put in the 5-year period for review. If at some point down the road, after that 5-year review, we feel we have to change it, we will.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to see the member from Windsor West put forth this motion today regarding a timeline for a comprehensive review of the diversity aspect that will be added to the Canada Business Corporations Act after Bill C-25 is passed. Now, as he's aware, our party members on Industry Committee put forth a similar amendment which would call on the government of the day to do a review of the diversity policy after 3 years to determine how effective it's been. Initially, the member from Windsor West had suggested a timeline of 2 years. So obviously I'm happy to see that he listened to the arguments made by the member for Red Deer Mountain View, who put forth the 3-year amendment and who is now agreeing with him. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a bit about diversity first, and then I'll elaborate on why this review and this specific timeline are so important. I've mentioned in the past that our Conservative Party has never been on the sidelines when it comes to diversity firsts in Canada.
True.
In fact, it was the Conservative Party who had the first Canadian female Prime Minister, elected the first female MP to the House of Commons, the first Chinese, Muslim, Black, Latino, Hindu, Pakistani, and Japanese MPs. We had the first Mennonite cabinet minister, the first female engineer MP, and even the first quadriplegic MP and later cabinet minister, my dear friend Stephen Fletcher. We had the first married couple to sit in this House at the same time, and we even had the first husband and wife team to sit in both houses at the same time, anywhere in the Westminster parliamentary system. Mr. Speaker, none of these MPs was nominated or elected to meet or fill some regulatory quota. They themselves chose to run for us because they knew that we, on this side of the House, believe in merit and not quotas. And I think that the list that I've just read off makes it pretty clear that talent and skills know no boundaries, be they racial, religious, or gender. In fact, talent and skills are only enhanced when discussions around boardroom tables and even debates in this chamber are between people of different backgrounds and different perspectives. Because each of us has had unique experiences that have shaped our view of the world and how we respond to the challenges that we encounter, each of us brings something unique to the table. And I like to think that we're all the richer for that. Now, to help see more diversity on boards, Bill C-25 suggests the comply or explain model. Now, this was proposed to the previous Conservative government after extensive consultation in 2014 in order to modernize Canada's corporate framework. Through consultation, we've seen across the world, and even within our own borders, the positive effects that this model produces. For example, countries like the UK and Australia have implemented comply and explain models similar to the one that we're discussing today that focus particularly on increasing gender diversity on corporate boards. And they've seen significant results. In fact, according to one of the witnesses who appeared before committee, and I quote, Australian women's representation shot up from 10.7% in 2010 to 22.7% in 2016. And in the UK, women's representation on FTSE 100 boards has more than doubled from 12.5% in 2011 to 26.1% in 2015. Both cases were a result of implementing this policy. Here at home in Ontario, we've seen rises in the number of women who sit on boards as well. Just over 2 years ago, the Ontario Securities Commission implemented the Comply or Explain model, and since then, the number of women on boards has steadily increased to 20%. But, looking at Canada as a whole, in larger companies, women make up an average of 34% of corporate boards. Implementing the widely used Comply or Explain model is the first step to seeing these numbers improve. Mr. Speaker, most successful companies know that in today's society, you must diversify to prosper and to be effective. Good companies diversify their product lines, their target customers, and their geographic markets because they don't want to put all of their eggs in one basket. When they're smart, they diversify their workforce and their corporate boards too. And I say when they're smart because numerous studies have shown that companies that employ people with disabilities almost invariably see their workplace morale, attendance, and productivity go up.
It's true. Yeah.
And corporate boards with higher percentages of women almost invariably have higher growth and profitability rates than those that don't. Now, our party isn't here today to tell private companies how to run their businesses, but we do need to make sure that people of diverse backgrounds, genders, ethnicity are considered at the table for the reasons that I've just mentioned. I think that the comply and explain model provides the right balance to do this. But a review is a crucial part of determining the right balance. And that's what we're discussing here today, the need for a comprehensive review of the diversity disclosure section. Like many pieces of this legislation created and presented to this House, it's important to look back on what was implemented to see if results have actually been achieved. In fact, most pieces of legislation do have a built-in review process. And as we used to say when I was in the corporate world myself, what gets measured gets managed. During committee, it was unanimously agreed upon by the members and by the witnesses who appeared that a review of the diversity and the comply and explain model should be done. But the opinion on timing was varied. While only a few people, and I stress only a few people, suggested 5 years, most agreed that 5 years would be too long to analyze the effects of this policy and said that a 2 or 3 year window would be more appropriate. The members on this side of the House listened to those suggestions, and in fact, the member for Red Deer Mountain View put forth an amendment in committee with the hopes of seeing a 3-year review take place. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals must have been experiencing a bit of selected hearing at that time. And while the Liberals originally amended the bill to include a 5-year review of the Canada Business Corporations Act, most witnesses expressed concern that this was, in fact, too long. Our party believes that 3 years is an optimal frame for review. First, it's important to provide enough time to see results. Witnesses stated that good, solid results would be seen within this time frame. And while we need to make sure that we can actually get enough data to see the effects, we also need to make sure that a review is done in a timely manner. If changes need to be made, better to do that sooner rather than later. One other thing that we need to consider, Mr. Speaker, and that's that we need to be mindful of the scheduled 2019 election. The member for Windsor West originally suggested that the review be done in 2 years, but that review process has the potential to conflict with an election that is scheduled for 2 years from now. This means that the review could be interrupted or even swept under the rug until an election is over. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we believe that a 3-year period would get us past an election so that a new Parliament could take a look at it. Now, unfortunately, this amendment was shot down by the Liberals. As the member for Windsor West has suggested, this review process will occur before October 19, 2020, which brings us to about 3.5 years from now. So I'm happy to see that I took our suggestions, that he listened to the points that were made, especially by so many witnesses. And it is for these reasons that I will be supporting this motion and will encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Here, here. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her support of this bill, which I think we all acknowledge is going to do a lot. It's a big step forward in making sure that corporate boards are going to be more diverse in terms of gender, but also in terms of intersectional identities. And I acknowledge that in my colleague's speech, she mentioned that UK and Australia and some other countries have implemented similar measures, which almost doubled the number of women on the boards. I wonder if she could elaborate a little bit about the ways in which shareholders being able to see exactly what diversity policies companies have or don't have is going to incentivize those companies in order to be able to put more women and more diverse people on those boards, because we all know that that increases profits, it increases innovation, it makes the boards more effective. So perhaps the honourable member could elaborate on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, as I referenced my years in the corporate sector prior to the privilege of being in this House, it was very true that what gets measured gets managed. And if you measure the wrong things, then the wrong things get managed. And it's the same thing when it comes to talent. Talent does know no boundaries. But that being said, we must make sure that everyone who has talent gets a chance to participate, that people aren't excluded for the wrong reasons from being on corporate boards or indeed in management. One of the best ways for shareholders to be able to know what a company's policy is to see what it does. Now, when this becomes law, excuse me, as long as companies understand the government's intention of the definition of diversity, they will comply, or they'll have to explain to the shareholders, because shareholders will be able to ask at the annual general meeting or any time between them what they're doing in that regard. So it's really important that the comply and explain model be brought in. It provides accountability without telling companies exactly how to run their own businesses.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for supporting the amendments and for contribution here today. I think one of the things that's clear is that we're not discussing in terms of the amendments the type of way things can take place, whether it be comply and explain, or whether it's quotas, or whether it's a hybrid system. They all have their advantages and disadvantages, there's no doubt, and there's lots of discussion about that in general, and also positions that are taking place. But what is clear by the amendments, and they really complement some of the amendments that were made clear by the Conservative Party, is having accountability and making sure that there is going to be a specific, I guess, measurement and finish line, as I'm describing it here, to regards to having companies come back and explain things, at least under this model, if their measurement system comes in and it shows them deficient. Some companies will probably come in very well. Others may not. Comply and explain in the way the Liberals have built this bill will be such that the minister really has no powers in it whatsoever. But at this point, and I'd ask her to maybe comment on this, the Conservatives did have an amendment similar to ours on 3 years, but the 5 years is what was passed. And at least with this amendment, it sets a hard finish date for that versus that of several years or a decade from now when we actually do have a review process taking place. So the finish line is hard and fast, and the attention is strong and astute.
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I again thank the member for Windsor West for his amendment and for being willing to listen to the arguments put forward by the witnesses as to why it should be a 3-year hard deadline. It gets us past an election without letting things drag out too long, because if there is some problem with the implementation of this policy, then better to review it now and fix it than to wait too long and let things get out of hand by saying, oh, well, we can't touch it because it will be reviewed in a couple of years anyway. So my bigger concern was when the definition of diversity was voted down by the Liberals. Because in the corporate world, diversity in hiring, to many, means, well, the board should be made up of somebody from accounting, somebody from marketing, somebody with legal experience, functional diversity, as opposed to background, their meaning corporate background, as opposed to the background relating to gender, ethnicity, or religion. Because that's where we come from. We develop different personalities, we view the world with different perspectives, and we bring different solutions to any of the given problems that are being presented.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment as follows. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Employment. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West, regarding public services and procurement. And thirdly, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, regarding public services and procurement as well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pleased to rise to speak this afternoon, and I'm pleased that you're the one here at the moment. I rise today to share some of my vision and the vision of the the official opposition on Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. I think, Mr. Speaker, it might be good to start by specifying that this bill would affect more than 100,000 corporations affected under the law, many of them made up of small or medium-sized businesses that do not have stocks and to whom some of these provisions will not affect. C-25 is the result of a study from a previous committee from 2010. There were consultations led by the government and by Industry Canada in 2014 following that. Mr. Speaker, as most of my colleagues who have spoken on this subject today have said, I think it's a good thing that the government today is open enough to work with this old legislation from the Conservative government to create Bill C-25. However, what my colleagues and I in the official opposition find unfortunate is the lack of substance at the current stage of this bill. In fact, there's a lack of substance that we see all too often with this government's bills. And, Mr. Speaker, I might even add that there have not been more than 50 bills, if I'm not mistaken, put forward by the Liberal government since October 19th, 2015. That's 3 times less than what the government of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper did in 2007, when we had a minority government. So there's a lack of substance in the bills, and there's also a lack of real change. And I will be getting back to the bill in a moment, Mr. Speaker, but I'd just like to deviate a little bit. Their campaign slogan was real change, but in reality, they've made rhetorical changes, of course. But Canadians expect real legislative change, and that is not what we're dealing with here. There have been many missed opportunities by the Liberal government to do good work in this House. They could bring real change for Canadian society. They could focus on issues that affect workers, seniors, the unemployed, and boards of administration of corporations. And that's a nice segue back to the bill. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we're very pleased that the Liberal government is continuing these legislative measures that the Conservative government had worked hard on. But in committee, we proposed 2 amendments, which it seems the government is not partial to. Sorry, I almost said the opposition there. That was a slip of the tongue. I'm sure in the future they'll be the official opposition, but they're not now. Just 2.5 years, dear colleagues. During the committee study of Bill C-25, the Conservatives prevented amendments that would have strengthened the bill. First, we tried to define the word diversity, which is an integral part of the bill, and which is in fact one of the main parts of the bill. On the other side of the House, the government often boasts about having gender equality or imposing gender equality on various boards and institutions that are subject to federal regulations. The amendment that we wanted to put forward would correctly define that word, diversity. And this was something that needed to be done, as several stakeholders and experts who came before the committee said. there were stakeholders that many of my colleagues met with who said this. And the Second Amendment, Mr. Speaker, would have made sure that in 3 years there was a review of this diversity policy. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government didn't accept this amendment that would define the word diversity, and there's a good reason for that. Because this government regularly brings in changes and refuses rather to define some of these terms. In this case, it was diversity. In other cases, it was the term the top 1%. As I've said before, the 1% doesn't exist. We live in a very equal society where wealth distribution is unparalleled. So I find it quite incredible. Mr. Speaker, I was lucky enough to study at university, and I can tell you that any professor or academic will tell you that the 1% is a faulty concept. I'll give you another example, Mr. Speaker, that will demonstrate how imposing diversity can have unintended consequences that are not necessarily what the government is aiming for. Now, I'm sort of speculating here, so I'm launching myself into the unknown, but I assume that by the word diversity, they're referring to cultural minorities, various sorts of minorities. It's certainly fashionable today to identify or refer to minorities as a political tactic, but I'll give you an example of some of the consequences that might result from this desire to talk about parity in a rhetorical fashion. Let's take gender parity in the cabinet, for example. I do see consequences of this. Now, of course, this is not a law, thankfully, but having a gender-equal cabinet means that if the next government decided to follow that tradition, it would become a convention. It would almost become a parliamentary convention to have a gender-equal cabinet. But let me talk about my vision, Mr. Speaker. Having a pseudo-law or a convention stating that cabinet should be gender equal, well, that, according to the Liberals, means that women will always hold half of power in cabinet forever. But on the other side of the coin, Mr. Speaker, that also means that forever, for the rest of time, women will never be a majority in cabinet. So it's a little bit paradoxical. For centuries, there were cabinets that were mainly made up of men. And now we have this new convention that says there will never be cabinets that are dominated by women. In my opinion, that is one of the first unintended consequences, one of the dangerous possible consequences of this decision, which is based on dangerous social interpretation, which is based on the idea of scoring political points. And frankly, it endangers, if that's not too strong a word, it endangers us from potentially not having the best possible cabinet. Now, my colleague for Prescott Russell across the way would be an excellent minister. I was on the Government Operations Committee with him, and he's a real genius. But because of gender equality in the cabinet, he will probably not move up in the ranks. So we can't simply create these notions of social reality because they lead to real consequences. So we need to define the word diversity, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this bill does not lead to negative consequences on our boards. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my colleague who also serves on the Government Operations Committee suggested that inequality and the 1% is a false concept. But I'm sure he's aware of the fact that the top 100 CEOs, on average, make 193 times as much as the average Canadian employee. And so I wonder how he would justify this. Does he believe that these CEOs are 193 times more productive than the average worker? I mean, maybe they're somewhat more productive. Are they 193 times more productive? I'm just wondering what sort of the explanation for this is, if it isn't an example of unfairness and unjustified inequality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bhopal-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the capitalist system leads to these issues. So we always need to ensure, as a good government, to ensure that wealth distribution helps the largest number of Canadians. That said, if you say, well, there are 30% of Canadians that are somewhat richer than the others, then I would say, well, that's reasonable. But then if you're talking about the 1%, that's a concept that just leads to dangerous political disputes because it makes Canadians cynical. So instead of telling Canadians, you live in one of the richest countries in the world, one of the only countries where anyone, even the poorest of the poor, can work hard, can give 110% and really make something of his life. You know, you can build an amazing life for yourself. There's so many opportunities in Canada. We need to stop talking to Canadians like they were sad little children. On the contrary, we need to show them that this is a country that works for them, that's good for their future, and we need to stop having these concepts that create cynicism in our society. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for his comments here today. I'd follow up with that with regards to his party has been raising some very important questions in question period related to the Bombardier sale and CEO compensation from the public, and also, too, what was important in this legislation that wasn't allowed was say on pay, where you actually have democracy from the shareholders helping to determine the corporate, salary and then also compensation. And I'd like to hear from him how, say, for example, the government's position on Bombardier right now allows for that. In fact, it encourages them to actually take actions that could eliminate workers while receiving a lot of different subsidies, one from Quebec in particular, and a second one from the federal government here. And when we know their CEOs are actually taking compensation for this, and I find that, a paradox to his own party, who's criticizing the fact that the CEOs from Bombardier are getting rich off the loans and the grants from taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Bhopal-Limoilou.
I profoundly, heartfully believe that the bonus that were auto-given by the CEOs is outrageous. 24 hours before the people in Quebec and most political figures started to be outraged, I already put on Twitter that it was dishonorable, and dishonorable. And to answer more specifically your question, I would say that's one of the reasons why I support Maxime Bernier for the leadership, who just basically stands against any subsidies, for the member from Beauce, who specifically said in his platform that it would stop subsidies against companies. But again, I most often say to my friend, the member from Beauce, that we still have to be cognizant of the fact that some regions in Canada need subsidies, for example, in the Atlantic, subsidies to make sure that we increase and help the economic development there. So sometimes, you have to be straight with your ideas and always stay acknowledgeable of the need of the realities of the different regions. So no, the bonus for the CEOs is outrageous, and we should all heartfully be against that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to, at the report stage of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. What is Bill C-25? Bill C-25 aims to make changes to the corporate governance regime for reporting issuers incorporated under the Canada Business Corporations Act. Mr. Speaker, the CBCA is the incorporating statute for nearly 270,000 corporations. Although most of these are small or medium-sized and privately held, they are a large number of Canada's largest reporting issuers are also governed by the CBCA. Professionals are able to incorporate, and in my previous life as a chiropractor, this option was available to me. Now, Mr. Speaker, with that said, and in light of how the government conducts discussions and debates, I move, seconded by the member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that the House now be adjourned.
Mr. Kitchen, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moves that this House do now adjourn. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No! All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. question is the following one. Mr. Kitchen, seconded by Mr. Jennis, move that this House do now adjourn. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abel Taif.
Mr. Abel Tate.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthoz.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chavin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnowski.
Mr. Yoshifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Kinnan-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Desangre.
Mr. Anna Desangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Aolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey, Avignon la Métis Matan Matapedia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKay, Cambridge. Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey. Yeas pour 60, 60, nays compte 139, sans compte 9.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 5:35 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M104 concerning the Ottawa Rivershed, standing in the name of Mr. McGuinty, and on the amendment of Mr. Amos.
Combien de noms? Trois?
I'd like to remind the members that private members' business is about to begin. And it's nice to see everyone speaking, but we do have debate about to start. If you don't mind, maybe take it into the lobby or maybe just whisper amongst yourselves. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Algonquins will see this motion rightly as interference in a delicate negotiation process. The negotiations in the Aboriginal community have not been harmonious. The Aboriginal community is divided by more than the Ottawa River. While the Algonquin community can be found throughout the Ottawa River watershed on both sides of the river, Algonquins who live in Quebec are not included. The province of Quebec has refused to participate in the negotiation process. This motion reads, as seen through the eyes of an Algonquin, the federal government will not honour what has been negotiated in good faith. In fact, Motion 104 was made worse by an amendment that shifted blame from a standing committee to a federal government. It now reads the federal government will redraft the terms of the Algonquin Agreement in principle. The Algonquins asked why they should relinquish management of the Ottawa River watershed beyond what has been currently negotiated, and they assert that land traditional is Algonquin territory. They see the Management Council that is proposed in this motion as just another layer of bureaucracy that's preventing them from controlling their own destiny. To an average band member, the motion reads that the Algonquins are incapable of preserving the economic, cultural heritage and natural values within the Ottawa River watershed, so they need a council of outsiders to control their lives. Aboriginals already feel there's too much government interference in their lives. Only time prevents me from describing how Aboriginals feel about that type of white man colonial mentality implied by this proposed Management Council implicit in this motion. I caution the members of Parliament to reflect on the harm Motion 104 does to our relations with First Nations people in the Ottawa Valley and how this motion will affect the land negotiation process should it be accepted. Constituents in my riding share many of the concerns of the Quebec residents as well as Algonquins who live in the Ottawa River watershed. They fear a study will be used as an excuse to impose new rules, regulations, laws that will take away property ownership and economic rights, including the right to make a living. This brings me to my final observation regarding the introduction of this motion at this time. Ottawa Valley residents in my riding were assured that the designation of the Ottawa River as a Canadian Heritage River would bring no new regulations or laws that would infringe on the use and enjoyment of their private property. My constituents do not believe in coincidences. The speed with which this motion appeared after the river designation is a cause for concern. It may be a simple exercise to follow the dollar. It's well known that the Prime Minister's chief advisor, Principal Secretary Gerald Butts, used the head charity World Wildlife Fund Canada. It has been documented that Ontario Power Authority, a body dominated by Liberal Party appointees, implemented a twisted conservation incentive program that provided an option for participants to pledge Air Mile reward miles to WWF Canada. At the time, Butts was at the WWF. The OPA is the body that takes its direction from the Liberal cabinet or electricity price increases in Ontario. We now see the WWF is involved in a watershed campaign that includes the Ottawa River watershed. Just a coincidence? Or another fundraiser like the Air Miles scheme, only this time looking for direct handouts from the federal government. I leave it to others watching this debate to draw their own conclusions, considering Mr. Butt's jaded past with the Toronto Liberal Party and the rise of energy poverty in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, for the reasons outlined above, Motion 104 should be defeated.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Okay, we'll go on to the for Lac Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. I'm very pleased to rise this afternoon to support Motion 104, sponsored by my colleague from the riding of Ottawa South. I sit with him, or rather I have sat with him in this House since we were elected in the same year, and I'd like to pay tribute to my colleague. He's a great defender of the environment. He was an environmental lawyer, and he helped me very much in my own understanding of this file of waters in Canada. He often shares his knowledge of the subject with me. And I'd also like to pay tribute to my colleague just behind me, the member for Pontiac, whom I knew even before he was elected. He's also often provided me with good advice as a lawyer who specialized in the environment. So I actually got in touch with him before the election to ask him for his advice on this. And his knowledge of this subject and of the environment was very useful. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about my riding, and I think this is very relevant. My own riding is located in a location that's very relevant to this motion, and that's one of the reasons for which I'm rising tonight to support the motion. My riding is, well, I don't know if you call it an urban riding. It's sort of in the suburbs of Montreal. And it's a riding that covers the extreme western tip of the island of Montreal. This might be surprising because there aren't a lot of urban ridings in this situation, but my riding is surrounded, nearly 75% of it is surrounded by water. So the Lac Saint-Louis, which is part of the St. Lawrence River, is on the south. And then on the north end of my riding is the Rivière des Prairies. And at the western tip of my riding, you have the Lake of Two Mountains, Lac des Deux Montagnes. And those of you who are familiar with the geography of the area will know that that is where the Ottawa River and the St. Lawrence River actually converge. So the Ottawa River is a tributary of the St. Lawrence River, and its water flows into Lac Saint-Louis. And people who sometimes go boating can see that there are two separate rivers. So one, you have the water coming from the Ottawa River that is rougher water, and then another line of water, which is clearer, which comes from the St. Lawrence, from Ontario. So all this to say, Mr. Speaker, that what's happening in the Ottawa River and in the Ottawa River watershed has a direct impact on the environment and on the whole area surrounding my riding.
So what I just finished saying is, in French, is that what happens in the Ottawa River impacts directly on my community, because my community is located where the Ottawa River and the St. Lawrence River meet. And as I was saying also before, boaters tell me they can actually see where the Ottawa River enters Lac Saint-Louis. It's a water of a different color. The Ottawa River is a majestic river in its own right. I'll describe some of its characteristics. It's 1,270 kilometers in length. Its watershed covers 140,000 square kilometers. It has 17 tributaries. It includes 200 municipalities, including the cities of Ottawa and Gatineau, obviously. And it provides drinking water for over 1 million people. It has 50 dams and hydroelectric generating stations. And it includes 300 smaller impoundments or reservoirs and water control structures. It includes over 30 beaches. So obviously, water quality is very important to the population in the watershed who wish to use these beaches for recreation and to cool off in our very humid, hot summers here in eastern Canada. And the watershed includes 85 species of fish and 300 species of birds, and I'm told its flow is greater than the flow of all tributaries in Western Europe, which is pretty remarkable. So this is not a small stream or a small river, Mr. Speaker. It's a major river, and its watershed is therefore a major watershed in Canada. So far, unfortunately, there is only one coordinating body that that oversees some aspects of the river's management. And of course, I'm speaking of the Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board, which apparently was instituted in 1983, and it involves cooperation between the Ontario and Quebec governments, principally for the integrated management of dams and reservoirs in the river for flood prevention and hydroelectric production. But, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is the whole point of the motion that's been brought forward, is that despite this long-standing cooperative body, the Ottawa River watershed deserves greater and broader attention. Now, there has been a step in the right direction. The Ontario and Quebec governments have created a joint committee on water management to protect shared water resources. I mean, our provinces are linked, are very much linked by shared waterways. And so M104 really is the logical extension, one could say, of this earlier initiative to create this Ontario-Quebec Joint Committee on Water Management. And in fact, M104 is giving body to this initial joint management structure. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, my riding is on the St. Lawrence River. 3 minutes or 2? 3? My riding is on the St. Lawrence River, and the St. Lawrence River, fortunately, has been the object of some fairly long-standing governmental attention in the last 25 years. And I'm speaking, of course, of the St. Lawrence Action Plan. And I think the St. Lawrence Action Plan could serve in some way as a model for the kind of cooperative council that the honourable member from Ottawa South is working to create. The St. Lawrence Action Plan has created a highly integrated, vertically and horizontally management structure for essentially monitoring the St. Lawrence River and the banks along the St. Lawrence River, and monitoring and essentially being a framework for action, both locally and at higher levels of government, action to preserve the St. Lawrence River. And Mr. Speaker, one of the most interesting aspects of the St. Lawrence Action Plan are the Comité ZIP. ZIP means Zone d'Intervention Prioritaire, and there are 13 along the St. Lawrence. Essentially, these ZIPs cover divide the St. Lawrence into ecological and urban zones. I suppose you could compare them to areas of concern, which we have in the Great Lakes and so on. But I think these ZIPs go a little bit beyond simply focusing on problematic areas of the St. Lawrence. Their main objective is to involve citizen and stakeholder participation. In other words, they act to encourage communities to take ownership in protecting their stretch of the St. Lawrence River. And as a group, these 13 ZIPs are managed or coordinated by an organization called Stratégie Saint-Laurent, which is a collection, I believe, of Quebec environmental groups headed by the Union Québécoise de Conservation de la Nature, and the UQCN plays a big role in coordinating their activities. There is also stakeholder coordination at higher levels. There is what I would call a Council of the St. Lawrence. It's not formally called that, but it involves many federal departments and many Quebec provincial government departments and other stakeholders, First Nations, who get together to oversee the broader management or the management from higher levels of the St. Lawrence. I guess my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to rise today to speak to Motion 104, brought to this House by the member from Ottawa South. As the former chair of the Environment Committee and having lived in a primary rural area of Ontario all my life, this topic is of special interest to me. It's critically important, Mr. Speaker, that we do all that we can to protect our water, our land, and our air. While today we are discussing an amendment made to this draft motion, an amendment that was made by the Liberals themselves, I will first read the original motion. Motion 104 reads as follows, that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to undertake a detailed study with regard to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a comprehensive, inclusive, co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed in order to foster ecological integrity, sustainable economic opportunities, and quality of life. In its study, the committee shall examine 1. The Council of Membership, which would include but not be limited to federal, provincial, regional, and municipal governments, First Nations, industry groups, non-governmental organizations, and academic institutions. 2. Important indicators such as water quality, biodiversity, and shoreline integrity in order to assist with the creation of a co-management plan and conservation strategy. 3. The economic, cultural heritage, and natural values within the Ottawa River watershed, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than December 2017. The amendments that have been made to the motion are: A, replacing the words, "The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to," with the words, "In the opinion of the House, the government should." And B, replacing the words, quote, "The committee shall," with the words, quote, "The government should." And C, deleting all words after the words "within the Ottawa River watershed." Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Liberals tabled this amendment to the motion because they did not support their member from Ottawa South in his original motion, as it was simply pandering to local stakeholders who are seeking an audience on a federal committee. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this motion is now redundant and is a simple exercise to ensure that the member doesn't lose face within his own party, hence the referral to the government for examination. This matter no longer requires valuable parliamentary time, as the member could simply have asked the responsible minister to evaluate whether her officials believe it would be worth establishing an Ottawa River Watershed Council, similar to the Fraser Basin Council, what the member used as an example in his speech. Mr. Speaker, the Ottawa River received heritage status on July 15, 2016. This was granted by the Environment Minister and member for Ottawa Centre. The Ottawa River from Lake Temiskaming to East Hawkesbury, which is about 590 kilometres in length, now joins the Rideau Canal as Ottawa's second river to be classified under Canada's National River Conservation Program. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the Quebec side of the river is not subject to the heritage classification, as the Quebec government has repeatedly refused handing over control of this waterway to the federal government. In fact, the Quebec provincial government of the day, represented by then Provincial Minister of the Environment, the current federal member of the Canadian Parliament for Bouchemont, took the position that it was not interested in participating in the designation process, as this could result in relinquishing provincial jurisdiction to the federal government. The current motion, 104, is asking to set up a management plan for the Ottawa River watershed with no authority to act in fully 2/3 of the Ottawa watershed. The province of Quebec has no interest to invite the federal government to interfere in matters of provincial jurisdiction. On December 2, 2016, the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre tabled the motion we are debating today, calling for the House of Commons Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development to undertake a study with regard to the creation of a Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed. Mr. Speaker, none of Canada's other 41 designated heritage rivers were studied by a standing committee and tasked to determine members for a council. As I stated earlier, I was chair of the Environment Committee, and as chair, I was proud to hear from Mr. Joe Farwell, the Chief Administrative Officer of the Grand River Conservation Authority in my riding. Mr. Speaker, the Grand River, which runs through my riding, became the first river in a working landscape to be designated as a Canadian Heritage River in 1994, and there was no parliamentary committee created to appoint members on the Conservation Authority. And I'm proud of the work the Grand River Conservation Authority has done and continues to do today. Let me just share some facts about the Grand River watershed, Mr. Speaker. It's made up of 4 other rivers that feed into the Grand: the Conestoga, the Nith, the Speed, and the Eramosa. The combined length of all the rivers and streams is about 11,000 kilometers. The watershed crosses 4 climate zones: Dundac, Upland, Huron, Slopes, South Slopes, and Lake Erie counties. It crosses 2 forest zones, the Alleghenian and Carolinian. The GRCA manages floods and keeps the rivers flowing in dry weather with a network of 7 reservoirs. 80 species at risk are found in the watershed. More than 90 species of fish are found in the river system, about half of all species in Canada. Close to 250 species of birds have been reported at Luther Marsh Wildlife Management Area. Forest cover in the watershed was as low as 5% in the early 1900s, but today forests cover about 19% of the land. River flows, reservoir levels, weather and water quality are all tracked in real time by a large network of gauges that feed their data to the GRCA website around the clock. Municipal water systems draw their water from wells and the river system, in contrast to most major Ontario communities which depend on the Great Lakes. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege to visit a number of the streams and tributaries that feed into the Grand River and to see the great work that the GRCA has done in protecting our waterways there by creating buffer zones so that cattle and other wildlife cannot enter into the streams, to allow grass to grow, trees to grow, cooling the water so that fish which were not able to survive in the hot water are now able to come upstream, surviving in much cooler water. So I've seen the good work they do in wetland restoration, working in partnership with Ducks Unlimited and other partners. But, Mr. Speaker, Motion 104 asks for yet another study to join the multitude of studies that have already been done on the Ottawa River and its watershed. The motion then asks for a study to justify the expenditure of more taxpayer dollars to create a new layer of bureaucracy to interfere with the lives of people who call the Ottawa River watershed home. It's also important to inform this House that the detailed study that this motion calls for had already recently been completed. A detailed study of the Ottawa River watershed was done in preparation for the designation of the Ottawa River as a Canadian Heritage River. And, Mr. Speaker, that was not done in the distant past. Less than 1 year ago, on July 15, 2016, this river was designated. So I would encourage all members interested in this motion to go back and look at that report. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first case in this House where we have seen the Liberals make environmental decisions based on politics instead of on the environment. Mr. Speaker, one of the first actions of this government was to allow the dumping of 8 billion litres of raw sewage from Montreal into the St. Lawrence River. Certainly not a good environmental decision. As much as possible, it's ideal that while we recognize the right of the federal government to impose certain things like this, we always try to take advantage of existing mechanisms like an organization that's already in place and to pass the authority and control over, as much as possible, to the more local entities that can be more directly accountable and responsive. Mr. Speaker, again, the Grand River Conservation Authority comes to mind as a gold standard in this regard. When we have motions like this motion 104, we are asking the House of Commons as a whole to pronounce on something that has a particular impact on a particular region. Giving authority to those closest to that region creates maximum responsiveness to the needs of that community, and it also creates far better accountability. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke has done a phenomenal job standing up for her constituents who stand to be greatly affected by what seems to be needlessly political decisions. The honourable member has stood up for those residents, specifically those in the rural parts of her riding, who will be asked to pay for this new level of bureaucracy that is being proposed in this motion. It will be those who live on the land who will be required to pay. She also did a great job of addressing the point of the negative aspects that this motion would create as it relates to our relationship with our First Nations people. So in light of all these items, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this motion, and I encourage all my colleagues in this place not to support it either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure today to speak in favour of M104, brought forward by my friend and colleague, the member for Ottawa South. The management and protection of the Ottawa River is a key priority for all Canadians, especially those of us who are proud to call the Ottawa River watershed home. My riding of Ottawa West Nepean borders the Ottawa River, and I know that many of my constituents are concerned about its protection. The Ottawa River is central to the life of our community. The bike paths and parks like Andrew Hayden Park and Britannia Park are focal points for social gatherings and recreation.
So many of our best memories are of summer days along the river. C'était une source constante de la fierté.
It's a constant source of pride and inspiration that had a deep impact on the city of Ottawa and its history. In my opinion, I am sure that I am not the only member of this House that wants to kayak the river this summer.
As the Kitchissippi, the Ottawa River has been an engine of economic growth, once allowing for the success of the lumber yards and sawmills that became a powerful industry in our city. When those same lumber yards were set ablaze in 1900 and large swaths of the city were set alight, the Ottawa River was a natural deterrent and helped protect the National Capital Region from total disaster. Before that, it was an important path for the coureurs du bois and fueled the Canadian fur trade. With the construction of the Rideau Canal, it once played a role in our national defense. Now, it is a source of pride as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Its unique and storied role in our nation's history was acknowledged when our government designated it a Canadian Heritage River. The Ottawa River watershed is 146,300 square kilometers and stretches from Shining Tree in the west to St. Jerome in the east, from Westport in the south to Launay in the north, and from Temiskaming to Tremblay. It is larger than Nova Scotia or New Brunswick, and larger than many countries such as England or Greece. It is not only the Ottawa River that is contemplated in this motion. In Ontario, the Ottawa River watershed includes some important heritage and ecological sites, such as Algonquin Park, Bon Echo Provincial Park, and Murphy's Point, to name a few. Au Québec, le bassin hydrographique.
In Quebec, the watershed includes Gatineau Park, Montrembos Park, the Papineau-Labelle Reserve, and others. All of these parks means camping, canoeing, and kayaking and swimming.
Also has huge ecological significance to both provinces and to Canada. According to the Nature Conservancy of Canada and Ottawa Riverkeeper, it is home to at least 24 provincially or nationally imperiled species, including least bittern, spotted turtle, and American ginseng. Its microclimate, sand, and limestone substrate sustain rich wetland and forest, habitats that support a diversity of fauna and flora. Our region hosts one of the most biologically diverse ecosystems in Canada. The Ottawa River is also home to a unique and diverse fauna of freshwater mussels. According to the Canadian Museum of Nature, this unique freshwater mussel fauna includes a minimum of 14 different species, each one linked to a specific fish host, which ensures the upstream and downstream dispersal of the mussel's specialized Glochidia larvae. In many areas of the Ottawa River, the density of freshwater mussels on the bottom commonly exceeds 100 individuals per square meter. Currently, the Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board is the only governance body for the Ottawa River that includes both federal and provincial representatives, including Ontario Power Generation and Hydro-Quebec. The primary goal of the board is to provide protection against flooding along the Ottawa River and its tributaries, as well as to maintain the interests of various users, particularly those involved in hydroelectric energy production. However, its mandate is not either to protect the environment or to bring together all levels of government and stakeholders on both sides of the river. The motion we are discussing today proposes a study about the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council that would have a much broader mandate than the Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board and would involve a more diverse array of stakeholders. The amended motion calls on the government to undertake a detailed study with regard to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a comprehensive, inclusive co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed in order to foster ecological integrity, sustainable economic opportunities, and quality of life. The Ottawa River Watershed Council will be a venue that will bring together different levels of government, federal, provincial, municipal, and Indigenous.
It will also provide a forum for citizens, civic activists, and important stakeholders to have their voices counted in the protection of the Ottawa River and take on an ownership role in its management. This approach is consistent with our government's current watershed activities led by Environment and Climate Change Canada and our water-related priorities. The implementation of this proposed study will help to demonstrate our commitment to treat Canada's fresh water as a precious resource that deserves protection and careful stewardship. I would encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the House to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to talk about a subject that deals with the environment. That's a subject that is always extremely important for me personally. And I've mentioned several times already that the reason that I got involved in politics was to protect the environment, to take real action to improve the quality of air, water, and earth. And this is important not just for me, but for my children. And today we are discussing M104 on the Ottawa River watershed. My Liberal colleague from the riding of Ottawa South put this forward, and the NDP has been working for a long time on many fronts in order to promote the sustainable development of our communities, the quality of our waterways, and the protection of our biodiversity are at the heart of our commitment. Let me give you a quote from the motion so that we understand the context. The motion asks that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to undertake a detailed study with regard to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a comprehensive, inclusive, co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed. How can I put this? The idea behind all of this is relevant. Of course, it is praiseworthy. We can't be against protecting the Ottawa River watershed. There are, however, some things that I will explain why we are raising questions about this motion. Of course, the Ottawa River is also called the Kitchissippi, or Great River by the Algonquin. It must not be forgotten that in all our consultations and environmental assessments, First Nations should be stakeholders in all of those debates. I would like to mention that Canada's legislation on water doesn't contain an obligation to consult First Nations, and that could be an element that should be improved. Also, the Ottawa River was designated a heritage river. That river is lucky because during the Conservatives' reign, many cuts were made. Almost 90% of protected rivers, those waterways, had protection removed from them. Luckily, people acted in the face of these negative consequences, and the Ottawa River remained protected because there were ideas put forward, such as designating it a heritage river. The NDP is at the forefront of the struggle to protect waterways. When the Conservatives put forward their omnibus bill for 2012-2013, when they removed almost all protections in the Navigable Waters Act, at that time, the NDP in 2013 tabled dozens of bills to have 27 heritage rivers throughout Canada become protected by giving them that designation of heritage river. I myself tabled a bill to designate important rivers as heritage rivers. Unfortunately, it has not yet been done. But this would be a real measure that the Liberal government could take right now to bring back the protection of several important rivers in Canada by designating them with a heritage status under the Navigable Waters Act. Another important thing that I am very proud of, and I was there when the former member for Halifax, an excellent member, Megan Leslie, who worked very hard in the field of the environment, tabled a motion in order to ban microbeads from various products and to ban them from our environment. All the representatives of the House of Commons voted in favor of that motion, and now there is a gradual process to ban all microbeads from our environment. I would like to congratulate Megan Leslie as well, and the work of the NDP in this area, which led to the gradual elimination, it's still being done, the gradual elimination of microbeads, because they have negative consequences everywhere, including in the Ottawa River. In the Ottawa River watershed, unfortunately, there have been microbeads detected, and so the NDP was able to move forward and improve the quality of water, notably of this particular watershed. Even in the Drummond MRC, there's an attempt to ban microbeads, plastic microbeads, from our environment. Another colleague from the NDP worked very hard when it comes to protecting the Ottawa River watershed. Paul Dewar was inspired by citizens groups, namely the Ottawa Sentinel and Waterlution, another group that is closely involved in watershed issues. Mr. Dewar asked on several occasions that the federal government act to protect the Ottawa River by asking for an action plan. He tabled a motion that asked that regulations be imposed to protect and preserve the integrity of the river. These are examples of concrete measures that the NDP took over several years' time in order to improve the situation. I mentioned the Drummond MRC that has done excellent work to protect watersheds, and more recently the city of Drummondville, with other stakeholders, or rather partners, created an action plan from 2017 to 2021 to protect the Saint-Germain watershed. So I would like to congratulate the stakeholders in Drummond for that action plan to protect the Saint-Germain River. It's an important river in our region, and the board for the Watershed Governance Board for the Saint-François River, known as COGESAF, is at the heart of this process that led to creating the charter for the Saint-Germain watershed, which is a first in that area. That's something that we need to highlight, and among the objectives that are to be accomplished as part of this process, in a context of climate disruption, there's protecting the water quality, shoreline integrity, fish habitat, and ensure better communication between various stakeholders. And so I would like to thank everybody in Drummond who participated in developing the 2017-2021 action plan to protect the Saint-Germain watershed, and for their actions that are going to occur in the future. This is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, who is the environment critic, did a speech on this very subject and asked for an amendment in order to be able to go forward with this extremely important motion. Unfortunately, this amendment did not pass. It asked, and I will mention it to you, It asked that instead of concentrating only on the Ottawa River watershed, that the watersheds of the Mackenzie River and the Saskatchewan North River also be part of that. There was a request to broaden the committee study because the Environment Committee is a committee that is independent, it's entirely autonomous, and it should look at important measures that are taken by the federal government in a broader sense in order to improve the quality of the water in the Ottawa River watershed, but also other locations and other actions such as banning microbeads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Debate. Seeing none, the honourable member for Ottawa South has the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to colleagues who contributed. I'd like to take a moment to thank, in particular, the members for Pontiac, from Lac St. Louis and Ottawa West Nepean for their thoughtful remarks on this motion. Thank you to all my colleagues, all 11 MPs in the National Capital Region Caucus, for their encouragement and collaboration on M104. And I'd also like to pay a special tribute and thanks to the Minister of the Environment for her ongoing support for the Ottawa River Watershed Council. And I look forward to working with her and her department on this important initiative. Mr. Speaker, some 15 years ago, I wrote an op-ed in the Globe and Mail, which I then entitled "Overdraft at the Nature Bank." And the op-ed, the piece was about trying to illustrate for Canadians that our economy, our daily lives, the way in which we order our affairs, continues to draw down so much from nature, relies so intensely on nature. We need nature for its carrying capacity. There is no replacement for a functioning air and water filtration system, for example, as is provided through the hundreds of millions of hectares of wetlands on this planet. Yet we continue to deplete wetlands without really knowing the effect on our long-term sustainability. We continue to draw down species on the planet without knowing necessarily what will happen when those are depleted or those cease to exist. And so my point was that we needed a new form of, at that time, a new form of reporting and wealth measurement, that all countries should be beginning to measure and to report on their natural capital, on the wealth that surrounds us, which is beyond the typical economic reporting that we use, for example, in a budget-making process. Well, similarly, this motion looks to push out our thinking, Mr. Speaker, in another way, which is to rethink the way in which we manage the natural assets around us. One of the world's top environmental economists once said that the economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of the environment and not the other way around. It would be foolish, we would be foolish as a species, as a people, to knowingly draw down the capital on this planet without replenishing it or investing in it. No corporation would do such a thing. No company would ever try to run its affairs knowingly drawing down and losing its capital base. On the contrary, it looks to increase its capital base. So this new form of management that we're trying to examine in the study is one where we recognize a fundamental truth, which is we're not organized by geopolitical lines, we're organized through natural lines. The watershed, the Ottawa River watershed, is massive. It is mighty. It's the jewel in the crown of this entire part of our country, our beautiful country. It doesn't understand that it's divided by province. It does not understand it's divided by municipality, that we have many, many different actors working within it. What we know is that it's one integral watershed. We know that it is subject to all kinds of stressors. We know that there are many kinds of activities in the watershed. The watershed, which is bigger in size for Canadians who might be listening or watching, this watershed is bigger than the province of New Brunswick. However, we don't sit down together in any one place and deal with this situation, Mr. Speaker. We don't have business, First Nations, governments, NGOs, labor groups,
community groups sitting down together and saying, there's one watershed, just one watershed. We can knowingly draw it down, or we can stop for a moment, look at the possibility of creating a council where we would respect the fact that it's one, and understand that to keep it sustainable for all of us is the end game. When Lord Stern did the most comprehensive study, Mr. Speaker, in history on climate change in the UK, what he illustrated for the world was that we could either now take action on climate, and yes, it would cost some money to deal with the climate crisis, while giving rise to all kinds of new economic activity. We can do that now, and we can pay some price, or we can delay, and we can pay so much more later. I believe it's time for us to really clearly examine co-management going forward, integrated water management. I think that's why this motion is so important, Mr. Speaker. It's time for us to admit what is true. It's time for us to come together and deal with the watershed as one whole. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
Scarpaleggia moved that the Standing Order on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to undertake a detailed study with regard to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a comprehensive, inclusive co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed in order to foster ecological integrity, sustainable economic opportunities, and quality of life in its study. The committee shall examine the council membership, which would include, but would not be limited to federal, provincial, regional, and municipal governments, First Nations, industry groups, non-governmental organizations, and academic institutions. 2. Important indicators such as water quality, biodiversity, and shoreline integrity in order to assist with the creation of a co-management plan and conservation strategy. 3. The economic cultural heritage and natural values within the Ottawa River watershed, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than December 2017. Monsieur Amos, appuyé par
Mr. Amos, seconded by Mr. Lemuel, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by A, replacing the words, the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to, with the word, in the opinion of the House, the government should, and B, replacing the words, the committee shall, with the words, the government should. C, deleting all the words after the words, within the Ottawa River watershed.
the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. I would say the yeas have it. Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 3rd, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. At
this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House be now adjourned. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House to participate in the adjournment debate, because this allows us to elaborate on some questions that are discussed very quickly during the regular question period. On February 24th, I had the opportunity to put a question to the Honourable Minister of Finance. This was before the government's budget was tabled. And the question was this: what is the government waiting for to get out of the way, lower taxes on middle-class businesses, and help those working hard. As the parliamentary secretary also always says, people who are working hard to join it and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this government has gotten us used to, throughout question period and budgets, it's their second one, they table budgets first full of slogans, mottos, like the one for their plan to help Canadian businesses create jobs. They have one on the environment to justify the carbon tax, one on infrastructure. Essentially, this government is an expert at empty slogans and advertising slogans. We understand that, given the way the Prime Minister runs this government through regular selfies. We understand that image is what is most important to him. It's always a pleasure for me to express myself enthusiastically when I'm passionate about a subject I gesticulated on, and I do it during question period. I'm sure I did it when I put my question to the Finance Minister. Because it's important to emphasize the weaknesses of this government. Gesticulating like this allows me to tell people, look at what's going on. Look at what's this government is doing. Because if you don't look, they won't say anything. Because essentially, the government's not doing much. That's the reality. The Finance Minister had answered the question. I'd like to remind the honourable member.
Compris. Je vais le laisser continuer.
I think he understood, so I'll let him continue. The Finance Minister had answered with a series of slogans. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, when I gave a speech on the budget, I had some interns from the University of Sherbrooke and asked them what they thought of the budget concerning youth employment. And they even helped me write a speech on that day. Allow me to read a couple of quotes from these two students. They were very concerned about the fate of SMEs, the deficits we'll have for many generations. Their generation is losing full-time jobs. 42,000 jobs were lost last year. That is what concerned these two young students. They then said, how is it possible for a small business to flourish if we have no tax relief? This would be the only way to help Canadian business compete with the U.S. These are students, university students, who are trying to communicate a message that I hope will be heard by the Finance Minister. It's not too late to change the situation and have a plan to get back to a balanced budget so that our industries can start creating jobs again. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my honourable colleague from Mégantic-Lérable for his question.
Provide more details and actually emphasis on what the government has been doing to help grow the middle class. I'd like to make the honourable member aware of some of the facts on job creation in Canada, as he's just mentioned it. The steps we have taken to date are having a real positive impact on our economy and on Canadians. Optimism, Mr. Speaker, is on the rise, and with good reason. Forecasters are expecting Canada's economy to grow even faster in the next 2 years, due in part to the action that we have taken to invest in Canadians, including historic investments in infrastructure and the Canada Child Benefit. The pace of our economic growth is expected to pick up in 2017. Between mid-2016 and early 2017, the economy created 250,000 new jobs, Mr. Speaker. I have to underline that, 250,000 new jobs, the largest 7-month growth in the past decade. We understand that despite these positive signs, people are still feeling anxious about the future. Canadians want to be assured that their hard work will pay off with a better future for their kids and their grandkids. And that's why in Budget 2017, the steps that we've taken. We want every Canadian to benefit from a new innovative economy. We want, which is why that we are not just creating jobs of today, we are getting people ready for the jobs of tomorrow, because the next job should be a better job for them. We call that our Innovation and Skills Plan. With it, we will support a culture of lifelong learning to help workers adapt to the changing demands of our time. Le Canada possède déjà...
Canada already has one of the most educated labor forces in the world. However, a global economy that is increasingly competitive means that we have to do more so that Canadian workers can grow, adapt, and get the good jobs throughout their professional lives.
Effectively helps unemployed and underemployed Canadians get good jobs in the new economy, Budget 2017 significantly boosts federal support through the labour market transfer agreements, which provinces and territories by $2.7 billion over the next 6 years. For Canadians looking for work, this means more opportunities to upgrade their skills, gain experience, or get help to start their own business. It also means more support, like employment counseling, to help them plan for their careers.
The budget also proposes the establishment of a new organization that would cooperate with the provinces and territories, the private sector, academic institutions, and nonprofit organizations in order to examine new and innovative approaches to skills development.
Jobs, Budget 2017 will make better use of existing flexibilities within the employment insurance programs that allows claimants to pursue self-funded training while remaining eligible for EI benefits. This will provide greater security for unemployed Canadians and their families as they get the skills that they need to find their next job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Mr. Speaker, if I knew that people here were interested, I would ask for unanimous consent to talk longer, because to react to what I just heard, I'd need at least 30 minutes, Mr. Speaker. But I'll hurry up, because I know I won't get unanimous consent to speak longer. There's so many things that were said in that short intervention. It always makes me laugh when the government and finance people refer to our children and grandchildren, and we want to work today so they'll get better jobs tomorrow. With the deficit the Liberals are going to leave us, $1,000 million, they will need not just one job, they'll need 3 jobs just to pay back the deficit that this government is going to leave our children and grandchildren. That's what's worrisome. The students working for me came to an extraordinary conclusion. It's high time that the Liberals regain control of public finances and stop increasing the tax burden. Job creation is the only way to go.
Mr. Speaker, our government, we are taking significant action to help businesses, one of our most essential economic engines, to succeed. We have taken significant action to help spur business innovation and to help small and medium-sized businesses, in particular, grow.
Through initiatives like the new strategy for world skills, Canadian businesses will be in a position to recruit the best talent faster, so as to attract in this country people who have new skills and can contribute to job creation.
And Skills imagines a Canada where more Canadian firms can access the capital they need to grow, where strong and growing businesses become global, where women are predominantly featured in positions of leadership, and where groundbreaking research happens here, attracting world-class scientists to Canadian institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister for Public Services and Procurement shamefully confirmed that those involved in the Liberal Phoenix fiasco are going to be receiving performance pay in spite of the colossal failure of the rollout. The Minister and the government are content rewarding failure and avoiding responsibility for the issues that continue to hurt tens of thousands of Canadian public servants. Every step of the way, the Minister has avoided responsibility for her role in the fiasco. We know it was her decision to launch a system that wasn't ready. We know she was warned repeatedly of the consequences of rushing the launch, but she did so anyways. And every day since her decision, she tried to blame someone else and hide from the spotlight. Public Services and Procurement has provided almost 20 technical briefings since the launch of the Phoenix, and the minister has been at exactly 0 of them. Elvis has been spotted more often than Minister of Public Services and Procurement. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that this minister has an utterly dismal track record of competence and accountability. And given her track record, how can Canadians trust her in such a major file as purchasing new jets for our Air Force? How can Canadians trust that when she updates this House or the public that she's not providing spin as opposed to facts? And how can Canadians be assured that if something goes wrong, that the minister will actually stand up and take responsibility for her actions? Her words say one thing, but her actions say something completely different. We've repeatedly asked the government why they're moving so fast on the sole source Super Hornet purchase, an enormous cost to taxpayers, all the while breaking their promise to launch an open and transparent competition to replace their CF-18s. The minister and the government are content relying on their manufactured capability gap to keep a flawed election promise. But let's be clear, the people who are going to be hurt by this decision are the men and women in our uniform and armed forces who are going to be forced to fly out-of-date fighter jets, and Canadian taxpayers who will have to fork out billions of dollars more for this interim fleet. Unlike any parts of the Super Hornet, we know the capability gap was manufactured in Canada by this government. We've heard from military and procurement experts, academic experts, former commanders in the military and the Air Force that there is no capability gap. Just 2 days ago, the Air Force unveiled a custom-painted CF-18 that's going to be taken to the skies across Canada this summer to celebrate the Canada 150 celebrations. There's hardly much of a capability gap if we have spare CF-18s around to fly in air shows. I also want to emphasize that there's no practical reason to delay launching an open competition to replace our CF-18s today. The government says it'll take 5 years, but that's frankly ridiculous. Belgium recently declared that they're going to conduct a competition to replace their fighter jets, and they need only 1 year to do so. Here's some other comparisons. Norway, 23 months. South Korea, 16 months. Denmark, 11 months. Why does Canada need 5 years? Are our capabilities that different? Are we so unique? Or is this government hiding behind political mistakes and forcing our military and taxpayers to take a hit so the Liberals don't have to? We asked PSPC procurement officials why Canada's procurement timelines is 300% longer than our allies. We were told because our situation is unique. Well, it is unique, Mr. Speaker, because Canada's military is subject to political whims and poorly thought-out campaign promises of this Liberal government. We know there's no capability gap. We know there's no practical reasons why it takes 5 years to run an open competition. We know with such a track record of failure and hiding from responsibility that Canadians cannot trust the minister to buy the right jet at the right price for our Air Force. And so I have to ask, why should Canadians trust this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. I'm having a bit of a sense of déjà vu. The critic for defense, his colleague, the other night asked the same question on a similar subject. So I will be reiterating the government's position, which I think is quite clear, and which aligns well with the election promises that we made to Canadians back in 2015. A word about the Phoenix pay system.
Honourable colleague did about the Phoenix pay system. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is a system that we inherited from a government who had fired 700 of the people that we needed to effect the Phoenix change and booked $75 million in savings and then said, start the project. Started on a complete flawed grounds. And this government is the government that is taking that project and turning it around. And I can assure you as well, and if it weren't the end of the week, I would remind my honourable colleague that 9 years passed under the previous government and not a single military fighter jet was purchased for our men and women in uniform. And this government has put us, within months of taking office, on a very clear path to, yes, filling the capability gap that exists, and it does exist, to life extending our current fleet, which is down about 50, I don't have the exact numbers, but rough numbers, 125 down to 75 current jets, CF-18s. We are life extending those, and we're doing it in my home province of Quebec, and I'm very pleased that we're doing that. We have, yes, initiated discussions with the U.S. government, submitted a letter, and await negotiations with Boeing and others in terms of procuring an interim fleet of Super Hornets, something we're very, very excited to do, and something that, if you look at some of the literature that's being published, something that clearly the Canadian industry is very, very excited that we're doing. And that is a very clear process that we've put before Canadians. And that is to meet our NORAD requirements, our NATO requirements, and with the horrors that we see in Syria and other places, and we don't know where Canadians may be pressed into service in other parts of the world, heaven knows there are other places that we're going to need fighter jets as well. And finally, we have committed to an open, a transparent, a long-term purchase of fighter aircraft for our men and women in uniform that will begin, that we have committed at every step of the way to consult with industry, consult obviously with our men and women in uniform and the military, who will be very engaged, obviously, on defining capabilities and ensuring that we get the right aircraft for this country, the right aircraft at the right price and at the right time. And I can only conclude, Mr. Speaker, to assure the honourable member that we are a unique geography, we are a unique climate, we are a unique player in NATO and our other alliances, and Canada does have specific and special requirements when it comes to purchases that total tens and hundreds of billions of dollars over their life cycle, and we will take the time to get it right, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, I mentioned Elvis had been spotted more. I wish he was here because he would have given more sensible answers than this. Let's just go to Phoenix quickly. Every single bit of access information shows clearly we were told not to go ahead, delay it a bit more, but your government went ahead for no reason, and we're still paying the consequences today. Now, getting back to the jets, we asked the Assistant Deputy Minister why it's taking so long, what's going on with the jets. She said, we chose a foreign military sales process because it's the fastest way to get aircraft. Not the best way, not the best plane, not the best price. And it's certainly not best for our aerospace industry because there's not one piece of the Super Hornet manufactured in Canada, zero. So it's ridiculous to state that, that this is going to help industry. When we asked why it's taking so long, 5 years, which is 1 year past that's in the mandate letter for the minister. Why 5 years to run an open competition? We were told, because it's, why 5 years compared to shorter time for Denmark? It's not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, we have a disagreement, Mr. Speaker, on this issue. It's a very fundamental issue. It's an honest disagreement. But one thing is very clear, that this government has set out a clear path to risk managing its military assets, to procuring the right aircraft for Canada, aircraft that helps us meet our international commitments and our domestic commitments, and results in the quickest possible acquisition to fill that capability gap. And we've set a clear path that should begin with a process in about 2019 of an open, transparent, international competition for the procurement of new fighter aircraft for this country, a very important decision, one that I know that we'll continue to have exchanges about. And I thank the honourable member for his interventions. I'm sure it won't be the last one, but Mr. Speaker, I can tell you this, and I can tell you through you, the women and men in our Canadian forces.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, clearly, there's an issue at the Public Services Department. There were senior managers within the department who were involved in this Phoenix fiasco, and I would like the honourable member for Miramichi-Granbig to stay here, because I would have told him that in all of the access to information requests, in all of the questions that we asked here in the House, the facts clearly show, and the member for Gatineau knows it well, that on February 24th, 2016, the Minister of Public Services set up the Phoenix Pay System. We started the Phoenix Project like any responsible government. We were aware that the pay system was old and outdated and that it needed to be updated. But we were not the ones who set it into motion. And all of the ATIPs show the professionals were telling the minister at the time that the system was not ready. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about the acquisition of Super Hornets. This is a purchase the government wants to be making soon. And my colleague for Edmonton West talked about the equipment and the time required to make this purchase. I'd like to talk to you about another aspect of this issue, which is procurement rules which apply to the department. Because in the end, Mr. Speaker, it is the minister of the department that needs to give his or her approval before such procurement contracts are agreed to. So the rules governing procurement need to ensure that they don't lead to any suspicious contracts. I suspect that my colleagues agree with me that it seems that the exceptions in the regulations were dealt with by the Liberals because they often violate Regulation 3.1g, which allows for an exception where they can provide for temporary acquisitions. So if this is not simply a legal loophole, I'd like to know. To be clearer, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, if she approved the future purchase without a bidding process, the purchase of Super Hornets, then she must have a letter in her possession from the Minister of National Defense stating unequivocally why there must be an exception not to have a bidding offer. There are 4 possible reasons for exceptions, including war, for example, but their only excuse is the lack of capacity. I don't believe that reason. Our party doesn't believe that reason. Where is the proof? Can the parliamentary secretary show us a paper from the Department of National Defense signed by the Minister of National Defense showing that there was a lack of capacity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before going to the parliamentary secretary, I would remind the member that he does not have the right to refer to the absence of any member in the House. It's something that we forget from time to time, so that's just a gentle reminder. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a long day, so of course we understand that occasionally people make mistakes. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague once again. As I said before, I'd like to reiterate that here we have a difference of opinion. The member is asking for evidence, and I will let the Minister, or rather the Department of National Defense, go more into detail about the facts of the lack of capacity. But what I can tell you is that we have an aging fleet of CF-18s. Before we had around 125, and now we're down to approximately 75. And we currently have a process, a bidding process, going on with a supplier so that we can talk about extending the lifespan of these aircraft. We have worked with the National Defense Department, and they've told us that there is a lack of capacity, so we can't simply deal with that by extending the lifespan. We also need to proceed to a temporary purchase of airplanes that will be used in the interim, and these are airplanes that are generally compatible with our existing fleet. That said, we also made the decision, and the member across the way knows this well. He knows that such purchases are very complicated and they take a long time. They're very important purchases, and so we need to look at the net benefit, we need to look at technical capacity and a whole bunch of other things. So it's very important that we take the necessary time to have an open and transparent process that maximizes the benefits for our men and women in uniform and maximizes economic benefits for Canadians. We need to make sure we find something that is a sure bet for Canadian taxpayers, who of course are going to be footing the bill at the end of the day. So we have an example here, among many examples, of a disagreement. I respect my colleague's point of view. I respect his opinion. But we are basing our decisions on facts, the facts that we received from the Department of National Defense. These are facts that everyone knows. And we also base ourselves on the philosophy that we presented to Canadians during the election campaign and on which we are basing ourselves now. We said that we would renew equipment for our soldiers and ensure that our men and women in uniform would have the ships and the airplanes and the land equipment that they need to be at the forefront of these international campaigns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is talking about political disagreements, so I understand that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'd just like to say quickly that an open and transparent process took 11 months in Denmark. But what I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary is that, I mean, it's not up to the Department of National Defense. The rules of procurement require the Minister of Public Service and Procurement to carry out her role of ensuring that departments, and of course any department can say that they want anything for any reason, but the Minister of Public Service has to ensure that she receives a letter explaining why there is an exception or why there's an exceptional need. And clearly, I mean, I assume that the Liberals are stating the lack of capacity as their reason. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, we do have a lack of capacity, and I just explained it. We went down from 125 airplanes to 75. We have to extend the lifespans. We have obligations to NATO. We have obligations to other international missions from time to time, and also missions in Canada. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we do have a lack of capacity, which needs to be filled. And we will fill it by buying planes from the same supplier as our CF-18s. And we will do this through purchases that maximize economic benefits for Canada. We won't be settling for any old thing. We're going to negotiate a good agreement with the supplier to ensure that we do get good benefits for Canadians. And then, having found a temporary solution, we will try to find a permanent solution, a solution that will be well thought out and that will represent a sure bet for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.